go. We got a Joyful raid and a Skits raid at the same time. Big W Joyful, big W Skits. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. All right, we should be live on Facebook and on Instagram. We should be live on YouTube, but we're live on everything now. And we'll get our first guest in the box. Oh, my video is upside down. Why is my video upside down? Hold on. How you doing, Sigma? 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 Sigma, can you hear us? Did you request my
Yeah, are you Jewish?
I am not.
You say your God is imaginary. Are you Islamophobic?
I am not religious at all.
But you're Islamophobic, right? Like you
I'm
hate
not.
Islam. You do. You
No, I
hate
don't.
Muslims.
No, I
Yeah, you
don't.
do.
What I do
You hate
is
Judaism. You're anti-Semitic as well, right? Like you hate Muslim.
none of the above. So we'll start this from the beginning. What we need to do is figure out what your name is and what God you worship. Can we start there? Is that easy enough for you? Volume is low for Justin. Hold on. My volume is low. Wonder why that would be. Give me a second. I mean, I can get closer to the mic. Is that better? Is the volume better now, guys? Or is it just the guest volume was super high? Because his volume was high for me too. I think he was deep-throating his phone as he was talking to it. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think
You have a good mic. I'm just saying.
I like the mic. Okay, so anyways, are you a believer in any type of God? And Dexter, thank you so much for sending out 5
Yeah, I'm a
memberships.
Roman Catholic. Yeah.
Fantastic. And do you think that there's evidence or proof that the Roman Catholic God is real?
Obviously, yeah.
Sure.
He's the one that created the church. Yeah,
Great.
of course.
What would be the best evidence?
Look, honestly, my ancestors, they were pagans.
Great.
So if they were pagans,
I'm sure. What would be the best evidence or the best argument for your God being real?
so what is God? What is God? I'm asking you.
I don't-
What is God for you?
You can define God any way you want to. I'm talking about your particular God.
You believe in Jesus Christ?
I need you to tighten up here, my man. So it is very simple. I'm just asking you about the God you believe in. So the God that I'm talking about is the God that you believe in. You get to define him or her. Thank you so much for the crown. I appreciate that, Parker. So what would be the most convincing evidence or argument that the specific God that you believe in is real? What's the argument? He doesn't know he's muted. I can guarantee it.
Holy shit! I'm a boomer now. I'm a boomer. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty much a boomer now. Yeah. So I think that Jesus Christ of Nazareth, he is Jesus Christ. He is God. He created everything.
Yes,
So
I know you believe that. I'm asking if there's evidence for that belief.
so what are your examples that he's not God?
I'm asking you for the evidence that he is God.
Well, I'm asking you that. Are you Jewish? You seem like a Jew.
I'm not Jewish, and that's irrelevant to the conversation because even if
it means everything now.
it doesn't
honestly,
mean anything.
nowadays.
Even if I was, it wouldn't mean that your God is real.
Like I'm an anti-capitalist,
So
but
I need you to,
Jews are brought everything.
I'm going to need you to tighten up. Actually, pay attention, okay?
Okay.
So the question is whether or not there is evidence for your God. Do you believe there's evidence for your God?
Yeah, there is evidence. There's actually big evidence. What's the
and what would be the evidence? And he's teacupped. All right, we got to get him out of here. He's not equipped for this discussion. I don't believe he was a troll. I think he was a real person, but he wasn't equipped. All right. Thank you so much. We got Marduk in the house. Big thanks, Marduk, for the $9.99 super chat. Hail Marduk. We appreciate that. I would worship Marduk every day of the week over Jesus Christ. That's my opinion. Anyways, we got the live started now, guys. So we had some people in the guest queue. We lost them. I have the YouTube queue open now, so anyone who wants to join on YouTube can get into the YouTube queue, and you can be a guest on the show. You don't have to show your face, but you get to show your face if you want to. That being said, we're gonna have a fun night tonight, guys. So appreciate you being here. Justice for my mother. What's wrong with my mother, Issa? These people. All right, let's grab the next person in the queue. God's Princess Warriors. Let's see how this goes. Welcome in, God's Princess Warrior.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
I am fantastic. So before I don't want to say anything. I'm not here to debate with you or anything like that. But your question, your God is, or I guess it's not a question, it's a statement. Your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. I love how you looked up right now. So if it's okay with you, I would like to give you just a little piece of why because I've went kind of back and forth throughout my lifetime, whether I truly believed in God, and there was some doubt, but I went through a lot of things in my life, a lot of very traumatic events, right?
Sure.
And
So,
what
God
led
you
me
believe in?
to God, the one true high God,
Right.
the one of the Bible, our creator.
Okay, so you're a Christian?
I hate the word Christianity because truthfully, Christianity, along with all organized religion, is in a way occultic, right? But I do believe in God. I believe there is one God, our creator, and I believe in Jesus Christ, and I believe in the Bible.
Cool. So what would be the most convincing evidence or the most convincing argument for why that this God is real?
Well, that's what I'm username is God's Princess. I don't mind if people laugh at me. That's okay. So for me, and that's what I was trying to tell you, I'm not trying to just bombard your life, but for me, whenever God set me free from depression, I can't say these words out here, I don't want to get you in any trouble, from anxiety, from thoughts of unaliving myself my entire life, a couple of years ago, and addiction, I started truly seeking the Lord and started praying to him. And when I did, I was set free from all these things.
Cool. Okay, so I want to tell you a story real quick about a friend of mine when I was in seminary. I have a friend who was a Christian. I knew him for a couple of years, and he was an alcoholic, but he couldn't actually kick his addiction. It wasn't until he converted to Islam that he was able to kick his addiction. So does that mean that the God of Islam is true?
I'm not going to lie and tell you I have an answer for that. I don't. I mean, that's what I tell people. I'm not a Bible theologian. How do you say it? All I know is that when I truly turned my life over to the Lord and I started seeking him and praying to him, that is when I was set free.
Sure, but do you think that having positive changes in your life is proof that the God that you're praying to is real? Because that happens in every religion.
I don't know, because I went through a lot where I went through positive changes in my life, and I tried to get sober, and I tried to overcome depression and anxiety and all of these things. But until I truly started reading my Bible and I truly gave my life over to Jesus Christ, I was not able to get free and to stay free. And so, it completely changed my life.
No, I'm sure it did, but I'm asking is somebody's life being changed definitive proof that the God that they're praying to is real? Because I have a sister who beat alcoholism by praying to an unnamed God.
Well, all I know is what the Bible says, and yeah, I didn't want to come up and argue. I just wanted to let people know that God can change your life. Jesus can change your life, and
okay.
I'm not a debater. I don't have enough biblical wisdom. Okay, have a good night.
All right, have a good one.
God bless y'all.
Cheers. They always feel the need to preach. I don't know what they think they're accomplishing by doing so. As if when people get up here, Chet, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Big W, Chet. I appreciate that. By the way, over on YouTube and elsewhere, is my mic a little bit louder now? I turned it up, so it should be a little bit louder. So Let me know if I need to turn it up a little bit more. I don't want to blow anyone's ears out, but if I need to turn it up, I can turn it up. All right, we're going to get the next guest in here. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We are going to have an awesome night. And Beats by Vigil. I'm sorry, this is Marduk. Oh, Marduk. I got multiple super chats here now. I'm lost track of what's happening. Marduk, thank you so much for the super chat. Marduk says, I was Beats by Vigil. There we go. But I changed my name thanks to this channel, LOL. Well, thank you so much for representing the first supreme deity, Lord Marduk, the king of the pantheon. And thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat and constantly supporting the channel. And same for you, Dex. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We really appreciate that. And Chet, thank you so much for the hat. Good to see you in the house tonight. Dex says, it's not letting me send subs on TikTok unless I subscribe for 3 months because TikTok will be gone soon. I'll be sending them on YouTube now. Thank you so much for that, Dex. I really appreciate that. And you know what? TikTok's going to be going away. It's going the way of the dodo bird. And so, listen, everything's going to be going to YouTube and Twitch and everything else. So, I mean, might as well make the switch now before we get cut off. We'll see. Although I'm still going to be streaming. I'm going to be streaming through a VPN service. So, I mean, I think we'll be fine. I'm going to be streaming. I'll be Canadian pretty soon. Thank you, Kara, for the crab. And we've got Karen in the house, it looks like.
Yes.
Welcome
How are
in,
you?
Karen. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. Now,
Good.
what are we going to talk about? I'll talk about anything. I want to convert you. I'm going to bring you back to Jesus.
I can't wait. Okay, so you're a Christian, and you're at least over the age of 18, right?
Yes.
Fantastic. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, there's so many, but let's start with the imaginary. You say my God is imaginary.
Yeah, so the question was, what is the most convincing evidence or argument that your God is real? And
There's
you said,
nothing going to be convincing
and
except
you
my
said that
explanation
there's,
of imaginary.
You said that there's many, so we can start with one. What's your favorite one?
Well, I'm gonna try to get you back to starting with the fact that to have something
so
in
you're
your
not going to
imagination.
actually answer the question?
Yes, I am. Wait, just be patient.
Is this why
please.
people call you Karen?
Yes. Imaginary requires an image of origin.
Okay, you can go away then. All right. Eventually we're going to get like a real adult in here. We'll see what happens. Her screen name was the kids call me Karen or something like that, and I think it's pretty clear why people call her Karen. Welcome in. Jesus has centered the chat. Jesus has entered the chat. There we go. How you doing, Jesus?
Not too bad. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I just had a quick question for you. Were you aware
As
of
it turns
the
out,
recent-
that wasn't an answer to either of my questions. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm over 18.
Cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know if you were aware of the recent findings of salt deposits on Mars.
I haven't read anything about the salt deposits on Mars, no.
Okay, well, there was some findings on that, and then I was wondering if that was a good location for possibly Sodom and Gomorrah.
No.
Yeah, no, I'm just trolling.
I figured.
Love what you do. I appreciate you.
I couldn't tell by your name, but you never know. I've seen a lot of weird names, and I've ran into a lot of people on TikTok that literally believe they are the reincarnated Jesus, and I'm not making that up. I get messages from them every week.
100%, I believe it.
Yeah, thanks for being here, though.
I love what you do, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
All right, cheers. Big dubs. I was curious if he was being for real or not, and when he brought up Sodom and Gomorrah, I got a little inkling that maybe he's joking, but we're going to keep on moving. Good to see you guys. The house is starting to fill out now. We've got John Charles Guzman in the chat. How you doing, John?
How you doing, man?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. John, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm 18. I'm a believer, and the answer, one of the answers to your question was what what would be a definitive way that you believe that if Jesus was the one thing I was going to say is for all the people, the apostles that followed Jesus, pretty much every one of them were died at their own will. All they had to do was deny Jesus,
Sure.
and they would be let go. Pretty
Sure.
much every one of them went to death.
So,
happily.
how did each one of them die?
Well, I know. I don't know exactly each one. I think.
So you don't know how they died?
John was. Well, I'm talking about John was crucified upside down because he didn't want to.
You mean Peter?
Be crucified the same way. But I'm not just talking about the apostles. I'm talking about the Christians who were caught at the time. I said apostles, but I should have said just the followers. There were thousands, hundreds that were killed by the Romans at the time, and not just people the 12 apostles, but actually people who were in the churches of
over 1 million Jewish
all the
people
different
were killed
churches.
too.
That's true. That's exactly true. And they were killed because of why? Because they followed Moses, and that I've never heard.
They refused to abandon their God, and they refused to abandon the principle that God was manifesting His kingdom on Mount Zion in Israel. Good to see you, Johnny.
Well, true.
Sorry, there's another Johnny, not you.
Look at yourself. Oh, okay. Well, put yourself in that situation. Let's say you and your family were believers back then, and you were all taken by the Romans, and all you had to do was say, "No, I was just BSing. We didn't really believe," and you'd be let go. And if you actually saw, things happen like Jesus walk on water, or like, what do you say? What do you mean? I'm talking about if you saw miracles or witnessed miracles.
Did these people claim to witness Jesus walk on the water?
Well, yeah, the apostles did, but
where did they do that?
Other people. And what are you talking about?
Where can I
Where
find an
did they
account
do
from
that?
the apostles where they said Jesus walked on water?
Oh, just call their telephone number. You'll find it. No, it's in the Bible. I was being a smartass.
Right. Okay.
But,
so where in the Bible
but
can
yeah,
I find
it's
that
in
the
the Bible.
apostles claimed He walked on water?
I believe it's Mark.
Was Mark an
Matthew,
apostle?
Mark, one of the. I guess I'm Matthew, Mark, Luke,
Nope.
John.
Mark was the
What, they weren't
cousin of
apostles?
Barnabas, according to Colossians chapter 4.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Once again, I'm not a scholar, and I played college football. I'm a marketing major, so I'm not a preacher or anything like that. But I've always just thought about that. In that situation, you got to admit that in that situation, it would, most people would just say, okay, we were tricked into going to church or believing in this guy, and being let go, or instead of being crucified or killed in that way. I know if I wasn't
religion, right?
100% sure, I would.
Like in the mid 1990s, 70 people.
Yeah, give me an example.
In the 1990s, 70 people willingly gave their lives for David Koresh in the Waco siege.
True.
And
True.
They
You're right.
thought he was the Messiah, right? And
Yeah, they did. They sure did.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm not saying that I'm 100% positive that that's it. And like I've had my doubts too. Like any other any other person with a a mind that thinks about things. I've had a lot of doubts, but
we all have.
I don't know. I thought that. But anyway, I'm sure my time's up. But anyway, I was
there's
just
no
that's
timer.
one thing I was going to.
Thanks-
good.
Thanks for coming up.
But
We
yeah,
appreciate it.
yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be more a
No, it's
little
okay.
better spoken on it. I just passed y'all up.
You
But
did
yeah, man,
fine.
I enjoy y'all show, and I appreciate y'all, man.
Hey, thanks for being here, John. Let's get some W's for John. He was
All right.
polite. As much as I enjoy having shouting matches at people online, I more prefer people not shouting at me and me not having to mute them and talk over them. But hey, we do what we can do. All right, we're gonna get monks of the way. This should be interesting. I can't wait to see what religion this is. How you doing, monks? Monks? Did you get here on purpose? Monks? He entered Nirvana immediately after he got into the box. We'll never hear from him.
I'm sorry, do you hear me?
There he is. Yeah, we can hear you now.
I think it only lets me talk through the headset when the phone is open.
Maybe.
So,
It
anyway,
sounds like
glad to hear you.
it sounds like there's a garbage disposal in the background.
Sorry about that.
It's really loud. Is there a way you can remove your background noise? I'm gonna mute you for just a second because the noise is really loud. When you get the opportunity to move to a quieter room, please let us unmute yourself and let us know so we can have a conversation. I'm intrigued to learn about your religion. Yeah, he was chopping up a body. Or making a smoothie. I agree. In my cups, thank you so much for becoming a member of the Kraken crew. Big W in my cups. Good to see ya. Welcome to the crew. Our Kraken crew on YouTube, I actually surpassed the Kraken crew on TikTok, although I suspect that's going to be the case moving forward since TikTok is, a lot of people aren't really going to have access to it. But welcome in, all my friends. This guest is still muted, so I can only assume he's still making the Jeffrey Dahmer smoothie. We'll see what happens. Well, we'll do this. I think he's having some trouble. We'll get somebody in for now, and then when he's ready, we'll bring him back up. I'm sure if he gets a moment, he'll jump back into the guest box. How you doing, personer?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am 35, and I am a believer.
Fantastic. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Christianity, the Bible, and all that.
Cool. Are you a Trinitarian or a modalist?
Trinitarian, if you would. I mean, I don't claim it, but I believe what the Trinitarians believe.
Cool. And what would be the most compelling argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you first. Are you anomalous?
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
Yes. Okay. So, I'm trying to think where I can go with this, because I'll do the one for the Christian God in general. That way, it's a little bit more. I mean, what I'll do for Christianity, because I have one where I prove God's existence, and then I'll prove Christianity. But I'll prove Christianity, that way we're safe. It doesn't matter if you're anomalous or not.
I already have a God. His name is Doug. Doug the Rock God. He was prophesied in the Bible. He is the God that instantiates all being and all possibilities and all truth. The phrase on the screen is that your God is imaginary. My God's not.
Mm-hmm. So Christianity shows that Jesus is God.
Cool.
Through the prophecy that he makes in Matthew 7:22 to 23.
Matthew 7:22. So you're saying that if someone makes a prediction and it comes true, then that makes them God?
I would say this is a pretty groundbreaking prediction. I mean, at the very least, it would be evidence.
I guess we'll see. We'll put it on the screen for you. We'll start in 22. And you want to read until what verse?
23. You can read 23.
22 through 23.
Yes.
Before we read this, if a person who makes a true prediction is God, what's a person who makes a false prediction?
A person who made a false prediction.
Okay, so can God make a false prediction?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
Matthew 7 says, on that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name and cast out many demons in your name and do many mighty works in your name? Then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Go away from me. Are you sure this is the one you're looking for?
Yep. Oh, it'll all make sense once I explain it.
This is not a prediction. I mean, it is a prediction. It's a prediction for the end.
It's a pretty.
But the end hasn't come, so.
Don't worry. You'll see once you're done reading.
Has the end come?
It has not come yet.
Oh, is this what's going to happen at the end?
This is going to happen. This is. It's going to reach its fulfillment at the end. If that makes sense.
Sure. How about we read something that the gospel author Matthew said already happened?
I would like you to read the verse that I'm going to prove to you that God exists with. And
sure, and then I'll cook you on the other verses. What's the next one?
That's just the one that I want to use.
Go ahead. What's your next one?
I don't have a next one. That's the one I want to use. I don't know. Do you not want to use that one? That's the one I want to use.
That's it? That's the thing that proves your God is real, that Jesus said a thing?
I'm just trying to show you. If you would
can't be
read
serious.
I
read everything. I read everything
It's
except for you who behave lawlessly. So
it's up to you to participate.
So what part of this got fulfilled?
Okay, so you read you who behave lawlessly. So in Christianity,
so what part of this got fulfilled?
Yes, the first of all, the mass hypocrisy.
I'm sorry, did I ask you a question?
Yes, you did. The mass hypocrisy. What part of the prophecy was fulfilled?
Right, that's what I'm asking. Yeah,
that's what I'm answering.
Okay.
The mass hypocrisy in Christianity.
That's in every religion.
The rise of Christianity and the mass hypocrisy.
Predicting hypocrisy is in every religion.
I didn't say hypocrisy.
That's not a special. That's not a special prediction.
I didn't say hypocrisy on its own. I said the mass hypocrisy. So
did he say mass hypocrisy?
Oh yeah, look into it. He doesn't say exactly mass hypocrisy, but if you look into it, it shows mass hypocrisy.
Yeah, and that's in every religion. Every religion is full of hypocrisy. Every religion is full of apostates. In fact, even in Islam, it predicted apostates. Does that mean that Allah is a high God?
I'm hoping you know that Islam is patently false.
I know Islam is as false as Christianity is false.
Oh, okay. Well,
so in Islam, they predicted that there would be...
I didn't know you know that Christianity is false.
In Islam, they predicted apostates. Does that mean that Allah was speaking through Muhammad?
No, Islam is obviously
okay.
false.
So then by the same virtue that this doesn't prove that Jesus is God, then the prediction of apostates in Islam isn't proof that Islam is true. So let's go to another passage then. We'll do an easy one. Matthew 21. I bet you've read Matthew 21 before.
That I had for you, so I don't really have anything else.
Well, I've got one for you. It says in Matthew 21, when he rode the donkey, in verse 3 we'll start. If anyone says anything to you, just say this: he ran. He was so terrified of reading the Bible that I don't know why he ran. All I wanted to do was read the Bible with him. These theists, these Christians, are literally terrified of reading the Bible. They're terrified of it. Oh, he ran from Blitz too? I know. They think they're so smart. They never are. All right, we've got Monty and Jaguar, and then we had somebody in the YouTube queue, but they must have they dropped out when I tried to bring somebody else in, and Monty dropped out now too. They must have got scared too. Everyone's terrified of reading the Bible. I just want to read the book. How you doing, Jaguar?
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Jaguar, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm 26. I am a believer, yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I have a pantheon, but Oshala is my main god.
Cool.
He's the sun god. Yeah.
Sure. And the pantheon, is it a pantheon of gods that you've kind of invented, or that it would be familiar to other people?
It would be familiar to anyone who has connections to the African Orishas, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. What would be the most compelling evidence that these gods are real?
Well, our gods are based in spirit and nature, and when I look outside in the day, I can see the sun is in the sky, I can see the moon is in the sky, and I can see that the stars have patterns that show stories and have given people inspiration. Our gods are more about storytelling, immortality through action, through feature, and I believe that humans have spirits, which is how we end up like having these ideas and prophecies. That's a tricky one. The spirit's like energy. It's
What's
to
energy?
me the sun. Energy is like E squared or something like that. Electrons, protons, all that stuff.
Equals MC squared. Energy is a measure rate of change in anything that has velocity and I keep wanting to say the word amplitude because I use it in electrical engineering a lot, but it's velocity and position is what we would call energy. It's a measured rate of change. Energy is not like a thing. It's not a stuff. It's not an entity that you can like touch. You know what I mean?
It's intangible.
Yeah.
And that's what a spirit is as well. Spirit's not really tangible on our mortal plane. I do believe in it, but I know that
Okay,
it's
so spirits don't exist.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you whether they exist or what you should believe. I'm going to say I believe in them, and I do believe in the sun. The sun is out there, real. The sun provides energy to this world, and we are remnants of that Big Bang all that time ago that created the stars, the sun, the earth, all of that. I believe that all those things are true, and I believe that that was a higher force that sort of created the catalyst that made energy perpetually
Sure, but
in our reality. Yes.
but Jaguar, what you're doing is you're describing your belief. I'm more curious to know what's the thing that would warrant the belief to be true.
Like I said, my belief is that the God is our sun. The sun is our God, in my people's belief at least, and the sun is very much real. We can go outside during the daytime on a non-cloudy day and see that the sun is there, and the sun is made out of energy that it provides to us. Everything we eat is because of the sun. Everything that we are, think, feel
Right.
is because of the sun.
Yes, I agree. The sun exists, but how do you know that the sun is a god?
Well, I guess it depends on what you think of with God. To me, God is like a creator force, and we were created by the sun. We were created by the energy the sun provided.
We were
To
created
me,
by
that
the
is,
sun?
yeah. We were created by the, I
Is the
guess,
sun
cosmic
sentient?
mass that surrounded the sun's gravitational pull. Yes.
Is the sun sentient?
I believe it's sentient to a degree, yes.
Does the sun make decisions? Does it have free will?
I believe so, yes.
How did you come to this knowledge?
It's my faith that I can experience life, and I know that this life is possible because of the sun. Therefore, how would life for myself be possible if what created it did not have some experience of that life as well?
Is my coffee sentient?
In my belief, if the coffee was made from plants or rocks, yes, it is at one point or has been sentient.
So I want to make sure we're on the same page here. You believe that Doug is sentient and is also God then?
I believe that everything has God in it to some degree. What
shit.
my people call God is more complex than just a monotheist belief system.
Well, praise Doug. Let me ask you a question then.
Praise Doug.
What would be what would be the distinguishing feature between your God or your conception of God and no God existing? Like, what would be the difference? How would I know?
I guess since again my belief is that the energy of the sun, the energy in ourselves is that God. If the sun ceased to exist, I guess in a way, if all the stars in the sky cease to exist somehow, perhaps that means that our universe's God has moved on to another universe. Maybe that's what would define no God. But so long as there's like energy, perpetual motion, stars in the sky, the moon, the sun, I believe God is here with us. Yeah.
Sure. And you do believe in Doug, right?
I mean, I believe that rocks are divine in nature, that the four elements, fire, earth, water, and air, are divine in nature. And if Doug is earth, then yes, Doug is a part of our world. Doug is a part of your belief system. I'm not going to disrespect your belief system right now.
Well, shit. I guess we'll end on a point of agreement then. Jaguar, thanks for coming up, my man.
Thank you for listening. Have a great night.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You know, some religions aren't really worth fighting against. It sounds like a pretty peaceful dude, and he's okay with me having Doug. So it can't be a dangerous religion. W Jaguar, indeed. I agree. Welcome back, Monty. Also, Watching Nation, thank you for the $5 super chat. They're asking, can I enable closed captions? I can somehow, I think. stick around for a minute as I'm talking to the next guest, watching The Nation. I'll see if there's a feature or a button somewhere that will allow me to turn on closed captioning, and we'll see if we can get that going for you. But thanks for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. Monty, you're back in. I assume you had a little bit of a connection snafu earlier, but we got you now. So are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I am a believer, and I'm over 18.
Awesome. And what God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus.
Cool. What would be most compelling or the most convincing argument for why the Christian God is real?
Okay, I can only tell you my testimony.
That's not helpful.
Well, if you want to hear it.
Do you want to hear my testimony about my Hindu friend and my testimony about my Islamic friend?
I had a lot of testimonies, but I'm sure that they don't have a testimony.
They do.
You know what a testimony is?
I know exactly what testimony is. So
what is it?
Are you going to discount the testimony of my friends from other religions and then expect me to believe your testimony?
Not really. You believe whatever you want, man.
Oh, okay.
It's a free will to believe.
So is a testimony evidence that a God is real?
You can't find evidence of a God being real because just like you can't find the evidence that there's love or hate.
Okay, so there's no evidence. Cool. All right.
There cannot be evidence.
For letting us know.
That's okay.
All right. Have a good one. All right. So I did check the closed captioning to see if there's a way to turn it on. There is a way to turn it on, but it looks like I have to do it before the stream starts. So I apologize. I can't turn it on right now. But I can turn it on for the video once the video is finished if you wanted to watch this later. Sorry about that. On future streams, I'll make sure that is turned on so we can try to make that a reality. And I'm just saying, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, did you see the Wes Huff and Billy Carson debate? I think you would destroy Wes Huff in a debate. I did see the debate. Wes Huff did very well. He did exactly what I thought he was going to do. He actually wanted to go to the manuscripts and look at what was in the manuscripts and call Billy out, because Billy his whole shtick is, I'm going to make unfounded claims about these documents that nobody's going to check me on because most people don't have access to them and they can't read Greek or Hebrew or ancient Akkadian or Mesopotamian or Sumerian. And so when he says things like, I am the world's foremost expert on these ancient documents, most people can't call him out on it because most people haven't read them themselves. But you get one guy, Wes Huff. Wes Huff really isn't highly educated. He is educated, by the way. He's got a master's of divinity. And then he's also working on his PhD. And I think he's doing New Testament studies, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But he should know Greek pretty well. If he's doing New Testament studies, he probably knows Greek pretty well. So the fact of the matter is, I mean, all he really has to do is pull open, like at one point he pulled open the Sinaiticus, which Billy Carson was falsely calling the Sinai Bible. That's not what it is. It's Codex Sinaiticus. And I mean, even like a first-year Bible college student could have called him out on it. The reason why Billy Carson has gotten this far is because he's never publicly sat down in front of somebody who knew an inkling about these documents. And the first time he did, man, he crumbled like a wet napkin. And Jay Cow, good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, hey, brother Justin, may Doug bless you. And may Doug bless you. He is the firm footing. He is the foundation. He is the stone that the builders rejected and is now the cornerstone. We've got with me H868. Welcome in.
Hello. I'm 31. Being transparent, I'm an agnostic, but I just had one question about what you said earlier regarding energy.
Sure.
You said it didn't exist. I think I would agree, but you would agree that there's like reference that exists for energy, correct?
Yeah, so energy is a property of what we might call matter or stuff, right? So when we say something has energy, what we're really describing is the property. Same thing, like if we said that that thing is red, well, red is the property that we're attributing to the thing, but it is not the thing itself. Does that make sense?
I see. So like it's like those reference of energy exists, but it's really just kind of like a conceptual label we put on those physical reference.
Right. Yeah. So like if I move my hand from here to here, I can measure the speed at which my hand is moving, and I can measure the position in which my hand is moving. And that is basically the definition of energy. It's a measured rate of change. And we use the word energy kind of colloquially to refer to like the ability to do stuff. And when we do it that way, that's a fine definition, but when we do it that way, then it starts to feel like energy itself is a thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see. Like you're saying that energy itself, like you can't like look under a rock and find energy, is what you're saying, correct?
Right. Yeah.
Like we could say like there are physical things that can create energy, or I guess be a referent for energy.
Yeah. So like when a rock falls into a pond and it creates the ripples, we say that there's an energy that was transferred between the rock and the water. But in reality, it wasn't that there was a thing. There wasn't an energy that was transferred. It's just that there was a particular form of matter that was in momentum, and then it hit something else, and then those things became also in motion as well.
I see. So like I think it's like the second law of thermodynamics with the conservation of energy principle. It's not so much that energy exists in perpetuity. I forget how to say that word.
Perpetuity?
Perpetuity, thank you. But it's really those the movements of the groups of physical objects that'll be conserved.
Yes, precisely. Yeah, the conservation of energy and the conservation of mass are actually really well linked together because they need each other. But the conservation of energy is dictating that remember when you were a kid and you heard an object in motion will remain in motion until it's acted upon.
Yep.
It's basically the same thing. An object in motion, by our human definition, has energy, and it will continue to be in motion until something stops it. But to say that it is in fact energy, like like energy is a stuff, I think would be misunderstanding the definition. But the problem is, like, we have to talk about energy in a colloquial term that makes sense to people. But when we do that, we kind of betray the nature of what energy technically is.
Got it. I see. Well, yeah, thanks for answering my question.
All right. Cheers. Good to see you.
Yep. Bye.
I think Dr. Blitz does a really good explanation of the energy is not stuff. I learned it the hard way by going to engineering school, and 'cause I'm an electrical engineer, and you think of electricity as like a form of energy, right? But when you look deeper into it, it's a little more complicated than that. It's not an energy. Monks, listen, man, you still got a ton of background noise. What is happening over there?
I don't understand what the deal is. Maybe it's something with the headset. Let me switch the headset off.
Your headset is on like volume 12.
Right, is that different?
It's better.
Is that different?
Yeah, it's better. Yep. Yeah, I think we're okay. Can you hear me? Are you driving right now?
Testing.
Can you hear me? I can hear you. Hola.
Okay, I think I heard something there.
Yeah, can you hear us now?
Oh, yeah.
All right, fantastic.
So is it the same?
I think we're better.
All right. I think it was the headset, the Bluetooth connection. I don't know what the deal is.
Sure, yeah. Okay, so...
All right.
What should we call you? You want to be called Monks?
Oh, you can call me anything you want.
Are you raking leaves right now? Because that's very loud.
Sorry, I set the phone down on a Walmart bag. So I'm not moving it now, so there shouldn't be any noise. Except for
I can hear
cars in the
driving
parking
by
lot.
quite loudly. Is there no place you can go to?
I think I can. Let me walk into my RV.
If you're...
I was going to multitask and try to work underneath my RV at the same time I'm talking to you, but
I get it.
that doesn't need to be the case.
No, it doesn't. Okay, I think we're better now.
Yeah, I'm inside.
All right, so monks, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
I'm 58, and I believe in a lot of things. Can you be more specific?
Do you believe in a god or multiple gods?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so one of the two?
Both, I guess.
So you believe in multiple gods?
Yes.
Cool. And are they gods that anyone would know, or gods that you created?
Gods that everybody would know, I guess.
Cool. And what are their names?
I mean, there's all kinds of them. There's Yahweh, of course. There's Zeus. There's the All-Father. There's Diana. I mean, there's all kinds of them.
So you kind of believe in just about all of the gods? Are there any gods that you don't believe in?
I can't think of any.
Do you believe in?
Other than conceptual farts, brain farts that people have that they attach belief to.
Yeah. Do you believe in Lord Marduk?
Sure.
Oh shit! What about Inanna?
Absolutely. Great
Astarte?
gal. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I hate that I have to talk to someone who believes in Lord Marduk because I like Lord Marduk, minus a couple things. But
I love Zeus. I think he's awesome. I think the human failings of Zeus are fantastic.
Well,
I mean, awful. Some of them are very awful. Let me say I don't agree, but also encouraging that they're human characteristics.
Sure. Yeah. So what would be the most compelling or the most convincing evidence that any of these deities exist?
Well, that's going to be a rough one. I either have to run the gambit of trying to root it out to the base first, or I have to sound like a lunatic. Which one would you rather have?
I think it'll end in the same way, no matter which path you take.
That's hilarious and probably true.
It is what it
Okay,
is.
let's root it out.
Let me ask you a question.
Let's root it out.
What would be the difference, right? What could you point to that would be the difference between your gods existing and your gods not existing?
Order in the universe to start with.
Okay, so you believe that your gods ordered the universe.
The architect, anyway.
Cool. And how do you know this?
No is a strong word.
What?
It's
Why
a
do you
subset of
believe
belief. Well, because there is order in the universe, that it's so extreme, this order. This extreme order makes it so that, one planet in the solar system can support life that we know of.
Can you be more specific when you say extreme order? Because I don't see extreme order.
Well,
Autumn, thank you for the crown.
The way the periodic table works, I mean, everything is very in line, very exact, very precise. Everything needs to...
How does the periodic table work?
It needs to function in a very specific order.
Right, but
that's almost impossible.
Do you know?
And I'm not saying.
Do you know what separates
almost
the elements?
impossible proves anything?
Do you know what separates the elements?
Yeah, how many? Whatchamacallit? Oh.
Yeah, it's just the ratio of the protons.
Yeah, how many it has.
Yeah, so we're really talking about the mass or the atomic weight of an atom, right? But that's
right.
That's not special. That's
but it's the interactions, not that they it's that they exist in the first place the way they do, because it's very precise and very narrow. Once again, you have one. Here you are. 2 here, 3 here, 4 there, 5 there. It's very precise. It's not chaotic. It's very ordered.
Okay. So let's talk about the preciseness of the universe. You're suggesting that it was created with intention by a deity, then, right?
Intention. Okay. I would go with that.
Was it
intention.
by accident?
No, I would think the ratio of life is very intentional.
And they went as far as to pay attention to even the finest detail, like the weight of an atom, right?
Absolutely, to make the laws of physics.
Okay. And then they shit the bed when it came to natural disasters?
Not at all.
Okay, so why do we have natural disasters?
Because we need to see calamity happen.
Why?
So that we recognize it, so that we feel it, so it's a very visceral experience for us, so that we can know it. Very much like any kind of suffering.
But why do we need
we have
to know
have it so we can know it, so that as we progress,
why do we need to know it?
Because when we get in the place where we are basically godlike, we need to be able to be responsible and realistic. I mean,
with what?
The life that we create, the life that we administrate.
But what does that have to do with natural disasters?
There needs to be calamity that we can witness, and we need to suffer. And
right, but why?
And well, there's many whys. There's that conceptual thing for us, and there's also the system itself that creates us physically.
Right, but why
has
do we
to be
need to
chaotic.
suffer?
Things have to change. Things have to move.
Right, but why do we need to suffer?
So that we know what suffering's like, so we don't inflict it and not understand it.
So we can't not inflict suffering unless we've suffered ourselves.
Right. There will always be suffering.
Okay, so
for us.
So we can't just have instructions. So like, for example,
yes, we can have instructions, but you've instructed a kid to do something.
I've never been swallowed up in a tornado. Do I need a tornado to hit me to know that I don't want it?
No.
Okay, so we don't need these things.
But we need as a species, as an individual. I don't not talking about individuals really. I'm talking about as a species, humans.
I don't think we do.
I think we need to know how unexpected things can happen and can be calamity.
Unexpected
so
things
that we have the power to do incredible things. When we have the power to do incredible things, we can make mistakes.
Unexpected things happen with or without natural disasters. I'm talking about why natural disasters specifically need to exist, because unexpected things happen to me all day.
Well, let's say you shift the periodic table, and you shift it in a way that causes energy fission across the universe.
And none of those things were natural disasters. So I'm trying to stay on point here. I know that you might want to pivot away from natural disasters because it's a difficult talking point, but we're not going to do that. So I'm still trying to figure out what is the thing that natural disasters are necessary for that couldn't be accomplished in another way that wasn't so grisly. He might not know he's muted. Send an invite here. Karen in the comments crashing out. Karen, you're not coming back up. There's a reason why people call you Karen. Monks, are you still talking?
I don't know.
There we go. We got him.
Am I?
Yep. Okay, so
anyway,
I'm still trying to pinpoint what is the need for natural disasters. Because...
Okay, so let's say you are a god, and you fiddle with the periodic table, and it has the effect of making all the life in the universe die horribly over a period of a year. And you can't figure out what happened, but you don't care because you don't know suffering. You don't know calamity. You can't put yourself in those shoes. You can't have empathy.
So are your gods...
That would be awful. That would be a disaster.
Are your gods limited in knowledge? They don't know that if they rearrange a couple things in the periodic table that they're going to inflict harm?
No.
So they're just a bunch of buffoons.
Buffoons with a lot of power.
It sounds like a bunch of buffoons.
You could say buffoons. I mean, you can't judge them all that way. I mean, it'd be like judging scientists, nuclear physicists. Obviously, there were some of them stupid enough to mess around with a screwdriver with the demon core. Are you familiar with that?
No, I've never heard of demon cores. What do they want from humanity?
To help. For us to grow, for us to become better and bigger,
but they're the ones
by
that
our own
fucked us
bootstraps. Well, we got to do it ourselves. That's the whole point.
Oh, so they're not helping then?
They're only helping us figure stuff out. They're not doing anything for us.
They're definitely not doing anything for us, I agree. What would be the difference? If all these gods disappeared tomorrow, what would be different about the world?
Well, there wouldn't be a world in the first place.
How do you know that?
Well, it all roots out again. The order in the universe, all of that stuff, it has to be at least started like a computer program.
Yeah, it started. We're here right now. So if all the gods
Oh,
die,
okay.
if all these gods die tomorrow, what happens?
Oh, actually, until the death of the universe, you probably wouldn't know very much about the difference.
So it wouldn't be a difference. Okay, so there's no difference between these gods existing and these gods not existing, and by that virtue, I'm not inclined to believe that these gods exist.
Okay, and you can do that. It's the point of it is not to find proof in that existence. It's to find proof that the belief itself is wise and productive and good for everybody. If it is, then I think you should keep it. If it isn't, then I think you should dump it. If you think leprechauns rule the world secretly and, somehow, I can't imagine how, but that's a wise thing to think. It's productive and it's good for everybody. Well, that's great. I think you should just go ahead and believe that.
Well, I agree. Listen, if your belief system can accommodate other people's belief systems and you don't believe in misogyny or slavery or racism or sexism, then I'm perfectly happy with you keeping your gods.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good for everybody.
I agree.
Definitely
All right,
not. But
thanks for coming
yeah,
up.
so it's a proof, but not the particular proof that you're preferring.
Well, I don't know
right?
if there's any proof at all. I've heard claims, but no proofs.
Okay. Well, let's say the teachings of Buddha, for example. There's proof that the effect that has in the world.
Like what?
Well, there's been no Buddhist world war. No country's been invaded because they were Buddhist or not Buddhist.
So, Parker, thank you for
all this kind of stuff. I mean,
I like the teachings of Buddha, but to me that doesn't mean that the thing that he worshipped was real.
It doesn't necessarily mean that Buddha was real, but the teachings are something to believe in, and there's factual basis for them, not to be confused with the things that later monks wrote about him and stuff, but because fan fiction, like the New Testament.
Yeah, the New Testament is fan fiction. That shit's mythology.
People get mad when I say fan fiction, but what else can you say? I mean, come on.
I know. It is what it is. But listen, monks, I'm perfectly happy with you keeping your religion as long as you're peaceful. That's why we typically don't debate too many Buddhists here, because, to be honest, it's a pretty damn peaceful religion.
Einstein said it was like a futuristic religion that he hoped the Earth would adopt. I was like, wow, he said that? He was pretty smart.
I don't know if he said that, but he was a smart guy. But thanks for coming up, Monk, and thanks for going into the RV so we can hear you talk.
Hey, no worries. I appreciate you, man.
All right, cheers. Yeah, we don't get too many Buddhists. I've actually met a couple Buddhists in real life, and most of them don't want to debate the existence of their God. But Marduk, thank you for the $2 super chat. Marduk says, do you have a way to turn down the guest's voice? I do on YouTube. I turned that guest down by about 5%. So let me know if it's a little bit better on the YouTube stream. I can make a similar adjustment on the TikTok stream if I need to. If we get a really loud guest, I can turn mine up. I can't turn them down. So we can toy with it a little bit. But Tippy Tappy Tutor, thank you so much for the $2 Euro chat. I really appreciate that. And thanks so much for the support, guys. We're going to get... Oh, I had somebody waiting in the YouTube queue, and I was going to grab them because we haven't taken anyone from YouTube yet, but then they dropped out. Guys, if you're on the YouTube stream and you're thinking, hey, I'd love to join in this chat and show this atheist proof for my God, well, there's a link in the description of the video, and you can jump right in, and you can talk to me. You can tell me that I'm an idiot, and you can tell me that your God is real, and I'd love for that to happen. That being said, we've got some people waiting in the TikTok queue, so we're going to bring them in, and we're going to keep the train on the rails, hopefully. Welcome in, Chase.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to join. I'm so sorry.
No worries. Cheers. Have a good one.
Cheers.
All right, and then we got GoHabs89 and Zachary. I think GoHabs was just in here the other day yesterday when we were talking to Jeff and to Wayne. Welcome in, GoHabs.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nice, beautiful. Yeah, I wasn't here the other day. I ran out of the house really quickly. By the time I came back, I had missed it. So sorry about that.
No worries. Welcome in. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18. I'm not a believer, so I won't take up too much of your time. I just had a question for you. You seem very knowledgeable on the subject. I was just wondering if you could shed some light for me on the trial of the bitter water. If I'm understanding this correctly, is God
it's a forced miscarriage, if that's what you're asking.
Is he saying that abortion is okay, it's permissible?
Well, basically what's happening here is God is suggesting that if a woman has been confirmed to be cheating on her husband, that the potion would cause her womb to drop out. If it happens that she's conceived, it's not clear that the woman would have conceived when she was brought to the trial, but let's be honest, most people would have been suspicious primarily because the woman was pregnant and they're like, I didn't get her pregnant. And so the general idea is you take her before the priest and they make her drink a potion that has the letters of the curse scraped off into it and some dirt from the floor. And then it makes her sick. And then if in fact it turns out that she was unfaithful, her womb will drop out. And let me give you the most compelling reason for why I think this is an abortion. Because elsewhere in the text, for example, in Deuteronomy 22, verses 22 through 23, if somebody's caught in adultery, they get executed. That's the rule. They get executed. They don't get punished, okay? So here, God is saying, it's clear that they didn't catch the person, right? So a spirit of jealousy comes upon the man, and he's thinking that the woman cheated. Now, if the woman actually cheated and she's pregnant, then the baby dies. The baby takes to death, not the woman. And so I think that's a pretty compelling reason why this is probably more about abortion and less about adultery, because it seems to be focusing on what's happening with the womb and a little bit less with the woman being executed. If this was really about adultery, if the whole chapter was about adultery, I would assume that some part of the chapter would be about her being stoned if she was guilty.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I guess I'm just confused why people would use the Bible to defend life when it kind of seems like they're totally okay with abortion.
Well, because they haven't read it, and God is obsessed with purity. For example, in Deuteronomy 23, he quite literally says, those born or anyone born of an illicit union shall not be allowed to enter into the assembly of the Lord, even into the 10th generation. So if all you did was to get born out of wedlock, you're not even welcome in the assembly of God. So the fact that God is executing these illicit children is not surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. Did Joseph accuse Mary of this? Like, that'd be a pretty wild claim for my wife to say that she was immaculately conceived.
That is why it said that Joseph sought to put her away quietly, because he didn't want her to get executed.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just a pretty wild belief for me.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate the question.
I appreciate you. Thanks, man. Hail, Doug.
Hail, Doug. Cheers. I believe. And also, Ghost Dog Blue says, Hail, Doug, as well. All praises unto Doug, the stony one. Praises, Doug. Never take Doug for granted, guys. Never take Doug for granted. Do not reject the stone. He is the cornerstone. And Tim, thank you for the $5 super chat. Tim says, keep up the outstanding work, Justin. This kind of dialogue is critically necessary, especially here in the States. And I agree, Tim. Listen, we have to be having these dialogues. And 46, thank you so much for the dinosaur. I really appreciate it. Big W for dinosaurs. Dinosaurs, believe it or not, was the first biblical question I ever had. I was literally in the first grade. I was in Catholic school, and we were talking about dinosaurs, and I thought, did dinosaurs live alongside humans? And my first grade teacher was like, nope. And I was like, that's kind of weird. So God created dinosaurs and then later decided he was going to create humans? That didn't make sense to me. I couldn't figure it out. Eddie, thank you for the 8-month subscription. I appreciate that. Zachary, welcome in. Zachary, I think we've talked before, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Last time we talked is that I asked you about like if, the virgin birth was a prophecy. And I'm here today like with another question, with something that you could pretty much like use against these Christians, because everybody knows that for me, my best comeback for Christians is that, oh, you're making fun of me? Oh, you better watch out. You don't want two bears to fall on you right now, do you?
Mm-mm. Not at all. They'll tear you to shreds, and 41 of your friends.
Yeah, for me, like, can you just like explain just a little bit? Because I've been reading the passage. It's just I'm not understanding why. What did these kids do? I'm like, okay, children will be children. I'm not gonna be very childish about it. But
children,
is there like any context? Any context to it, like to the verse, pretty much?
No, that's it. 2 Kings chapter 2, verse 23 to 24. It's about all there is.
That's pretty much, all that pretty much happened.
Yep.
I mean, all I can think of is it's immoral.
Obviously. Yeah.
I was like, what? Okay, you're going to save Daniel from 3 lions, but you're going to do this to 3 children?
I know. I agree. It's preposterous. But listen, Zachary, I got to get someone from in here for a debate, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much. Just use that against them.
Please. I will. It's going to come up, obviously.
Praise Doug. Praise Doug. Bye,
Praise
everybody.
Doug. Cheers. Good to hear from you, Zachary. All right. We've got Billy coming in from the YouTube. Billy's been having a little bit of trouble with his camera, perhaps, but I think he's got it working. I see him on the screen. There's a little bit of echo right now, though.
Well, I'll get Eve.
Yeah, try some headphones.
I'll get them in.
Yeah, Christopher is saying Streamlabs isn't working. Christopher, that can't be correct because I've got somebody on Streamlabs right now. So I think Streamlabs is okay. We'll see, though. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat, Kay. I appreciate that. And thank you for being a subscriber. Kay says, wait, seriously, if my parents weren't married when they had me, then I'm automatically going to hell, or am I saved through repentance? But it would be weird to repent for sins I didn't commit. Yeah, on Deuteronomy 23, it doesn't say that you're going to go to hell. It just says that you're not allowed in the assembly of the Lord, which is referring to the group, God's holy people group. Like when they come to assemble at the tabernacle or eventually at the temple and participate in the religion, you're not allowed to participate in that. But Billy, I think the echo's good now. Let's see if we can hear you talk.
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's a little bit quiet, but I can hear you. Maybe put your microphone closer to your face.
Is that better? Is that better?
It's not terrible. Can you guys hear him?
Hello.
I can hear you, but it's really quiet elsewhere.
I don't know.
Can you put your microphone close to your face? You got a microphone on your earbuds, right?
It's closer. It's closer.
There you go. It's better now.
All
right. So are you at least
How you
18?
doing, brother? Yeah, 23.
Okay. And are you a believer?
Christian, yeah.
Cool. Awesome. What would be the most convincing argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Well, not the Christian God.
Oh, I thought you said
I go
Christian.
the God without idols. I'm Christian, but I mostly focus on Christ, not really the Old Testament, stuff like that, the stories of the New Testament.
Is the Old Testament and the New Testament God the same God?
I don't care. I just follow Christ.
Yeah. Is the Old Testament God and the New Testament God the same God?
I just follow Christ, bro.
It's a yes or
Not
no. Is
it
the Old
doesn't-
Testament is the Old Testament God
the specifics of the?
is the Old Testament God and the New Testament God the same God?
So you're talking Yahweh.
I'm just asking you, are they the same God?
So you're talking Yahweh.
It's a yes or no.
You're talking Yahweh.
Yep, that's his name. It is Yahweh God.
If Yahweh is a force that binds everything, then I'd say yes. That's what I'm talking about.
So you don't believe in the Trinity?
Force of consciousness that binds. I believe in the Trinity, yeah. But
Do you
my
think that
interpretation of it
Jesus
is
and the
different
Father
from-
are one?
from the Bible? Pardon?
Do you believe that Jesus and the Father are one?
Yeah, I'd say he'd be a good dad.
Okay, so then the God of the New Testament is the same as the God of the Old Testament. Glad we can finally get that figured out. Okay, so what would be the best evidence that this God is real?
Well, going outside of that realm, I know that was your question, but I'm going to derail it anyways. If you can give me proof, scientific...
Funny that wasn't my question.
Scientific, tangible proof.
Did you actually hear my question?
For the first instance of consciousness and where it came from, you can give me scientific proof of that, and I won't believe in a God anymore, and I'll go atheist.
Did you hear my question?
Straight away.
Did you hear my question?
No, something about the New Testament God. So pigeonholing me.
Okay, so we'll just move on from him and move on to an actual adult, and we'll see what happens. We've got a new caller in. We'll bring him up. How you doing, Nameless Scissors? And they ran. That didn't work very long for him. All right, we'll grab someone from the queue on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube and you're thinking to yourself, that caller embarrassed himself, I can do a better job. There's a link in the description of the video. Also, if you're watching this on Facebook or even, I think on Instagram even, if you go to the comments, actually Instagram not so much, but if you go to the description on the Facebook feed or the Twitch feed or the YouTube feed, you'll find a link that will allow you to join the discussion, and you can participate as well. And Cranky Old Cuber, thank you so much for being here tonight, and thank you for the $5 super chat. They say the New Testament is fan fiction loosely set in the Greek version of the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy, and to that I say aphem. That's pretty much my take on it as well. And 321, good to see you in the house tonight with the $2 Euro chat, says, why does the Lord have so much trouble with IT? Listen, he's not sending his best, guys. He's just not. But we do have Trip Sitter. Did I get that right? Trip Sitter?
Yep. How's it going?
Welcome in, Trip Sitter. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in some form of deity?
Yeah, I'm 21 and I'm Lutheran Christian.
Cool. What would be the most convincing evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real?
Well, when it comes down to it, I really look at the Old Testament as, yeah, it can be harsh, but he's like a very harsh father. You know, I had a very strict father, and a lot of good comes from strictness and order. And what I really love about the Bible and the Old Testament specifically, and how it pertains to the average person, you know, it has the same morals, same things, except he's just a little bit stricter. A lot of these modern Christians want to believe, oh, God loves everyone. He's there for you all the time, this, and that. That's not the case. He gives you the tools to get your life together, and if you don't do it yourself, that's you. And what I think proves
so he's just really strict.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. This is a really short one. It's like 2 verses. Okay. This 2 Samuel chapter 6. This is when they're carrying the Ark of the Lord to Jerusalem. They're transporting the Ark of the Covenant. It says, when they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to steady the Ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there, and he died there beside the Ark of God. Do you think that that's being strict, or that's just being malicious?
Yeah, you can look at it one of two ways. It can be malicious and strict. sometimes you got to have a slap to your face, and that's the harsh reality of
What
this
did he do
world.
wrong?
You know, I would say he did nothing wrong. I would say he was abiding by God's will, just like Abraham. You know, just getting tested, and
So he didn't do anything
it's a
wrong,
very,
and God
it's a
said,
very.
"Poof, you're dead." Why was God upset?
Your guess is as good as mine. You know, from what I hear and from what I'm taught is that God knows what happens in the future, whether we're going to do bad or good, with the life that He gives us, which does promote some very confusing questions. But what I'm getting to is the good side of the Bible, because you know we can't really trust what is written 10,000 years ago. I like to focus on stuff that makes sense in the Bible.
Wait, so this part
Mainly,
wasn't from God?
I do not know, to be honest with you.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay
But
then.
when it comes
Well,
to when
Wani,
it
thank
comes
you
to
for
God,
becoming a subscriber. I appreciate that. Atheist Bulldog, thank you for sending out a subscription. So, what parts of the Bible are true and what parts are not true?
for me, it would have to be the most logical, basic, good ones. You know, it's like love thy neighbor, you know, just be a good person in general. I'm not really too Bible literate, but when it comes down to it, I believe that the goodness of God is shown in the goodness of people. You know, it gives
The
a rule
goodness
book
of
for people to
God.
follow. The good part of him, good part of him.
Oh,
I don't know if he's evil. I don't know if he's not. You know, these books were written thousands of years ago. They could have been taken with some evil people who just wanted to rule over.
okay. So
But
then
there are some good parts to it,
we
which
can
do
just
make
lean on our own
sense.
understanding then.
Yeah.
The Bible says not to lean on your own understanding, so we can throw that out. That verse goes.
Oof. Damn, you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm learning something today.
This is disappointing.
Well,
Most of the Lutherans I know have actually read the Bible. They're pretty biblically literate usually. Usually it's
well, I
the
guess
Catholics
this
that don't read the book.
information is. Yeah, I'm just preaching what I'm told. They just say the good parts. I didn't know it was yeah.
Yeah. Why do you believe that Jesus is God?
I do not believe Jesus is God. When it comes to a true Lutheran, it's just your personal relationship with the Lord.
So John 1:1's not true, and it says that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and then the Word became flesh.
Well, I'm not very Bible literate, I tell you. My mom tried to force that Bible on me, but there is, like you said, a lot of things that didn't make sense, especially slavery. And when it comes down to it, I just believe that there's some good parts of the Bible that you should take out, and there's some bad that you should just stay away from because you don't know who's taking it, who's had their hands on these copies.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
He doesn't agree with that, though.
I'm an atheist. Let's imagine that you and I live identical lives, right? I mean, we do
Yeah.
all the same stuff. We have all the same behavior and tendencies, but you believe in God and I don't believe in God. I go to hell and you don't go to hell. Why is that the case?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say we agree with most parts of the Bible. That's one thing my parents don't like is that doesn't make sense. I agree with you on that. Like I've always questioned them with that and they never can give me a straight answer.
Right. Because theoretically, hell should be a punishment for bad behavior, but it's really not. It's just a punishment for who believes the wrong thing.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like that part of the Bible. It doesn't make any sense. It seems like a way to just control people. I
So,
believe a loving God just yeah, he gave us free will. As long as we don't destroy other people's free will, we should be okay.
so it sounds to me like you don't believe as much of this as you might think you do. Why are you holding on to this religion? Why not just believe in some sort of agnostic deity? Why do you hold on to the Christian deity?
What's an agnostic deity? What's that?
It's a kind of an undefined deity. You'd say like, well, I believe in God, but it's not like a specific God. It's not the God of Christianity or Islam.
Huh, that's a good way to describe it. I don't know. Most of my life has just been Lutheran, going to church, hearing the same stories, the same miracles that happen that I've never seen myself. But
Right.
I like the rules with it. I think the rules and the morals within the Bible are a good way to follow. And when I look at other religions, like the Middle Easterns, for example, they're just very dirty and they got bad morals over there, like very, very bad.
I mean, you're not going to get any disagreement with me on that one. But my problem with even the New Testament is the New Testament says to follow the law of Moses, and the law of Moses is horrific. So, for example, in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus advocated for the law of Moses, which includes slavery, rape. It includes all kinds of horrific things. Women don't have consent anymore.
Yeah.
I mean,
oh my God.
So, like, I
yeah, I would
understand.
say I'm on my journey to becoming somewhat agnostic. I guess you would put it like that.
Yeah,
but
big W. I did the
far,
same. Yeah.
My religion is just very comfortable. It's like a relationship. It's kind of hard to leave.
I get it. I was a Christian for 20 years, and I left it. And then I was agnostic for quite a while after that before I became an atheist. But to be honest, I mean,
Well, what's the difference between atheist and agnostic?
Well, if you're agnostic, you basically believe in some kind of a God, but you're typically unsure. It's a position of unknowingness, whereas atheism is the position of no longer believing in a deity. So, like, I can't tell you that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that no God exists. All I can tell you is that at this current point in time, I have no belief that a God exists.
I like that. I like that.
Right.
Yeah, and when I look at how they're described like, I've been listening to Joe Rogan. he describes them as like DMT entities, and how the Bible really correlates with what DMT entities look like in the description of angels. So that's why I've kind of held on to the Christian religion too, Lutheran Christian. But
right.
Yeah.
But listen, it sounds like you're
yeah.
deconstructing a little bit already. Do me a favor, and I want you to go into my link tree when you get a chance and click copy and paste the Discord link into your browser and join our Discord community. There's not a bunch of atheists like me. I mean, some of them are obviously, but we've got over 1,000 people there now, and a lot of them are in the process of deconstructing and questioning things and trying to learn together. I'd love to see you in the community.
I'll check it out. Hell yeah, man! I got Discord. Yeah, people spitting knowledge on there. It's like a big old chat, right?
Yeah, it's growing more and more. I thought we were gonna maybe hit 1,000 by Christmas, but we've already surpassed it at the beginning of the month, and I think the Discord just started like back in May or June, so we're moving at a pretty big clip right now. So there's a bunch of people in there, and we'd love to see you join, man.
Hell yeah, check it out. Have a good one, man. Hell yeah.
All right, cheers. Have a great one. There's a good, honest conversation. You read something in your Bible and you say, you know what, maybe I don't believe that to be the case. Baldy, thank you so much for the subscription. And Kendra, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate that. And somebody was sending out subscriptions, maybe Atheist Bulldog. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. We've got some people waiting to come in. Johnny Barrios, thank you so much for the 666 over Cash App. Big W, Johnny, and Big W 666. Also, Paul Hemingway, thank you so much for the 666. Paul says, someone said your Streamlabs isn't working. Also, praise Doug. Yeah, I noticed that, but I don't know why they said that. The Streamlabs appears to be working. Some people were saying when that last guest was up here that the audio on TikTok was messed up. Let me know if it happens again when the next guest comes up, because it happened yesterday when we were having the debate with Wayne, and no, it was the day before that, I forget. And it was only on some people's phones. Some people's phones it was fine, and other people's phones it was not. But they said that my voice got really high pitched like a chipmunk, which is really weird. I don't know why it would do that. But we'll see what we can do, guys. If things get funny, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah, it's all fine for you? Yeah, it's weird. It's like a TikTok. It's not like that on YouTube either. The YouTube stream is just fine. It's just something going on with TikTok right now. I don't know what to do, guys. But Maximilian, thank you so much for the 1234 super chat. Max says, do you have any plans for merchandise anytime soon? Sure could use Doug with me in my room. And yes, I'm not doing merchandise. Benny and Crystal and a few other members at the Deconstruction Junction Discord, they have a merchandise shop. You can, if you join the Discord, you'll find the link to the Deconstruction Junction merchandise, and you'll find merchandise for Doug. You'll find merchandise for all kinds of deconstruction creators that you've probably seen before. So I would highly encourage you to join the Deconstruction Junction, and then you'll find the link to the shop. But me personally, I'm not going to be doing any merchandise. I don't have time for it. I can't keep up with it. And I would just donate the money to a cause anyways. And so, and Benny and his crew are already donating the money from the Deconstruction Junction shop right now. So like they're already doing the thing that I would do. So for me, it would be redundant to open up my own merchandise shop, but who knows in a couple years, right? Naruto, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, acknowledge the flying spaghetti monster right now. I acknowledge the flying spaghetti monster right now. He is real and he loves you. Cameron, good to see you, my friend. Cameron, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I love the last honesty. I agree. I love it when you can read the Bible or even mention the Bible to somebody and they're like, oh yeah, it says what it says. And the thing that it says is horrific. I mean, because that's just called being honest, right? Devil Scissors, how you doing? Are you actually with us? What is happening right now? I have no idea what's happening with this guest is literally named the Devil, and their camera is apparently just a pair of scissors. So that's exciting. But apparently you're not actually on the stream, so we're just gonna cut you. All right, guys. And we are gonna grab somebody here from the TikTok queue. I see a couple of new faces, so we'll grab them. If you're watching this on the YouTube stream, there is a link, or the Facebook stream even, there is a link in the description, and you can click on the join link, and you can join without having to have a membership for anything. But how you doing, explanation times 3?
I'm Richie. I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing good, thank you for asking. Richie, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm over 18. I'm a Christian.
Cool. And what would be your most convincing evidence or most compelling argument for why the Christian God is real?
Personal experience.
That's not good. Do you accept people's personal experiences from other religions?
Wait, by the way, forgive me. I get nervous when I speak. So, no, I don't really, because I've been researching it. Like, I've been trying to get a hold of you for like 2-3 days. Like my personal story, I was doing like some other stuff before I came to Christ, and then all the experiences I was having, like sleep paralysis, all of that, it went away. And then like, I don't know, I just felt like this pruning that I've been experiencing.
Why is it that, where are you from, by the way? About which country you're from?
England.
England, okay. I've heard a lot of people, believers, talk about sleep paralysis, and it's never been an American. What is with people from other? What's with believers from other countries dealing with sleep paralysis? Are you guys all being possessed by the same demon?
No, I don't think so. Like after being saved, I've seen like testimonies of even Americans having the same experiences.
Sure.
I think one of them is Joe Simmons. He talks about his testimony where he used to do the same thing I was doing, and I found him out after, not before, right?
Cool.
Where he was doing the same stuff.
Awesome. Librarian Amber, thank you so much for the Venmo. It didn't come through my notifications, but I saw your comment, so thank you for that. Great. So you won't accept people's experiences from other religions, so then by the same virtue, I won't accept your experience.
I mean, like, I'm not sure whether I accept them, because if I was looking into the Bible and I found out, the story of the Pharaoh's mages, where they repeat the same plagues that God was able to recreate. So I was thinking maybe perhaps the others, they're just, false deities doing the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't believe that story's true.
of the Pharaohs.
Yeah, why would I believe that that's true?
I'm not sure. You'd have to have belief in God.
I
know
don't.
you deconstructed before, right?
Mm-hmm.
From Christianity. And my question was, because I found you out on a podcast before.
A podcast?
Yeah, where you went on a Christian podcast talking about your deconstruction, and you explained how you had some type of healing after believing in Jesus and doing a prayer, something about your back.
Yeah.
And I was wondering, so if you don't believe in Jesus that he healed you, then what do you think it was?
Well, back ailments heal themselves pretty regularly without any intervention. It just happens to be that way. But you know what never gets healed when you pray to God is like you never have a limb grow back and you never receive your eyesight back.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, that's what I was questioning. Like, but at that time, did you think it was a miraculous healing?
Oh yeah, at that time for sure. Yeah.
Okay, and then what made you stop believing it?
The Bible is just not true. It's demonstrably untrue.
Yeah. No, that's the same thing I've been questioning. Like, there's so many contradictions in the Bible, and like,
there's a bunch.
Yeah, but from personal experience, I don't know. Like, when you were a believer, did you experience any spiritual experiences?
Yeah, but in hindsight, they're not spiritual experiences. They're just your brain thinking you're having a spiritual experience.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So what would you think that my experience was?
Your brain.
And many others.
Your brain. The same thing that you think other people in other religions are having.
All right. And what do you think about many... what do you think about... how do I explain this? Hold on. What do you think about psychics and all that stuff?
They're all fake, every one of them.
Nonsense? What about the ones that they actually do prophesy and stuff? I don't know what type of church you went to, but did you have anybody try to prophesy to you?
All the time, never comes true.
Nothing came true.
Never.
Yeah.
I've probably heard 200 failed prophecies over my course of being a Christian.
Yeah, I've been trying to bring this up so many times in your Discord. Like, the only line I have on why I would believe in Jesus Christ is why there's so many against Jesus Christ in positions of power. So you telling me the people who have the most resources, so they know the scientists, they know everything. The Freemasons. If you look into it,
who are the Freemasons?
It's a secret society.
And what do you know about them?
From what I read, they have a exoteric message that they sell to the cattle, which is that they're just a secret society that helps and they donate and stuff.
They are a secret society, and you know that quite a few of them are Christians.
Well, no, exactly. That's what they want you to believe. If you read the Bible, they don't believe in Jesus.
They don't have any formal doctrine. They're all the only religious doctrine they have is that to become a member, you have to believe in some kind of higher power. A lot of the people in the group believe.
Grand Architect.
A lot of the people in the group believe in Christianity.
Okay. Did you read their books?
I've got a copy of it. Yeah, I'm not supposed to have a copy of it.
So did you read that there's an exoteric and esoteric, where the first they lead you astray. They want the initiates.
That's not in any of their books.
Morals and Dogma. I'm not sure if I go up on my phone, is it gonna skip out of the live?
Yeah, you won't be able to be heard. But listen, the Freemasons are irrelevant to the discussion.
No, well, okay. So what I was trying to say is, if you read Morals and Dogma, you know that they worship Lucifer, right?
They don't.
But there's no way for me to read it. I think it's on page 839 or something like that.
Morals and Dogma is not about Satan worship.
My laptop. No, it's about having an exoteric, which is exactly what you're saying, that they believe in God, they believe in a grand architect. And then there's an esoteric, which is for the indoctrinated, which is
only if you're in the
knowledge.
only if you're in the Scottish branch.
Okay, and so that means that the members are Satan and Lucifer worshippers.
No, not at all.
And from what I read,
I don't
only
think
ones
you've read
who-
anything, my man. I don't. This is bordering on the absurd at this point.
Can I just say it? In it, I'm not sure if you just type in what I'm just trying to say, is it going to show up? But it says that the 30th, the 31st, and the 32nd, and this is from Morals and Dogmas, so this is credible source. They all claim the 30th, 31st, and 32nd degree is the ones who know what is truly going on, that they worship Lucifer as God.
It doesn't say
It
that.
clearly says that in their book.
No, it doesn't.
Wait, if I go on my laptop, are you going to wait for me?
No.
I mean, okay, there's not really a point because I'm trying to explain that it is and you're saying it's not.
It's an irrelevant point.
Well, my point is, if everybody in power is against Christ, like you said,
they're not against
right?
Christ.
If you worship Lucifer,
The Freemasons are not against Christ.
If you worship Lucifer, you clearly worship the one against Jesus
Freemasons
Christ, right?
don't worship Lucifer. All right, we're going to move on to a more serious guest, okay? Okay. By the way, Freemasons don't worship any particular god. They have no religious doctrines. There are no religious doctrines in the Masons. Also, Dex, thank you for the super chat. Dex says, American here, my sister gets sleep paralysis. Yeah, some people get it, but there's this really weird phenomenon in primarily in the people I talk to from some of the African countries, where a ton of them claim that they were getting sleep paralysis, and it was coming from the devil. I don't know if it's just a thing over there. I think it's something mental that's happening with them. Cranky Old Cuber, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says, LOL, most lodgers can't even organize a pancake breakfast, let alone a conspiracy. Past master of a lodge here, Morals and Dogma is a garbage book nobody should take seriously. I agree. And I've known people in the lodge. I've never met one of them that even read the dang thing. Has nothing to do with being a member of the Freemasons. So that's a non-starter. I do see Gunslinger and GC9 waiting. I'm going to grab our guest in the YouTube queue, and then I'll grab GC9. All right, we should have Dare Bear in the chat. And how you doing, Dare Bear?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Do you want to be called Dare? What's your name?
Yeah, Dare works.
Awesome. And are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, both.
Cool. And which god or gods do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Sure. What would be your most convincing argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Personal experiences would be the best evidence that I could provide. And, when you're talking in the sense of actual tangible evidence, there's not much to go off there.
Do you accept personal experience from people of other religions?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I have a Hindu friend that met the Hindu gods. Does that mean that the Hindu gods are real?
To them, very much so.
No, in reality, are the Hindu gods real?
I mean, the whole point of me coming on here is to say that there's no proving that any god is real.
Okay, so there's no proof that your God is real then?
No, absolutely not.
Cool.
In
So
no
what
way,
do
shape, or form could I ever prove to you that God is real.
Cool. All right. Well, sounds like we're in agreement then. You can't prove it, and I know you can't prove it, so that's all we have to say then. If you can't prove it's real, why do you believe it?
Because it's something bigger than me.
How do you know that?
Because I'm pretty lowly on the scale of things. I'm a human.
So?
And what do you mean so?
So we're all humans.
What are your? Yeah. Yeah, and you think you're the pinnacle of existence?
No, never said we were. But we are at the top of
So,
the food chain.
yeah. In in civilization, we are. Absolutely.
Sure. So what does that have to do with God?
Well, the only reason I wanted to come on here was to say that your whole point is your God is imaginary, prove me wrong. There is no proving you wrong.
Oh, cool. I agree.
And I say that, as a Christian believer, that there is no proving you wrong. Nobody could. Everyone could give their own testimonies. Everyone could give their own experiences. But at the end of the day, it's a personal choice for everybody, believing or not.
Sure. But why do you believe?
Well, can I give a little bit of backstory?
What's the thing that led you to believe?
Not believing for a while after having it shoved down my throat my entire childhood.
So not
and then,
believing made it real?
Yeah. Yeah, and ultimately going down several years of a path of self-destruction. And when I chose not to do that anymore and chose to acknowledge that I have zero control without the presence of God in my life, and choosing to make that change personally, my life made a drastic improvement.
Cool. So I've got a friend who was a Christian that couldn't get rid of his alcoholism until he converted to Islam. Does that mean that Islam is true?
For him?
No, in reality.
What is reality?
Reality is the thing that is outside of your brain.
Mm-hmm. So your question is Islam real?
Well, you're saying that your personal experience of your life getting better means that your God is real. And I'm telling you that I have a friend who his life got better when he converted to Islam. So does that mean that his God is real?
My life getting better, it does not prove that my God is real.
Okay, cool. All right, fair enough. That's a good answer. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming up, my man.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
All right, Dare Bear. Those are some honest answers. Listen, I get it. We're on the different. He and I are on different sides of the spectrum, but that was an honest answer. Yes, I believe this thing, but I don't believe that my experience is necessarily evidence, and we can live with that. Thank you so much, iReactor. It says, I suffer from sleep paralysis. It does feel demonic, and it used to be terrifying. Funny how modern psychology clears that right up. I know, right? I first of all, thank you for the super chat, but I totally understand why it would feel like there's this outside, like evil force that's acting upon you, because it's like outside of your control, right? So I could definitely see why religious and superstitious people would feel like they're being attacked by a demonic entity. I get it. Also, Roger Kruger, thank you so much for the $6.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that, Roger. Good to see you in the house tonight, Roger. We're going to grab the next person from the TikTok queue. I promised GC9 that I'd grab GC, and then we'll keep moving through the guests roughly in the order that they came in at. Unfortunately, you guys already know TikTok doesn't really tell you what order they came in at. You just have to keep an eye on the queue. So welcome in, GC9.
Hi.
GC, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 18.
Cool. And are you a believer?
Yes, I'm Muslim.
Okay. And what would be the most compelling argument or the most convincing evidence for the Muslim God being real?
Well, by Muslim God, I mean one all-powerful God, right? I guess early versions of Christianity and Judaism also believe that, but so I'd just like to give an argument for, I guess, just one all-powerful supreme God.
I already have an all-powerful supreme God. His name is Doug.
Well, Doug is dependent and contingent, right? So,
no, he's not. Your God is.
So are you talking about Doug like the
your
rock
God
thing?
is your God is contingent on my God.
Okay, is the Doug thing the rock, by the way?
No, he's God.
Okay, but we're talking about the rock that you showed on the thing, right?
That's
On the
just
stream.
that's just a manifestation of God.
Okay, so let me just give you my argument. So do you believe that the universe has a beginning?
No.
No. No, okay. So if you take all the moments in time, right, they're obviously different moments, right?
I believe time exists, and I believe because time exists, moments exist. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, so you'd agree that there's a moment before the one that we're talking in, right?
I believe there is always a moment before every moment. Thank you, Susan, for the subscription. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, time is just a moment, sequence of moments, correct?
I think it's a little more complicated than that, but yes, definitionally speaking, time is the thing that causes sequencing. Yes.
Well, I mean, time itself would be the sequence of just multiple moments, right? If you think of like a array, like a list.
That's how we use
you
it.
could just
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, so that would mean that any sequence really has a beginning.
No.
Okay. Well then, so that would mean that to get to this moment in time, you would have to have completed an infinite number of moments. If you believe that the universe is that time is infinite.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Mhm.
Correct.
There has been an infinite number of moments in the past, and there will be an infinite number of moments in the future.
So you believe that just by this moment existing, we've completed an infinite number of moments?
No. We will complete it because infinite is unending, which means we will complete, or there will be an infinite. So an infinite set is basically an open-ended set. So you can't complete an infinite.
Right, of course, yeah, but so that would be like why this isn't like if something, for example, starts to exist right now, and then doesn't.
Let me help you understand the problem that you're suggesting. You're suggesting that there was a beginning, and that there is an infinite amount of time between now and that beginning. But that's not at all what I believe. I don't think there was a beginning. There's an infinite number of moments going in the past and in the future, and every moment on that timeline is not infinite in between two different moments. There is a finite amount of time between any two moments on the timeline.
Okay, so the thing is, if something starts to exist right now and continues to exist forever, like for infinity, that's logically conceivable because there is no endpoint. You don't have to have an endpoint for its existence, right? But for example, if something exists right now, then this is then this and the past from this current moment is infinite, then that would mean that the point we're at is basically the completion of an infinite series of moments.
Incorrect.
Well, I mean, how so? If if right now
because infinites don't get completed.
Right, that's what I'm trying to argue for. I mean, would you agree that
I think you're really struggling here. You know that like even in modern philosophy, there's not a problem with infinite time in the past, right?
There is.
Like even William Lane Craig, the famous Christian philosopher, said there's nothing illogical about having infinite time in the past.
I mean,
and it's also illogical to think that time never existed at one point. Does your God have free will?
Well, can I just wrap up the first argument, please?
I know you don't want to go off script, but this is relevant to the discussion of time. Does your God have free will?
Okay. Free will meaning he could do whatever he wants?
Yeah.
I mean, not. No.
Your God doesn't have free will?
I mean, there's certain things he can't do, like, for example, stop existing, or limit himself to becoming a human and becoming dependent. There's things that he can't do not by definition. You know what I mean? But anything possible, of course, he can do.
Within the bounds of logic, does your God have free will?
Yeah. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. So then your God must exist within time at all times because you can't make a decision without a sequencing of events.
I mean, what that suggests is you proved my previous argument wrong, but because for him to exist out of time, that would have to mean that time has a beginning.
Nope.
So
existing outside of time means that everything happens all at once forever, or it never happened at all. There's no sequencing of events outside of time, which means your God doesn't have the ability to make decisions. He doesn't have free will outside of time.
Well, Okay, I disagree with that, but can I just finish the previous point?
This is logically true. Can your God make decisions
Okay.
outside of time?
I don't know. Can I just finish the previous point,
It's a
please?
yes or no. Can your God make decisions outside of time?
There's an I don't know as well.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, we see that he does.
I'll take the concession then. What's that, M?
Sure.
I said we can see that he does.
Yeah, I would imagine so. He does stuff, doesn't he? In the Quran, doesn't he make decisions and do things?
And he makes decisions, and also the hadith that I brought up to you, like several lives ago. The one where Adam and Moses are talking about the creation of the Torah in heaven, which would be timeless.
Yeah. So if he has the ability to create and he has the ability to make decisions, that means he's acting in time. He's doing a sequence of events.
Well, I'm not going to debate on a hadith I've never heard of. I'm just going to talk about pure logic for now.
It is Bukhari 6614.
Yeah, like I said, I've never looked into it. I'm not going to go into that right now. But I just want to say, do you believe that the current moment is the end of the past before this? Like, the present is the end of the past, right?
No, I don't believe that we're in an end of anything.
No, but so you wouldn't agree that the present is the end of the past?
No.
I mean, to me that seems illogical, right?
You're just playing word games now.
No, it's just logic. I mean,
it's not the end.
The end of the past before now. That's
if it was the end, then there wouldn't be moments going forward.
No, I mean the past is just whatever is before the present by definition. So
yeah,
So the present by definition is the past by definition is whatever is before the present.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
It's in a different location in the sequence. I'm aware, but the sequence doesn't end.
Okay, so if you think of a line, okay, you have number 1 being past, number 2 being present, number 3 future. If you believe that the first one is infinite, then it would be impossible to get to this moment.
Wrong, because you're assuming that there's a starting point, and that from the starting point there's an infinite number of moments. But that's not what I believe.
No, I'm assuming your argument of no starting point.
Yeah, there's no starting point. There's an infinite number of moments in the past and in the future, and we're at a very specific moment in that timeline.
I mean, how could you say that there's no starting point for something that's constantly changing, right? I mean, if something doesn't change,
what's your evidence that there's a starting point?
The very fact that
God.
I don't know what you're saying. I'm like the evidence of the starting point is just change. If anything changes,
that's evidence that there's no starting point. Is that there's constant change, and that's all we know.
No, if there was no change whatsoever, then there would be no
This cannot be
sequence.
your best argument for God. Do you know how many people have come up here try to convince me that you can't have infinite sets, or that you can't have an infinite regress, or that you can't have time in the past? You think this is the first time I've heard this?
Probably not.
Of course not. You can't think that this is your best argument. You got to do better than this.
I mean, this is something that I can't really understand how you would deny. I mean,
because it's really easy. Because I agree with the bulk of modern philosophers and cosmologists on this.
I mean, okay. I mean, in the end of the day, if you're saying the past is infinite, you're saying that this moment is the completion of infinity, whether you like it or not.
There's no completion to infinity.
Yeah, you are.
There's no completion to infinity.
That's exactly my point. That's what I'm trying to explain. There is no completion.
So then
to
you're
infinity.
wrong. There's no completion to infinity.
I agree.
It just goes on forever to infinity.
That means the past is infinite.
It is infinite. Yep.
Okay. What about this? You don't believe infinity has a beginning, correct?
No, that's the definition of infinity.
Yeah, got it. So if something does not begin to exist, how? Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, how is it going to exist if it changes to this moment?
Now you're arguing against your own God. You're saying everything has to begin to exist, but your God didn't begin to exist.
I said changes. I said how can it change to this moment?
So logically speaking, you've just invalidated your own God.
I said change. I said change.
So?
Change.
What is change?
God does not change.
What is change?
To change your state.
Okay, so
the universe is constantly changing.
Does having a thought qualify as a change of state?
Having a thought?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I like a physical
So your God
state.
doesn't have thoughts?
It is only physical.
He never had a thought until time existed? Have you thought through any of these talking points before?
Well, God is beyond our understanding.
It's wild.
I mean,
I know
like,
you
in certain
repeat these
ways you
talking
can't-
points like among your friends who believe this stuff, but they don't work in the wild. You
No, I
shouldn't be
don't.
using these talking points.
No, I mean, this is just, I mean, the rejecting common sense. To say that something,
Not common sense.
to say that something changes but never begins to change is absolutely ridiculous. Like,
I
there's
never
some
said
things you
that.
can't.
Changes.
Yes, you did.
And you'd have to define what
That's
changes.
what you implied.
Because
We
the
already
same
defined.
change could apply to your God.
Yeah, we already defined what
I
changes,
don't
and
understand
according to
what
the
that's-
definition that you supplied, your God changes.
No, I did not.
Okay, then supply a different definition of change.
I mean, to change the state that you're in.
Yeah, it means one thing is, and then a next moment the thing isn't, or it's different. That's a change.
Sure.
Okay, and
Yeah.
you said that thoughts count as a change.
I didn't say that. You kind of just.
Okay, well, do
No.
thoughts count as a change?
Well, our thoughts do. Our thoughts do, yeah.
So every thought that God's
Because
ever
we have like
had,
a brain. We have
ev-
like a brain with like neural networks and everything,
so
you know. So
every thought that God's ever had has been happening for eternity.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm arguing for the existence of a necessary existence. I'm not.
Does God
here to
have
dive into-
individual thoughts, or does he have one thought?
I've never asked him, so I don't know.
He has. He has because he tells us. He tells
I
us
have
that
asked him.
now he has decided something within the book.
Yeah.
And now, constitutes a moment in time.
Okay, I mean that still doesn't mean his physical state is changing. He doesn't have a physical state.
Nobody said it is his physical state changing because, again, according to your definition, he doesn't have a physical state. So are you saying
Yeah.
that change is impossible for God?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Change is
So
impossible for
God
God.
changing is impossible.
Sorry.
So God changing is impossible.
So God, yes, yeah.
So is a change in mind impossible?
Well, you're assuming God has like a brain like us, like with.
No, he's not.
I'm saying that if God changes his mind, is that impossible?
I don't know. Don't know.
I mean, we do see that he does in multiple instances.
Okay. What's your? I mean, I said I don't know. There's no point to prove there.
He does. He does
Okay,
change his mind within the
congratulations.
scripture.
I never.
So
Okay.
again, that is a type of change. And according to you, since he's showing change, he has to have a beginning. So
There's
God has a beginning.
nothing physical about that, though. If God isn't physical in the first place.
No one said he was.
You think? Nobody,
Yes.
yeah, nobody was claiming he was. But again, I asked you, could God change his mind? You said God cannot change at all.
I said I
Is a
don't
change
know.
of mind.
I said I don't know if he can
You
change
use
his
my
mind.
definition.
Are you that ex-Muslim guy?
Which ex-Muslim guy?
The one I saw on the crab guy's live. I mean,
You mean the human cheat code that defeats all Muslim apologists?
no, definitely not that guy.
That's definitely him.
No, I'm talking about the one that sounds like he's gay.
I'm sorry, sounds like what?
Like he's gay.
Oh, that's what I thought you said. All right, you can get the fuck out of here and never come back. It always comes out, doesn't it? It's either misogyny or some sort.
He had no comeback.
By the way,
And he keeps saying not to derail his script.
By the way, everyone in TikTok, go to his account and report him for me, please. Make sure he gets banned. We don't do homophobia here. We don't do sexism. We don't do misogyny. We don't do any of that stuff. Oh, there you are. You're in the comments. That was a bad idea because now I'm just going to report you. Let's see. Violent, graphic, hate speech. There we go. And submit. Cool. And then now I'm going to block you. Cool. And let's see if we see what happens when you press their beliefs even just a little bit. How utterly bent out of shape they become. That's wild how they get that way. All right, we've got some people waiting. We've got Bro Shem, and we've got Unknown, and we've got Bryce waiting to get in. So we'll grab them in that order, guys. Aaron, good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, for all believers watching right now, do you care whether or not your beliefs are true? If so, what is the most reliable pathway to get there? And that's a really good question. That's the question I've been trying to ask all night. And I got to be honest, we're not getting good answers. God is not sending his best. Yahweh, not sending his best. Allah, not sending his best. Brahma, Vishnu, not sending their best. But Cora, thank you for the $2 super chat. She says, God must be frozen in non-exists outside of time. I agree. If God exists outside of time, then he's useless. He can't do anything. He can't even have an individual thought. He is a waste of non-existence. Also, Aaron with the $5 super chat coming in says, notice how when they get trapped, they say it's beyond our understanding or and just keep believing. I know, yes, that's the fix-all from everything. God is beyond our understanding, which, of course, is why you can understand him, right? Rory, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Rory says, theists twist and bend logic like no other. I agree, they do, and they do a lot of special pleading. But Rory, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And Dr. Joe, good to see you in the house tonight. Thank you for the crowns. As always, guys, we've got a licensed professional with us. If you need therapy, you want help and advice, we have an actual educated therapist with a doctorate in the house. Go and follow Dr. Joe and get hooked up with her. She's amazing. And we're going to try to bring in Bro Shem Z Payne.
Hey guys.
How you doing, bro?
Sorry, I'll just quickly get. Yeah, good, bro. All right, I'll just get straight to it. We know that the clean foods are Torah.
Are you at least 18?
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. And what God do you believe in?
Oh, the God of the Bible.
Awesome. So you're a Christian.
Genesis chapter 1 verse 1. Yes.
Okay. And what would be the best argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
So this is the best I'm going to give you, and I think you can't beat it. Yeah. Okay. Food laws. We know that there's certain types of foods that we can eat, known as clean foods. I want to talk about the foods in the ocean. Yeah, the food that we can eat in the ocean that's clean, considered clean, are the fish with fins and scales. This is the ocean. We know today we've only discovered at least only 5% of the ocean. How was Moses supposed to know all that fish with fins and scales was there? No one went scuba diving.
What are you talking about?
You know
they knew that fish existed.
Yeah, but of course, but you know, there's.
Show me the passage where it says that something existed that they didn't know about.
Show me the passage where something existed that they didn't know about. They didn't know which clean foods to eat, so that's why they were given these laws when they came out of Egypt. They were eating unclean foods.
Okay, don't you think it's weird that God didn't know that rock badgers and rabbits don't chew cud?
Well, he said
Leviticus chapter 11 says it.
What's your version? Old King James?
No, I'm reading the NRSV, but my point is, the God that you're crediting for giving these dietary laws doesn't know.
Well, no. Well, let's get back to my point.
Doesn't even know his own animals.
How would you know which foods to eat in the ocean if no one's ever discovered the full amount of the ocean?
Okay, show me the verse where he names an animal in the ocean that they wouldn't have known of somehow.
Oh no, he just said the only clean animal that you can eat from the ocean, right, is the fish with fins and scales.
And what makes it
there
clean?
Are many. What makes it clean? Oh, just the fact that it has fins and scales, I guess. I wouldn't have a clue.
This is the most bullshit
apologist
argument I've ever heard in my life. You waited for 30 minutes in the guest box to say this?
That's the best you got? Yeah, I got you. I mean, no one but God could ever give you that.
What makes a fish clean?
What makes a fish clean? If it's got fins and scales.
How do you know that?
That's what it says. It just says it in Torah.
So your evidence is
that many fish there are many fish without fins and scales.
The Bible is true because God says that fish are clean and fish are clean, and we know that fish are clean because the Bible says it.
I know.
Do you see how that's circular logic?
The whole of the ocean. No, well, the whole of the ocean, right? There are many ocean animals.
All right, listen. I don't think you actually have an argument, bro. So I'm going to move on to someone else.
Oh, no, that's all right. No, just run it. Yeah, run it back. Too bad. Yeah, I got you.
You didn't get me. Anyone with a
was-
5th grade education knows how bad and circular that argument was. What do you think, Em?
That was insufferable.
That was rough. He didn't understand the circularness of the argument, but Jay, thank you for the $5 super chat. Jay says, just recently watched your conversation with Praise I Am. That was hilarious. He and I have a history. He threatened to unalive me once. I know. Jay, he's unhinged. The guy is not well. I don't know if I want to platform him again, although I got to say, the conversation was most entertaining. A lot of people got some entertainment value out of the conversation. So anyways, as promised, here comes Unknown, and then we'll grab the 2 guests from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep on moving. Welcome in, Unknown.
Welcome. How's everything?
It's doing well. How are you?
I'm all right.
Awesome. Are you at least 18, and are you a believer? Thank you, Twitch Descriptor, for the coffee. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I'm 18, over 18, and I'm a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
The God of the Bible.
Sure. And what would be the most compelling evidence or argument for why the God of the Bible is real?
Well, I actually joined for your compelling argument to why he's not real. I just
What's
like to
your
hear.
compelling argument that the tooth fairy is not real?
Well, there's evidence to show where all of that started from, or where that myth started from.
Oh, where did it start from?
Well, I don't know the specific evidence, but there's, they can tell you that the tooth
So
fairy
you don't
started.
have evidence that the tooth fairy is not real?
I personally don't, but I could find evidence.
Shit. So she's
that
real.
show.
Praise the tooth fairy.
I could
Hail
find
the
evidence
holy
to show.
tooth fairy.
Nah,
Very
don't do
good.
that. Don't do that.
Okay,
Don't
so
do that. I
things
can't find
don't
evidence to
things
show
don't exist by
when.
default. Things have to be proven to exist.
Everything?
Things don't exist by default. They don't exist because you claim they exist. You have to demonstrate that they do exist.
Okay.
So what's the evidence that
a
your
good
God
point.
does exist?
Okay, that's a good point. And if we're working on that point, I would ask you, if we went back 100 years, right? And you were trying to explain, or you're trying to explain the internet to somebody in the Amazon, but you have no technology or no anything to show evidence of it. Does it exist still? Or if you're not able to prove it, it doesn't exist?
Well, it does exist, but I have no reason to believe it exists.
Okay. And that's a better point. I understand that. So I think there are things that can exist that you can't prove, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. If
Yep.
you get what I mean.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't believe in things that have no evidence.
Okay, and I understand that, and I understand that train of thought that, some people need evidence, but not because there's no evidence doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Because as it relates to technology, what we're able to test so far and what we're able to get proof of so far, we can't get proof of everything. As more technology develops, the better we're able to prove certain
Sure.
things. So for now, we're limited in terms of what we're able to prove and not prove.
Right. All right. So I think that argument might work for an unspecified deity, but I don't think that it works for your God, because your God is demonstrably not true, because he's illogical, irrational, and the book that testifies to his existence is full of problems and failed prophecies and bad history. So while I can't debunk every notion of God ever conceived, I can debunk yours pretty easily. Want to do it?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Cool. All right. So I think the first place I would start is perhaps let's go to Isaiah 61, and I'll put it on the screen for everybody. We're going to read some stuff real quick. All right. It says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion, to give them a garland instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, to display his glory. They shall build up the ancient ruins, and they shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations of many generations. Do you know what this passage is talking about?
Unfortunately, I don't know what this is talking about. Can you tell me?
Yes, this is the prophet Isaiah talking about the restoration of the promised land after the Israelites are released from the Babylonian captivity. This was written while they were in captivity, as they were about to be released. And he's saying that they're going to come back to their homeland, and their ancient cities are going to be rebuilt. They're going to be renewed again. And it even says, strangers will stand and feed your flocks. Foreigners will till your land and dress your vines. And you will be called priests of the Lord, and you shall be named minister of our God. So, and it says, you shall enjoy the wealth of the nations. So it's a restoration prophecy for the nation of Israel, right?
Right, yeah.
I think that's pretty clear in the text. Now, the problem I have with this is like when you go to Luke chapter 4, Luke has a very different idea. So this is Jesus. It says, when he came to Nazareth, where he had been brought up, he went to the synagogue on the Sabbath day, as was his custom. He stood up to read, and the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives and recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor." And he rolled up the scroll and gave it back to the attendant and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say, "Today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing." But we just read the scripture. The scripture was about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity. So certainly Jesus couldn't have fulfilled anything, does that?
Okay. And you're familiar with the concept that Jesus didn't fulfill everything while he was here, and he will return to fulfill everything, right? So there's a part of prophecy that is still left to be fulfilled.
Yeah, but this prophecy is pretty clear. It's not a prophecy about some guy showing up and teaching in the synagogue. It's about an actual restoration of the people. So, like, if I told you a prophecy, I said, listen, what's your favorite sports team, by the way?
Well, we watch different sports. I watch soccer. I like Barcelona. Yeah.
Sure. If I said to you, I'm going to give you a prophecy, Barcelona is going to be, in the World Cup, and they're going to go over to Brazil, and they're going to beat Brazil 5-0, and then they're going to come back victorious. But if they go to the World Cup and then they get beat by Brazil and they come back and they've been humiliated, did the prophecy come true?
Well, the prophecy didn't come true, but you didn't give me a time-specific prophecy, did you?
But it doesn't matter. The first part did come true. They went to Brazil.
Yes.
Okay, so the prophecy is true then.
We could boil it down to coincidence that they went to Brazil. Suppose I was talking about another time when they got to Brazil. You can't say because it didn't happen this time that the prophecy didn't come true, because it didn't happen. There are other times. There wasn't a specific timeline in terms of this prophecy. But I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, so
right.
I think my point's pretty clear, is that if somebody gives a prophecy and it's got 5, 6, 7 points in the prophecy, and the only part of the prophecy that gets fulfilled is 1 point, and it's not even clear how it got fulfilled, I certainly wouldn't call that a fulfilled prophecy. But Jesus said, "Today this has been fulfilled in your hearing."
Okay, fair enough.
And all the prophecies of the Gospels are just like this. They're just random, out of context quotations from the Old Testament that get misapplied to Jesus. So, for example, when it talks about the 30 pieces of silver, not even remotely related to Jesus, according to the passage from Zechariah. Same thing when he says, "Strike the shepherd and his sheep will scatter," come from Zechariah as well, has nothing to do with the Messiah. It's about a wicked shepherd. In Zechariah chapter 12, the shepherd that gets stricken and his sheep scatter, that is a wicked shepherd. It's not a good shepherd. So Jesus referred to himself as a wicked shepherd there because he never read the book.
Okay, so you're saying that Christian scholars would agree with what you're saying as it relates to these prophecies and what you're explaining to me as a fact, yes?
No, I would say Old Testament scholars would agree with me.
Okay.
New Testament scholars aren't reading these things.
Okay, they don't read the Old Testament, is what you're saying. No?
Not very much.
All right, I understand. Thanks for time on your platform. I appreciate the conversation. I'm going to hop off now. All right.
Have a good one. Thanks for coming up. Well, he was nice enough, wasn't he?
Yep.
It always it tends to go that way when you start reading the Bible to them, because so many of them, they just haven't read the Bible. They haven't. But we'll get the next guy in here.
Exactly what happens. Humility to knowledge.
Yeah, Rory, thank you for the $5 super chat. Rory says, Tooth Fairy got nothing on Doug. And listen, I know the community has been a little bit divided because we've got a little bit of a competition between Tooth Fairy and Doug. But you got to remember, there's no animosity between the two of them. They love each other equally, even though Doug is already taken. Doug is married to Sharon. Sharon, I don't know if I've showed everyone Sharon yet, but they are a couple. Sharon is Doug's consort, is Doug and Sharon Stone. I've got her right here, actually. This is a petrified piece of wood, and we know that according to Christian logic, wood can't petrify because it takes like 1 million years, and anything that needs to be observed over the course of 1 million years is just a miracle. You can't actually prove that it's true, which means that this petrified wood is a miracle. So praise your high deities. Doug and Sharon Stone, guys. Doug and Sharon Stone. So with that...
The Trinity with Tooth Fairy.
Maybe there is a Trinity. You know what? I'll pray to Doug and see if I can get some divine revelation on whether or not there is a Trinity that we should be aware of. And with that, we're going to grab the next guest from the YouTube queue. You might not be able to hear them because the audio from the YouTube guest, I don't think crosses over to the TikTok guest, but we'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Oh, welcome in, Bryce.
Yeah, hi, Justin. Thanks.
How you doing?
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I called in Friday, but my phone died during our conversation, so I apologize for that.
Sure, that happens, yeah.
Yeah. Over 18. I'm still on the subject of the historicity of the Bible is proof of the supernatural signature of the Bible.
Why?
That it was supernaturally orchestrated. And once again, I think, and I may be wrong, but I think we left the conversation saying that you were still on the camp of it's just not historically accurate, so therefore the first point is mute. Is that right?
I don't think it's completely historically accurate, no. For example, it says that Jesus was born because of the census of Quirinius, which is off by about 10 years.
Right. And I mean, if this was 1988, you would say, well, it's not historical because David wasn't a real person because the Teledan Stele hadn't been discovered yet.
Okay, so I mean, what's the proof that the Quirinius census happened in 4 BC rather than 6 CE?
Well, the way you start any investigation is you see if there's anything that you can find. So
you want to take the stuff that is historically accurate and then ignore the stuff that's not? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just start off with, is there anything historically accurate? Because
I already told you there was.
Yeah.
So what's your point? There's historically accurate stuff in the Quran. Do you believe the Quran?
Well, of course not, because it's self-refuting.
So is the Bible.
Okay, well, I think the best way to start an investigation is you're saying we're looking at a crime scene. You're saying it's a suicide. I'm saying it's a murder. You say,
no, I'm not.
Great. What evidence at all do you think that it's a murder? So we talked about the Brooklyn Papyrus last time. I mean, it's dated to 1700s BC.
What does the Brooklyn Papyrus do for your argument?
It proves Semitic slaves were in Egypt before.
I already knew that.
Okay, that's great.
There have been Semitic slaves in Egypt for a period of almost 800 years.
Right, but that's just a starting off point. I mean, with most atheists saying, well, there were no Hebrew slaves in Egypt.
Did I say that?
At the time of the Exodus. So that's an important starting point. So that's an important starting point.
Did I say that?
I haven't watched every stream you've ever had, but I think it's a good starting point just to start there.
Well, the answer is no. I've never said that. I've said on many occasions that there were, in fact, Semitic-speaking people in Egypt for a long period of time.
Right. Okay, so that is a good starting point. There's historical proof of the Bible just from that. There's any.
That's not historical proof for anything. That's the weakest historical proof you can ever have. Again, there's historical proof in the Quran, but you don't accept the Quran.
Well, Justin, that's one point. I don't know. Why can't we just go by each? Why can't we just go by each point? There's proof of Semitic slaves in Egypt at the right time period.
Wrong time period.
And then you can move on. Then you can move on to was a significant king in history.
Most of the Semites were expelled in the 1600s. The Hyksos expulsion was in the 1600s.
That's fine, but you're trying to find if there's any evidence at all. That's a good starting point.
But I've already told you there are stuff in the Bible that are true. I don't know why you have a problem with this. I never said everything in the Bible is untrue.
Okay, but when people who haven't read the evidence constantly hear you say there is no historical proof for the Bible,
I've never said that.
You said it in our conversation.
No, I didn't.
But okay. But then you have things like the Teldens Stele pointing to the King David did exist.
So what? I know King David existed, and so did the 12 tribes, actually 13 tribes of Israel. I know that. I don't care. Doesn't mean nothing to me. Doesn't mean that their God is real.
Evidence doesn't matter to a skeptic. I completely understand.
Do you know that? Do you know that Nebuchadnezzar was a real person?
Sure.
Does that mean that Lord Marduk is real?
No, but like we said before,
so the fact that somebody in history existed doesn't mean that their mythology is true, is it?
Well, this is the problem. If instead of, could we just go point by point of evidence? I mean,
I need you to actually focus up during this conversation.
Yeah.
Also, Albedo, thank you for joining the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, we appreciate that. The fact that an individual or a people group existed doesn't make their mythology true. Just for the fact that the Greeks existed and Alexander existed doesn't mean that the Greek pantheon is real.
And once again, I'm in complete agreement with you. But once you understand that it's historically true, then you can understand how that leads.
I don't know why this point is lost on you. Even if it was very historically true, meaning most of the stories happened, it wouldn't mean that those gods exist for the same virtue that the existence of the Greeks and the existence of the Babylonians doesn't validate their gods.
That's completely true. We're in complete agreement on that.
Okay.
But the Bible is orchestrated in a way that the historicity evidences the prophecies and the prophet. So that is provenance. Like,
what are the prophecies that we should look at?
Like a work of art. How do you tell it is authentic? You look at the provenance, and that's the same way that the Bible is built, orchestrated.
Adorable. What are the prophecies we should be looking at?
Right, like one of the problems was Moses talking about there is a prophet who's coming after me. You said, well, that's definitely about Joshua.
Yeah,
right?
Joshua was quite literally elected to be the successor in Deuteronomy chapter 31. I know you haven't read it. It's okay.
Yes, he was, but the Jews understood that as a messianic prophecy. I mean, you have
quite a few of them said it was Joshua. And this is the problem you're going to run into. You're going to say goofy things like the Jews believe something. There's no such thing as the Jews believing anything. They disagreed on everything. If you read the writings of the Talmud, you'll discover that they disagreed way more than they ever agreed on anything.
But there was still consensus that there was such a thing as messianic prophecies. I mean,
no, I agree that the Jewish leadership, you can read about it in the Talmud. They did believe in a Messiah, and they did believe that there were some passages that were clearly messianic. And I agree with them. That's why I don't believe in Jesus, because when I read Jeremiah 33, which is clearly messianic, it didn't come true. When I read Isaiah chapter 11, which is clearly messianic, it didn't come true. When I read Micah chapter 4 and Zechariah chapter 9, which are clearly messianic, those didn't come true. So the clear messianic prophecies never came true.
Right, when it's interpreted, I mean, it depends on the way you interpret it. So
no, there's no interpretation.
Right. Of course there's not. There's only your interpretation and then nothing else. But the point I wanted to go to, like you pointed out, I think, am I saying the right name? Simon Barkova?
Yeah.
They followed him thinking he was Messiah. So that only leads credence to they were looking for a man, a person who was going to be this God, this star of Jacob.
Of course they were.
Right. So there was an understanding by the Jews through the Old Testament that there is a man, a Messiah that is coming.
Yeah, and what they believe about it. What did they believe about the Messiah?
That, like we talked about, that he would be born in Bethlehem, that he would come into Jerusalem riding on a donkey, that he would, I mean, you go through Isaiah 53, that was well known that it was his death on the cross was what that was going to look like.
No,
I mean,
there's no death on a cross in Isaiah 53. And if you read the Talmudic writings, nobody can agree on what Isaiah 53 is talking about, but there's a large consensus that Isaiah 53 is not about the actual Messiah.
Right, Talmudic writings. Are you talking about post 70 AD?
No, some of them are prior to 70 AD. Some of them are post 70 AD. So, for example, in Berakot and in other portions of the Jerusalem Talmud, you'll find references that are prior to Jesus.
Right, but
so this is very easy. Like, we have actual messianic prophecies, and you're just going to ignore them. Ezekiel 37, my servant David will be king over them. They will have one shepherd. Was Jesus ever king over them?
You could say it's not even a possibility that it could be a future prophecy. I mean, or that it is happening in a way. I mean,
does it say that the servant from David is going to be king over the people?
That could be future, or it could be in a spiritual.
Then he didn't fulfill the messianic prophecies.
If it's in the future and it hasn't happened yet, therefore it's not fulfilled.
Yeah, by definition, it's not fulfilled. That's the literal definition of an unfulfilled prophecy. Is a prophecy that's not happened.
Right, you're right. I misspoke. But I'm just saying it's not. That wouldn't be a good starting place. I mean, you look at the stuff.
I know. Yes, the failed prophecies would be a terrible starting place for proving Jesus is a Messiah. Can you show me one that he actually did fulfill?
Once again, we go back to the Temple Mount that is in ruins today.
So you can't.
That you can touch.
Okay, so you can't point to one prophecy that he fulfilled.
That is a prophecy that was fulfilled.
What prophecy?
I mean, the temple ruins are there today. You can touch them. He said,
what about them?
Every stone will be toppled down. But what's interesting about
not only was that written after Jesus existed, but Jesus wasn't the only one to say that. Everyone in the first century believed that the temple was going to be destroyed. You can read that in the.
Why did they?
You can read that in the writings of the Sanhedrin.
Why would they
read the writings of the Sanhedrin on Daniel, and they also were saying that the temple was going to be destroyed. There was a bunch of people in the first century saying it. In fact, the Qumran community were rooting for it.
Right. What? So they were waiting on the Temple Mount to be destroyed because of a prophecy, and then it was destroyed. So
because they were reinterpreting Daniel chapter 9. And they were doing a Pesharim on Daniel chapter 9, and they thought in order for the Messiah to come, the temple must first be destroyed. Not after. They thought the temple was going to be destroyed before the Messiah comes.
No, the problem in Judaism right now is that the Messiah was supposed to come before the second temple was destroyed.
No.
And that's why everything has been thrown into confusion.
The Jewish people never had a firm timeline on the Messiah.
I'm pretty sure it's specific in Daniel 9. The Messiah comes and then the temple falls.
It doesn't say the Messiah in Daniel chapter 9. And this is the other problem you're going to have. Daniel chapter 9 is clearly not about the Messiah. And it's also about Antiochus Epiphanes IV. If you just read Maccabees chapter 1 through 3 and 2 Maccabees chapter 4, everything that is described in Daniel chapter 9 happens in those texts. It was written in the 2nd century in a language that didn't exist until the 2nd century.
See, here's the problem with that assumption. You're assuming, because I tried to find it. I said, that's a good point. Let me go to Maccabees and try to find this text where it was pulled directly from Maccabees. Is that maybe an assumption? I just couldn't find it. But maybe that was just
Not only
me.
is it not an assumption, if you get an actual academic study Bible, it'll
Yeah.
just tell you that that's what it's pulling from. In fact, that's what Jesus was quoting from when he said, "Head to the hills." Remember when he says that in the gospel, referring to the coming wars? And he said, when X, Y, and Z happens, head from the hills. That's a direct quote from the book of Maccabees after the Greeks came in and destroyed Jerusalem and desecrated the temple. So even Jesus was quoting from Maccabees. The book of Hebrews quotes from the book of Maccabees.
Yeah, that's totally fine. But what has to happen before they were supposed to head to the hills?
No, it was just in the beginning of the war. At the beginning of the war, they were supposed to head for the hills.
No, I know. In Jesus' prophecy, what has to happen for you to say, let's run to the hills?
There has to be an invading army.
Right. The Jerusalem will be surrounded by armies. And what happened in 70 AD in Jerusalem?
Yeah, I already told you. Jerusalem was attacked. They were destroyed by the Romans.
Let's get specific. Were they just destroyed by the Romans, or were they completely encircled by a wall? I mean, as completely surrounded as is possible in the natural realm. I mean, and that's what surprised me. I said, okay, maybe it's
not surprising at all. I already told you, everybody in the first century was already expecting for the temple to be destroyed.
Right. So,
and the gospel text referring to it, we have no evidence that was written after or before the events. There's zero evidence that the gospel authors wrote anything prior to Jesus predicting that. Everything Jesus ever said, we only have texts from after 70 AD.
Okay, but once again, why wouldn't they record the fall of the Second Temple, the most significant event in their lives?
Who?
If it's the disciples, the writers of the Bible. If Paul is writing in 50 AD and he's pulling from the Gospels, I mean, there's your second point of proof that was written pre-70 AD.
Because
I mean,
the gospel authors are purporting to be writing before the fall of the temple, obviously.
So why wouldn't you record
they're not going
the
to
fall
out
of the temple?
They're not going to out themselves.
You think they purposefully?
The gospel authors are collecting testimony from people, putting together a narrative.
Right.
And they're doing it after Jesus was already long gone.
So they record Jesus' a prophecy about the temple falling. You're saying they're writing after the temple's already falling. So they're
First
saying,
Maccabees chapter 154, on the 15th day of Kislev, on the 150th year, they erected a desolating sacrilege on the altar of burnt offering. Exactly what it says in Daniel chapter 9. And
right,
you know, the one uttering arrogances, the guy who was arrogant, who wanted to be like God, that's Antiochus Epiphanes. His name is literally Antiochus God Manifest. And he shows up in First Maccabees chapter 1, verse 24. It says, taking them all, he went in to his own land, and he shed much blood and spoke with great arrogance. Israel mourned deeply in every community. And then everything else, the first 3 chapters of the book of Maccabees, you'll just read it. Everything about Daniel chapter 9 is about the Greeks under the leadership of the Jewish Maccabeans going to war. That's why we know. That's why we know it wasn't written by Daniel, because they know everything about the 2nd century. They know everything about the 2nd century. They get everything wrong about the time of Daniel. It doesn't know who the king is at the time. It doesn't know that Nabonidus is the father of Belshazzar and not Nebuchadnezzar. It's written in a language that wasn't instituted until the fall of the Greeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before we just say too much information, I mean, this seems pretty clear. I don't see what the problem is here, other than skepticism. Is a prophecy is made about the temple.
It's not.
People.
We'll try this again. The prophecy you're referring to was written
what you're saying. They're waiting for
the fall of the temple. And even if it was written before the fall of the temple, it's irrelevant. Everybody in the 1st century was predicting the fall of the temple. So you're not proving anything.
Are they predicting it on their own or from a previous prophecy? I mean,
They were pulling it from Daniel. They were doing the same thing that the gospel authors were doing. And it wasn't all of them, by the way. Half of the Jewish leadership didn't even believe Daniel should be canonized.
Okay, that's great. You're saying it's discredited because they're believing a previous prophecy and somehow that discredits it?
No,
I mean,
what I'm saying is that your Messiah is not believable because he said something that a bunch of other people were already saying.
Right. He's the prophesied Messiah. He's the fulfilling of all the prophecies. So yes.
You can't show me one prophecy he fulfilled yet. I've asked you the last time we talked for like 2 hours and you couldn't show me one. I'm going to tell you again. In this conversation, you will not be able to show me one prophecy he fulfilled.
Right. Well, I mean, you're literally saying that there was a fulfilled prophecy.
No, show me one prophecy before that was written before Jesus that he completed. I'm not asking you to tell me, did the gospel authors predict anything that ever came true? I'm asking you to tell me, what is the actual prophecy that he fulfilled? What did he do that completed a prophecy?
He came before the second temple fell. That's
not an answer. What did he do? What behavior did he do that completed a prediction from the Old Testament?
I think he fulfilled Isaiah 53 when he was resurrected. I mean,
clearly didn't. We can read Isaiah 53. That's no problem.
Of course.
Have you read all of Isaiah?
This is the problem with skepticism.
Have you read all of Isaiah?
Evidence doesn't matter.
Have you read all of Isaiah?
All of it completely? Yes. Can I quote it verbatim? No.
Okay. Do you know what the context of 2nd Isaiah is?
Wait, you don't even think Isaiah 53 is even messianic prophecy?
No, it's not. But do you know what 2nd Isaiah even is when I say that?
No, but I'm glad to listen.
Okay, so 2nd Isaiah is a unit. It's chapter 40 to chapter 55. It's referred to as 2nd Isaiah because it was written 200 years after 1st Isaiah and clearly by a different author, which is why it was circulated among the Jewish people as a separate writing. It got attributed to Isaiah at some point. That's fine, but I don't care about the authorship. That means nothing to me. I only refer to it as 2nd Isaiah because it's important to understand that it is a literary unit. And the theme of that literary unit is that the Israelites have paid their penalty for their sins. In fact, they've paid double for their sins. And God is now ready to release them from the Babylonian captivity. That's the whole theme. And with that in mind, maybe we should read a couple passages. And I'm going to put a couple passages on the screen. And I think they'll be pretty telling. Give me a second. Do you have your Bible with you, or do you want to read it off the screen?
Yeah, I got it.
Awesome. We're going to go to Isaiah 41 first. I'll throw it up. It says, but you... Oops, sorry, I got the old passage up. Give me a second. I got the wrong screen here. Oh, of course. There we go. But you, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I have chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you whom I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off. Who's the servant here?
Jerusalem.
Right, yeah. Is it a single person or is it a plural?
It sounds plural. You're in Isaiah 43 or Isaiah 40?
42. I'm sorry, 41.
42.
We're going to be 42 next. Isaiah 41, 8 through 9. So it's a plural. It's the whole nation of Israel. And the prophet is saying that they are the servant singular. So we can go now to Isaiah 43:10. You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe in me, so on and so forth. So now we see it again. The witnesses, plural, are my servant, singular. We go to Isaiah 42, 1 through 2. Here are now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel whom I've chosen. Who's the servant here?
Sorry, you're in Isaiah 43? We're going pretty quick.
Isaiah 44, 1 through 2.
Oh. Yeah, I'm listening. Go ahead. 44, 1 through 2.
But hear now, O Jacob, hear now, O Jacob, my servant, and Israel whom I have chosen. Clearly the servant is Jacob / Israel, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then 44:21. Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me. So again, the servant is Israel. We go again to Isaiah 45:4. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel my chosen, I call you by your name. So again, the servant is Israel. And we'll get another one, Isaiah 48:20. Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy and proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth and say the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. So all throughout 2nd Isaiah, the prophet is pretty clear that the servant is Israel. So, and he's freeing Israel from captivity. He says, flee from Chaldea. So when I get to 53, why in the world would I say that the servant is anybody but Israel?
Because it doesn't make sense to be a nation. When you go to Isaiah 52, because I walk through this exact same problem with Jews also. They also go to this exact same argument that it's only talking about Israel, but it can't make sense. Because
we'll walk through it. Isaiah 52 says, the Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of the nations. Does this show up elsewhere in 2nd Isaiah anywhere? The Lord bearing his arm?
Yes, his arm is, I think I've seen it multiple times as a reference to the Messiah.
No. The arm is referring to freeing them from the Babylonian captivity.
Okay.
That's why it says in Isaiah 40, the very beginning of the unit. We'll go to Isaiah 40 real quick. I'll put it on the screen. So at the very beginning of the unit, it's quite clear. God says, comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her. She has served her term and has paid her penalty. I'm sorry, that her penalty is paid. That she has received from the Lord's hand double for her sins. A voice cries out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain shall be made low. The uneven ground shall become level, and the rough places a plain. Then the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all the flesh will see it together, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken. A voice has said, cry out. And I said, what shall I cry out? All flesh is grass, so on and so forth. And then we get down to verse 10. He says, see, the Lord God comes with might. His arm rules for him. His reward is with him. His recompense is before him. And this is referring to releasing from their period of service, just like it says in verse 1. You've served your term. And then the whole rest of Isaiah, or 2nd Isaiah, is talking about how they're now going to be released from the captivity, and King Cyrus is going to be the one to do it.
Okay.
So anyways, so the arm of the Lord being revealed is mentioned like 9 different times in 2nd Isaiah, and it's always referring to God freeing his people from from captivity, freeing Israel from captivity. You also see the same thing. He'll say his mighty hand instead of his mighty arm. They're roughly interchangeable. But that being said, that's what we're reading here. That's what this is actually about. So it says, the arm of the Lord has been revealed before the eyes of all the nations, and all the ends of the earth will see the salvation of our God. And then it says, depart, depart, go out from there. I'm sorry, I forgot. Let me actually put it on the screen. I apologize. I meant to put it on the screen. There we go. Now we got the passage on the screen now. Depart, depart, go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard. What's he talking about here?
Go ahead.
He's talking about exiting the Babylonian captivity. He said, but in this instance, it's not going to be like the Exodus from Egypt. You're not going to go out in haste. You're not going to go out in flight. You're going to go out casually because the Lord is your rear guard, right? So he's comparing it to the prior Exodus from Egypt. Then he says, see, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up. He shall be very high, just as there were many who were astonished at him. Although this is the text saying him is a little bit spurious.
Is it because the entire Old Testament it refers to a specific he?
It doesn't.
It's right.
Okay, so there's multiple texts, and some of them say him, and some of them say you. So it depends on which Hebrew text you're pulling from. But that's not critical. It's just a point for people to be aware of, that there's not an actual textual agreement on if it's a you or a him. But in the text where it's you, the you is plural, which is certainly interesting. So anyways, it says, just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance and his form beyond that of mortals. So he will startle many nations. Kings shall shut their mouths because of him, for that which had not been told to them, that which, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. And this to me is exactly why we need to read 52 before 53, because the very next line, the first line of 53, are those very nations contemplating the thing. It says that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. And then we see that who has believed what we have heard. Some translations will say who has believed our report, so on and so forth. It says, in whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? We know the arm of the Lord has been revealed to the nations through the freeing of the Israelites from the Babylonian captivity. It says he grew up before us like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. Cool. That's the nation of Israel. Isaiah 62 says so. It says, the nations shall see your vindication, and the kings your glory. You shall no more be termed forsaken, and no more be desolate. I'm sorry, I got the wrong path. Not Isaiah 62. I mean Isaiah 60:21. That's what I wanted to read. I got the wrong one. Your people shall be righteous, and they shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot, the work of my hands, that I might be glorified. So this is the nation of Israel. God is glorifying the nation of Israel by freeing them miraculously from the Babylonian captivity. And he's doing so. Why? He's doing it to bring glory to himself, which he says so in the rest of Isaiah, which we can talk about the rest of Isaiah if we need to. Then he says, let me get my scroller back.
I think maybe Isaiah 53:8 starts to become maybe clear to people who aren't familiar with it.
Well, that's the thing. So far, everything up to this passage is easily applied to the nation of Israel, isn't it?
No, like I was pointing out, Isaiah 53:8.
We haven't got that far yet. Up till now, everything is easily applied to the nation of Israel, isn't it?
If you read the entire
funny
Old
it's a yes or no question. Everything up till now, to what we've just read, can easily be applied to the nation of Israel, can it?
No, because if you understand the Old Testament, you understand that when it's referring to a specific he, a him,
it's not.
Since all
we'll
the way
try this
since
again.
Genesis,
everything we've read so far can easily be applied to the nation of Israel, can't it?
No, just because you
okay. So what
want
part
that
of
interpretation, it doesn't
what
make
part
that
of
true.
what part of what we read so far cannot be applied to Israel?
For the transgression, this person for the transgression.
That's
of
not
my
what
people,
I said. I asked you, what have we read so
punished.
far that cannot be applied to Israel?
It's when it says he.
Listen,
you understand
I know you're short circuiting right now, but I need you to focus up. The passages that we've read so far,
you information up on people. Of
the
course,
passage that we've read so far, what part of that cannot be applied to Israel?
Some of it can have a double meaning. I mean, you see that.
I didn't ask you that. What have we read so far that cannot be applied to Israel?
we would have to go back slowly through each part. I don't.
Okay, we'll start again. You
Well,
let me know when we find a part that can't be applied to Israel.
I think it's simple enough just to start with. How about one verse? How about Isaiah 53? 8?
Why would we skip over all the context?
You wouldn't. You don't skip over all.
See,
all,
that's how this works. Yeah, if only you ignore if only you ignore all the context and you don't read all of Isaiah and you take it completely out of the historical narrative, only then can we actually make this make sense about Jesus.
You're saying this is the problem with skepticism, but
it's not skepticism.
Can we just focus on one part?
I'm reading the book to you, and I'm asking you what part of this so far cannot be applied to the nation of Israel.
out of
and you don't actually have an answer,
through,
do you? Just say you don't know.
Isaiah 53:8.
We're not there yet.
We'll get there. What do you want me to say?
What part of what we've read so far cannot be applied to Israel?
I don't know.
None of it. All of it can be applied to Israel so far.
It can be absolutely applied to the Messiah. If anyone understands,
I didn't ask you that. I asked you what part of what we read cannot be applied to Israel.
Which part can't be applied to the Messiah? I mean,
all of it, because it's about Israel.
That's if you just want to assume things, that's perfectly fine.
No, the text tells you. The text tells you that the nation of Israel is the servant 8 different times leading up to this chapter. So you're ignoring all the context. You want to skip over it. And you just want to cherry pick the 1 or 2 verses that you think sound like Jesus, and then you want to ignore all the passages that make it clear that it's actually not about Jesus. But we can keep reading. So far, it's about the nation of Israel. And what I don't expect is that smack in the middle of the prophecy, it's going to somehow change gears without anybody knowing, and it's going to secretly change to be about the Messiah. But we'll read it.
The Jews understood this.
He was despised. No, they didn't.
Oh,
he was despised and rejected by others, a man of suffering, acquainted with infirmity, as one from whom others hide their faces. He was despised, and we held him of no account. Is there a reason why that can't be applied to Israel?
No, we'll keep going. I'm with you.
Okay, fantastic. Surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. Is there a reason why that can't be applied to Israel?
Who is the our? Who is Israel doing this for?
This is the nation speaking. These are the nations that literally punished Israel. The nations that came in and tortured Israel are giving their report of what happened or what's going to happen when they're freed.
The other nations in captivity, you're saying?
They're not in captivity, no.
And the other nations, these other nations are what?
The nations that are giving the report are the nations that held Israel in captivity.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Right. Okay. So it says, surely he has borne our infirmities and carried our diseases, yet we accounted him stricken, struck down by God, and afflicted. And do you know why this was so easily applied to the nation of Israel?
Because they were being punished?
Not only were they being punished, but God literally says in 2nd Isaiah that he's allowing them to be paid double for their sins. Why are they being paid double for their sins? Because it is through their suffering that the nations who caused them to suffer will be so blown away when they're vindicated by God that they'll come to know God as the true God. So their suffering is both for their own sins and also so God can glorify himself, which he says in Isaiah 55. Nations that do not know you shall run to you because the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, has glorified you. That's the whole goal here is to glorify Israel so that all the nations will know that the God of Israel is the one true God. Look at all the shit they went through. They suffered immensely, and here God is vindicating them. That's what's happening here.
Okay.
And it says, he was wounded for, I'm going to read it properly. He was wounded by our transgressions and crushed by our iniquities. Upon him was the punishment that made us whole, and by his bruises we are healed. Again, applies to exactly what I just said. All we like sheep have gone astray and have turned our own way. The Lord has laid upon him the iniquity of us all. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, He did not open his mouth. Like a lamb was led to the slaughter, like a sheep. And this is literally taken right out of Jeremiah's playbook. If you read Jeremiah, what Jeremiah say about this?
Yeah, the entire Bible is cross-referenced. I mean, that should not surprise.
Well, Jeremiah wrote about the exile, and he says, I was led like a gentle lamb. This is Jeremiah 11:19. He says, I was led like a gentle lamb, led to the slaughter, and I did not know it was against me. And they devised schemes, saying, let us destroy the tree and its fruit. Let us cut him from the land of the living.
Yeah.
So this is a common verbiage. Being cut from the land of the living means being taken into exile. And he says, he did not open his mouth. By a perversion of justice was taken away. Who could have imagined his future? For he was cut off from the land of the living. Yeah, because he was exiled, just like Jeremiah said, stricken for the transgression of my people. They made his grave with the wicked and a tomb with the rich, although he had done no violence and there was no deceit in his mouth, which is exactly what God says about the remnant of the suffering Israelites in Ezekiel and in Zephaniah. In fact, in Zephaniah chapter 3, it literally says the remnant of Israel will do no wrong. It goes as far as to say they'll do no wrong. Anyways, it says, yet it was the will of the Lord to crush him with affliction. When you make his life an offering for sin, he shall see his offspring, because Israel had children. They actually had offspring, and shall prolong his days, because that was the promise of Isaiah and Jeremiah, that they would be prolonged as a nation after the exile. And it says, through him, the will of the Lord will prosper. Of course, that's exactly what Isaiah says is going to happen to the nation of Israel. Out of his anguish he shall see, he shall find satisfaction through his knowledge. The righteous one, my servant, shall make many righteous, and he shall bear their iniquities. Therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoils with the strong. That's war language. Isaiah says that the nation of Israel will divide the war spoils. In fact, he says I think it's in 59. Let me grab it real quick. I think I've got it highlighted here in this Bible. I think it was chapter 59.
Justin, can we just point out the problem with this theory, though?
It's in 60.
Says that before Isaiah and before Jeremiah, this person that was prophesied was already being written about before then.
Well, it's not a person, so we'll just keep
reading. It was before Jeremiah existed. I mean, they were...
Isaiah 60:11 says, your gates shall always be open, day and night they shall not be shut, so that the nations shall bring you their wealth, their kings leading the procession. God says over and over again through his prophets here that he's vindicating the nation of Israel, not a Messiah, not a servant that you think is a Messiah.
Yeah, which sounds great. Like I said, until you understand that before Jeremiah wrote his book, before anything was written in Isaiah, this him was already being written about and prophesied about.
Where?
Even before in Genesis, was it 24? And when Moses says, I know you're going to point out Joshua, but
Genesis 24.
It may not be 24, but I mean, they're pointing to Moses, and in Genesis, God is prophesying this person who's going to.
Yeah, I know he's prophesying a Messiah, but there's no Messiah in Genesis.
There's no Messiah in Genesis.
No.
Well, I mean, it's Messiah. It's Genesis. Oh, sorry, 3:15.
Genesis 3:15, the fall. That's not a prophecy about the Messiah.
I'll put enmity between you and the woman.
It's a snake.
And between your offspring and hers. And he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel.
Yeah, who has offspring?
This is when you start seeing the
Does
he
Jesus have offspring?
all through the Old Testament.
Does Satan have offspring?
Your offspring and hers, between Satan's offspring and the woman's offspring.
Does Satan have offspring? Can you show me in the Bible where Satan has children? Because it's clearly about a snake. The Hebrew word nakash here means a snake. So the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all of the animals. Among the animals. He's talking to an animal here. And among all the wild creatures, because it is an animal. It says, upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat. Does Satan crawl on his belly?
do animals talk to humans? I mean, that's
according
point.
according to this. Yes, does Satan crawl on his belly?
Because the other interpretation is the shining ones.
It's funny how this was a really easy question. Does Satan crawl on his belly?
Why are we avoiding the initial point?
Why are you avoiding the answering my easy question? Does Satan crawl on his belly?
I don't know. I mean,
he clearly doesn't. No, that's ridiculous.
You know for a fact Satan doesn't.
This is clearly about snakes. The whole verse is about snakes. It's a record of why snakes crawl on their bellies. That's why in the animal kingdom they are unique. That's why it says, I'll put enmity between you and the woman and between your offspring and hers. Do you think there's a reason why in the ancient Near East, when it talks about people overcoming serpents, it always shows them treading on the heads of the serpents?
Yeah, I understand. This is taken from ancient literature. I completely get it.
Yeah.
But when you couple that with, there's the start of the he, what would you call it? Not verbiage, but that's where the he starts. And that's what you see all through the Old Testament. It starts talking about a he, just like in Isaiah, just Psalm, was it 22? There's
the offspring. I know. Are you aware that are you aware that he is here is referring to the offspring?
And I will put enmity between you and the woman, between the serpent and the woman, and between the serpent's offspring and Eve's offspring.
Yeah.
This is where it starts. He, a singular person, a male person.
It doesn't say that.
Will crush your head.
It doesn't say a person.
And you will strike his heel.
Yeah, it doesn't say a singular person.
Okay, and then you couple that with, this is Genesis we're talking about. In Exodus, we're already recording history correctly. I mean, you can go to the land of Sodom and dig.
Okay, so I'll just help you out here since you're not tracking. So do you know that in Hebrew, he and it are represented by the same exact pronoun?
That's fine. Go through the entire Old Testament.
I don't know why you can't answer a single question, so I'll just spell it out for you. So the pronoun he.
Obviously, you're trying to deflect from the point.
I'm actually just proving the point to you, and you can't stop talking long enough to hear it. So in Hebrew, he is referring to the offspring, and you know how I know that?
Yeah, why aren't we in agreement with that?
Do you know how I know that he is referring to a plural?
And he will crush your head. So at this point, they're talking about Israel?
It's talking about the offspring. Zerachah, your offspring. And do you know why it says he rather than they?
No, go ahead.
Because it's a collective singular. So grammatically, you need to use the he pronoun, even though it's a collective singular. It means they're using a singular formatted word to refer to a collection of people. Every time offspring shows up, referring to the descendants, in plural, the descendants of somebody, it shows up in the singular. That's just how the grammar works for Hebrew.
Okay, so I'm trying to couple this with an atheistic view of this. So
it's not an atheistic view. This is how Hebrew grammar works.
No. Okay, I'm agreeing with you on that, but I'm trying to put that together with that because they were reporting historical history correctly by this point. So
by what point?
By at least Exodus, and this would have been.
Who's recording it?
So the Jews would have had to.
Wait, why do you think that anybody was writing anything down during the Exodus?
No, I'm trying to put your theory together in a cohesive way. So I understand what you're trying to say. Jeremiah and Isaiah, they're Jews in captivity trying to rationalize what's going on and point to their God that they're going to give themselves hope. Is that a good summation?
Yes. Almost all of the Babylonian prophecies end with very soon God will vindicate you and all your suffering will be over.
Okay, so I'm trying to tie that with these earlier writings that are vindicated by their historical accuracy. Is what I'm trying to do. Like we're talking about the Brooklyn Papyrus and the.
What does the Brooklyn Papyrus have to do with anything? I already told you, Semitic people were in Egypt.
Right.
They were there before They were there before the Exodus period. They were there after the Exodus period.
No, I'm just
It's
saying
irrelevant.
they couldn't start with the first destruction of their first captivity and then right backwards. So maybe the theory would be that they took writings they already had and then added.
Oh, he lost his connection. He dropped out. Yeah, you're right, Miles. He is scrambling hard. He's pivoting hard away from the prophecies, but he'll come back. He's just got a bad connection. Give me a second. I think he's back in the queue. Welcome back, Bryce.
I have a bad connection. Do you hear me?
I think it's okay right now. It just dropped out for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to put it all together so it could make sense.
Listen, I don't know what the Semitic people being in Egypt have to do with anything.
Just like a murder investigation, you have to establish a motive why they're doing this. So
doing what?
If they have writings previous to their own captivity, they had no reason to write about. They had no motive to do all this writing to give themselves hope. All they would just be doing is like the Babylonians did. They were just making a mythology.
How do you know the Babylonians were telling mythology?
It didn't interact with the real world.
Yeah, it did. Have you read them?
No, but it does.
Have you never read Gilgamesh?
No,
Gilgamesh goes to actual city. He goes to the Lebanese forest. Does the fact that the Lebanese forest exists prove that Gilgamesh went there?
It gives credence to him being there that it existed, but
so does the fact that the Epic of Gilgamesh mentions the Lebanese forest, does that mean that the Epic of Gilgamesh is true?
Of course not.
Okay,
I don't know why
so
keep going.
None of these mundane historical facts do anything to prove that the supernatural ideas in the Bible are true.
They can't for a skeptic, but for the viewers that never get to hear that, oh, there is historicity to the Bible, and if the more you read into it, you find out, oh, a bunch of this is just based on complete assumptions with atheists. I mean, then
I don't know why you keep bringing up other atheists. You're talking to a very specific atheist.
I mean, it's like talking to Dawkins and Hitchens, who will claim anything.
Are you talking to Dawkins and Hitchens right now?
You have to realize.
Every time I get people in here, they just complain about what other atheists say. You're talking to me.
Maybe we can just end on maybe a fun point. Just to get your opinion. The Hellstones of Sulfur in the land of Sodom and Gomorrah that are at the museum there today.
Where's Sodom in the Bible?
Is it the northern point of the Dead Sea? Is that wrong?
There's no location given. It's in the plains near the Dead Sea.
Yeah.
So we don't even know where Sodom is, but do you know why there are sulfur balls there?
No, and that's what I was wanting to ask.
Do you know how sulfur forms?
No, go ahead.
Sulfur forms naturally when bacteria feed on salt crystals. You have to have the right climate for it to happen. It doesn't always happen. But if you have a climate that is hospitable for bacterial growth, then they will feed on the salt crystals. And the byproduct of that is sulfur. Just like if you put yeast in bread, it produces an off gas. And same way you make alcohol. You put yeast in sugar and it creates an alcohol byproduct. It's the same thing with sulfur. That's how sulfur is formed. That's why the Dead Sea is surrounded by both salt and sulfur.
So, okay, that's interesting to know.
Sure.
So I think, and it's obviously not the entire point of evidence, but if the Bible claims that at a regionally specific point, hailstones of sulfur rain down, and you go there today and you find hailstones of sulfur with skeletons everywhere, and the place is completely covered in ash.
Skeletons everywhere. What are you talking about? None of that's true. There's not skeletons everywhere and a place completely covered in ash. And I think what you're referring to is Tel El Hammam.
It wouldn't be called skeletons, but it would be called, if there's remains of skeletons. Is there another word for that? But I think that's also significant. So, I mean, that's how you build a cave. That's also not significant. So it's not significant that it's getting these early points seemingly correct.
It didn't get anything correct. The skeletons that you're referring to are from the 1600s.
Great, surrounded by sulfur balls.
They're not. But the
They're not.
skeletons you're referring to are from Tel El Hammam, and that event happened in the 1600s, is off by at least 400 years.
I would have to go and see if we're even talking about the same place, Tel Hammam. I don't know if that's the same place we're talking about.
That's the one where they found bodies.
And the balls of sulfur next to them?
Well, there's balls of sulfur everywhere around the Dead Sea. Every place around the Dead Sea where there's salt, you're going to find sulfur.
Okay, that's just one more point, is all I'm saying.
It's not.
So
sulfur has always been at the Dead Sea. Somebody wrote a story about the sulfur at the Dead Sea explaining how it got there.
Right. People kept writing stories based on observation.
Based on fiction, yes. Why is there sulfur here? Well, let me tell you how it got here.
And then it culminated, all the thousands of years of work culminated in a few people in Jerusalem dying, sacrificing themselves for a fake story over thousands of years. That coincidentally changed the entire world and future.
But you're staying off task as much as you possibly can.
No, it's
people die for their religious beliefs every day. That means nothing. In fact, we see it right now. There are people in the Middle East that are willing to die for their faith right now. It's happening as we speak.
Yeah, we're talking about the people that actually saw it happen. We're not talking.
No, nobody saw it happen. Nobody saw the sulfur brimstone raining from the heavens.
No, I'm saying that the people didn't die as martyrs, and
so you're pivoting to the martyrs who saw Jesus.
I'm saying just like any investigation, we're trying to put the entire framework of what.
I'm getting whiplash over here from all the pivots.
Yeah, just like with Dawkins and Hitchens.
There he goes.
As to a pure skeptic, evidence does not matter.
There is no evidence. That's why I'm trying to help you. You're stacking bad evidence on top of bad evidence, and you're thinking that your shit sandwich is supposed to taste good to me, but it doesn't.
And especially when you compare it to every other religion, you see a complete head and shoulders outlier with the biblical text.
No, I don't. In fact, that's why I know that the biblical text is fake, is because the more I read the biblical text, the more it looks like other religious texts from its time period.
Well, of course it does. You're a skeptic.
No, I've read the other texts. You haven't. That's why it looks like the other texts.
Right. Right. The evidence is going to mean what you want it to mean, and the text are going to mean what you want it to mean, whatever the outcome you need is.
Now you're projecting.
Whole point of a skeptic.
You're projecting now. You're saying, I'm going to interpret the evidence the way I want, and I'm going to ignore everybody else's.
Just like with Hitchens saying, it doesn't matter.
There you go. He's always complaining about other atheists. Do you want to talk to Hitchens?
And just like with Dawkins,
Hitchens is dead, right?
You can claim whatever you want. I mean,
he's not coming back. He's gone. I know you're upset at Hitchens, but you can't talk to him. He's never coming back.
Right. I think to a lot of us listening, we believe that everybody else is on a truth quest, but Justin, just like Hitchens and Dawkins, they're not on a truth quest, guys. They're on a...
Okay. Well, you can take your meta commentary somewhere else, and you can cry about other atheists, but here you're talking to me, not someone else. All right. Let's get some super chats out of the way, guys. We got a bunch of them during the last call. I couldn't really get to them. Sorry, but Aaron, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Big W, Philo Dragon. I appreciate it. Says, if you don't accept the claims of other religions, then you are just as much of a skeptic. We apply skepticism where you don't want it to be applied. And that's 100% Aaron. I'm not a universal skeptic. I'm applying the same amount of skepticism to his book that he's going to apply to everybody else's holy book. The difference is I'm actually being even here. I'm applying even skepticism to all of the holy books, and he just can't handle it. Also, Aaron, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Again, skepticism has nothing to do with it. We are just as skeptical as you are about every other religion. We just apply it to your religion where you won't. That's 100% the truth. It's really difficult when you ask them basic questions. Can you find me one prophecy that Jesus fulfilled? and they can't do it. They can't even find one prophecy. And then they complain that I don't buy their shit sandwich. No, I'm not eating that sandwich. It's not a good sandwich. It doesn't even have mayonnaise on it. Why would I eat a sandwich without mayonnaise? Nick Trill, thank you so much for the $2 super thanks. I really appreciate it. And with that, I think we're going to move on to the next caller. We're going to grab somebody from the TikTok queue. Johnny has been dying to get in. He's been asking to come up and come up and come up. So we'll get it on. But listen, if his sandwich doesn't have mayonnaise on it, I'm not eating that one either. Welcome in, Johnny.
Sir, how you doing, man?
Johnny, are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a God?
Yes, sir. I'm 51. I'm a Christian.
Awesome. And sorry, you already said you're a Christian. What's the best argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Okay, yeah. So I definitely want to go away from where you just were, getting into all that, because I'm just looking at the main title of what you had going, which is "Your God is Imaginary, Prove Me Wrong." So my thing, what I'd say is, I certainly believe in the soul, and I believe that since the beginning of the time, there has been good and evil, without a doubt. And I believe that that's down to every last one of us. I think that God certainly wants you to go his way, and I think Satan wants you to go his way, and I think that's why, we have a soul.
Why does Satan
exist? We're not
exist?
just why?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he? If there's a good, there has to be an evil.
Why?
That's the way of the universe.
Is God
balance.
good?
I believe so. Yeah.
So Satan's always existed then.
Well, Lucifer was a fallen angel.
Did he always exist?
No, he did not.
Okay, so but God was good before Satan existed.
Yes.
Okay, so good can't exist without evil.
Well, he gave us free will, right? So.
Did he though?
And I believe so. I mean, I believe I have a choice to do right or do wrong.
So
I think.
Why does Satan exist? I'm still trying to figure this one out.
Honestly, I think it's to challenge your holiness, for lack of a better terminology, because Satan is constantly going to try to destroy you. I mean, he's titled the Destroyer. He is constantly going to try to destroy everything that's good in your life.
Is that a good thing that he's
everything that's
doing?
good in the world. Satan?
Yeah.
In a way, yeah, it is, because I think it.
So we need
separates,
Satan.
I think we do need two deities or beings that we would have to choose from. Yes, I do.
Okay,
I
so
think that's part of the whole journey.
Okay, so in Revelation, when we get a new heaven and a new earth, Satan's going to be there as well?
I think Satan is on earth.
No. The new heaven and the new earth, Satan's going to be there?
Yes.
Oh, shit. All right. We got some addressing to do. Also, Skits and Bits, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. I see the notification just now. Sorry, my phone was off. But thank you so much, Skits and Bits. I really appreciate it. And W Skits, we love Skits. So if there's going to be no more suffering, no more tears, no more sorrow in the renewed heaven and renewed earth, then that means Satan's not there doing bad stuff.
I believe that Judgment Day is going to be a real thing. And I think that it's, I mean, you're going to be judged at some point, right? If I die tomorrow.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Ask me again. I'm sorry.
Revelation
again.
21. I've got it on the screen. See, the home of God is among mortals. He will dwell with them. They will be his peoples, and God himself will be with them and will be their God. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes. Death will be no more. Mourning and crying and pain will be no more, for the first things have passed away. Are you saying that Satan is going to be here with God, where there's no more suffering, no more tears, no more sorrow?
I'll tell you this, okay? I can't recite scripture the way you can, and I can't give you exact excerpts from the Bible, but I do believe that only applies to those who have followed God. In other words, if you deny the existence of God, if you don't believe in him, if you deny his existence, that's not a good thing. That's kind of like a one-way ticket. That's one of the main commandments. And so if you're worshiping Satan or you're choosing to live a life of evil,
I'm not
you're not
worshiping
going to
Satan.
get the kingdom of heaven.
So
I'm not saying you are.
I don't think we've actually addressed the issue. The issue is, why does Satan exist at all?
Again, I believe that God gave us free will, and I think that part of life is temptation. You know, if I see a wallet on the ground and I pick it up and there's a bunch of money in it, and as soon as I open it up, I see that there's a driver's license in it with the person's address, right? I've got a choice to make. I can
Where does
bring
that
wallet
temptation
back
come
right to that
from?
person. Satan.
That's not what the Bible says.
Satan is the tempter.
No, it says in James chapter 1:13, no one when tempted should say, I'm being tempted by God, for God cannot be tempted by evil, and he himself tempts no one, but one is tempted by his own desire, being lured and enticed by it. So our temptations to do things are coming from our own desires, which is why the Bible says that above all things, the heart is deceitful.
Well, so supposedly, right, we're born into sin. I mean, we're born sinners. And
Right.
so salvation comes through Christ, if that's what you believe.
Yeah,
if
I
you're
know
a
the
Christian.
gospel. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. We talk about why Satan is necessary.
I don't know if the necessary is really the right word.
So he's not necessary.
But again, I just believe there's a balance of everything in the universe. I believe that, you know, light and dark, good and evil. I mean, there's just a balance in the universe. Everything is in a perfect balance. The fact that we're on a planet that's
how do you know if it's balanced?
floating.
Like if it was unbalanced, what would you see?
Well, I tell you, you know, as a Christian, sometimes it's really hard to see the balance because there is so much evil on this earth.
I agree.
Sometimes
Yes.
it is hard to see, and that's why they call it faith. I mean, that's why, you know, I pray as much as I do, because it seems like the world is getting worse. Humanity is in my opinion, we're a failure in a lot of ways. You know, God gave us that free will, and I think, unfortunately, the majority of people are not doing the right thing.
Sure.
And you're right. That does come from within. That's a personal thing. I don't know if I'd necessarily claim that as Satan.
So Satan's not necessary for anything, but he does terrible things, doesn't he?
Sure.
Sure.
I mean,
So-
he wants you to be somebody who hurts children.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
sure he does.
You know,
did God create Satan?
that I don't know. I can't really answer that because.
So Satan's eternal?
As I said, Lucifer was an angel.
Well, that's
you know,
a different topic altogether, and that's not true. But I don't want to waste time on that. I'm trying to figure out if God didn't create Satan, then that means he's eternal. But you don't believe that Satan's eternal, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, so Satan.
Yes, I do.
So Satan's part of the Trinity.
Yeah, not part of. Yeah, if you're talking about the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, no.
So it's
No.
the Holy Ghost, the Father, the Son, and Satan.
Correct. And I would not put Satan with the Holy Trinity.
So it's a quadrity.
For lack of a better, yeah.
How did Satan come into existence? He's just always been there, so he's as powerful as God?
I believe he is. Yeah, I do.
So
I do believe
Satan's
he is.
basically winning then.
Yes, I do think he's winning on this earth.
So, like, there's a cosmic battle between God and between Satan, and, like, Satan's just kicking God's ass.
Well, yeah. I mean, and that, again, that has to do with our own humanity, because it's not just a universal battle. It's not like there's two titans up in the stars, battling each other. The battle is within us. And that's why I mentioned the soul. So you can choose, what you want to be or how you want to be. I mean, some people are born evil. Some people are born good.
What is a soul?
Your soul is what you are. Our flesh and bone and all that stuff is just crude. It's just our shell while we're here on earth. That stays here when we leave.
And that goes to hell
That
if you
goes
don't
in the
believe in
ground.
Jesus?
I believe if you deny the existence of God, yes, I do. I do believe that.
Why?
Well, because I do believe in that, in the Bible. And to be clear, I don't agree with 100% of the Bible. I was baptized Catholic. I don't practice Catholicism. But there are parts of the Bible that I absolutely do believe. And I think if you do deny the existence of God...
I don't think I asked the right question. That's my fault. What I'm trying to ask is, why is God sending me to hell for not believing in him?
Because he gave you life.
So?
So
what?
It's kind of a big deal, don't you think?
Why does that require me being tortured if I don't believe in him?
Well, why wouldn't you believe in him?
Because there's no evidence?
I mean, okay. So, all right. Do you personally believe that you have a soul?
No.
You don't? What do you believe happens when your heart stops beating on this earth? What do you think happens?
It's lights out.
So it's just like fade to black?
That's it. Just like before you were born.
Huh. Okay. I don't take this as, I'm not trying to be a wise guy, but I honestly, man, I feel sorry for you for that. I really do.
Listen, it's not a thing that I want to believe. Nobody wants to believe that they're going to die. But it's the cold, hard truth.
I was having a discussion with somebody about this the other day, and I know this sounds kind of, almost like maybe even an adolescent point of view, but we were talking about it, and I said, if you live your life, right, and you're good to other people, and you live your life righteously, you don't do bad, you don't do harm, you don't hurt people, you show love, you do right things, right? What's the worst that can happen, man? If you don't, or if
I
you're
can do
kind
that
of
without a
skeptical
God.
about God, well, right, but if you're skeptical about the existence of God, or if you're kind of like on the fence about it, I don't understand why people wouldn't choose to do the right thing. Like,
I do.
Because
Without God.
Let me ask something. Have you ever gone through something incredibly difficult in your life, like to the point where you almost don't know how you got through it?
Of course, yep.
Okay. Did you feel like something maybe intervened and helped you?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I've flatlined a couple times. I've been defibbed.
Yeah. I've been dead.
And yeah. And yep. myself as well, and I don't remember them, 100%, but I had what I believe to be visions. They weren't dreams, like where I was starting to cross over to wherever I was going.
I know they're common.
And I had the people at the hospital when I finally did come out and was conscious again, and was able to communicate. I had everybody at the hospital telling me, "We don't know how you made it."
So,
like, there's no way you should have made it. We have no idea how you even survived.
Happens all the time. People beat the odds all the time.
And you don't believe that there's a being powerful enough to do that, to make that happen?
No. Mathematically speaking, there will be people who beat the odds. Just like mathematically, it's nearly impossible to win the lottery, but somebody always does.
Well, again, man, I don't mean this condescending at all or to be a wise guy at all, but I honestly do feel sorry for you, brother, because I just know that there was a time when I didn't believe. There was. I was, a lot of people started off as Christians and went to atheism, and I was the other way around. I didn't believe in God for a long time. And when I did start believing in him, I didn't like him.
Why do you pick this God?
I thought he was cruel.
Because he is cruel. Mm-hmm. And he doesn't know biology, and his book is full of lies.
What do you mean he doesn't know biology?
Want to read Deuteronomy 22 with me real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll grab Deuteronomy 22. This is how I know that this God isn't real. I mean, this is one of many reasons. It says down in verse 13, I believe, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him, and they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin in Israel. And she shall remain his wife, and shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. And then the last part, if, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her until she is unalive, because she has committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So, if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night onto a sheet, then she's going to get executed potentially. But only 50% of women bleed their first time.
Well, again, no. Like I said, there's not. I don't agree with 100% of the Bible, and that's no different than going back to the Roman Empire, right? Like, I mean, they threw criminals to lions. I mean, obviously, we were. It's crazy. We were less civilized, but at the same time, we're less civilized now, I think, as a whole, humanity. But back then, I mean, you couldn't do that now, even though we should.
But God
I can think
said
of
to.
a couple of people that. Pardon me?
God said to do it.
Right, but if we did that now, right? I mean, if we took somebody who hurt a child and said, you know what? Let's throw him in a cage with 3 lions. No one would ever go for it. No one would ever allow it. Would be.
One is legislated by humans and the other is legislated by God.
Yeah. Do you think the laws of God are primary and outrank the laws of man?
Yeah, as you mean the commandments?
Yeah, do you think God's commands are more important than man's laws?
Yes, I do.
This is one of God's commands, Deuteronomy 22.
Yeah.
And God is very vindictive in the Bible all the time. So, for example, let's go to 2 Kings. We haven't done this one in like many months, but we're going to go to 2 Kings chapter 2. And there's a wonderful story about verse 23 says, I'll put it on the screen, referring to Elisha, the prophet, says, he went up from there to Bethel, and while he was going up the way, some small boys came out of the city and jeered at him, saying, "Go away, bald head, go away, bald head." When he turned around and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord, and then 2 she-bears came out of the woods and mauled 42 of the boys, and then he went from there to Mount Carmel. So God was perfectly okay sending bears to execute boys for teasing somebody.
Yeah, and again, that's how I used to. I mean, I used to literally tell people, I would never do something so catastrophic, say as even a weather event or something that would kill thousands of people. So am I nicer than God? I mean, I that's how I felt. I used to say things like that.
I think that was a good thought.
I am, I'm torn about certain things in the Bible. There's no doubt about that. However, I do feel without a doubt that I do have a soul, and that I do believe, I don't think anyone has a completely full understanding of God or of the Bible or its interpretations, but I do think there is a distinct difference between good and evil. I do believe we have a soul, and that's one thing that like I said, I learned it. I went the other way around. I thought God was the most cruel, disgusting thing. Like, why would you cause disease?
Well, he kind of is the cruelest thing in the world. He's going to torture people for eternity for merely not believing in him, and he doesn't give you the evidence you need to believe in him. That's the most nonsensical thing I've ever heard.
I used to kind of think that too. I used to say, geez, if Jesus came now, right, and I got to meet the guy, and I saw him do these things that the Bible said he did, I mean, there wouldn't even be a fraction of a doubt. I would, right. It just happens to be that he was around 2,000 years ago, and I wasn't. Why was he around during that time? Why were those people chosen or fortunate enough to be alive when he was actually here? I don't know. But
is there something preventing him from giving everybody the evidence they need?
That's a good question. I don't know. I think the evidence lies in things that you can see if you're keeping an open mind. Like you and I both dying and coming back to life and being brought back to life and surviving something we weren't supposed to.
So happens to animals too. My dog was basically on her deathbed when she was discovered. We don't know what her situation was, but you know what? She survived the odds. My dog was actually strung up by her neck by her prior owners and strangled to death, and then shot with a pew-pew and left to bleed out in the woods. She shouldn't have survived, but she did because she's a badass. But people overcome the odds all the time.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, for me personally, that was my turning point. That's kind of when, I started to believe that, because I honestly, again, I did not. There was so many things that I thought were wrong. Once I started actually believing he existed, I didn't believe it all, and then when I did, I wasn't happy with what I found. But getting through those things, and it made me start to believe that he was there, and I did have, But again, man, hey,
let me ask you one question.
I appreciate
before we leave.
Ahead.
I want one more question.
Yeah.
Is it possible that there's a God that exists, but it's not the God of the Bible?
Again, I don't believe the Bible 100%. So, I mean, Are you saying a completely different entity or something that goes by a different name or rules or?
Well, what I'm suggesting is that it's plausible that there could be a God, but I think it's highly unlikely that it would be the God of the Bible for many of the reasons that we've already discussed. Like, if you're really, really concerned about not losing your belief in God, that's fine. But why are you choosing this barbaric God to believe in? It sounds like you're probably better than this God.
I've said those words. I actually have, man. I've said those words that I would not do horrible things like he's done.
Right.
But I don't know. I guess somebody mentioned it earlier in your chat that, you know, not having full understanding of exactly how they phrased it. They phrased it of none of us have full understanding. We're not supposed to. I kind of, where I'm at right now, I kind of just have to believe that.
Right. I got you. All right. Well, listen, Johnny, thanks for coming and talking with us, okay?
Thanks for having me on, brother. Take care.
Cheers. Well, Johnny was nice. I think he sincerely believes. Let's get some super chats before we move on. We've got Cameron again in the house. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Cameron says, lots of claims and pivots from the previous guest. The one before that. I agree. Thank you so much, Cameron, for the super chat. And we've got a couple more rolling in. Thank you for the super thanks from Insola. For the $4.99 and the $2 from Nick. Thank you, Nick. Says, I'm Jamaican every now and again. I'm going to wait. What? I'm Jamaican I'm so sorry, Nick. I think you might have a typo in there, or I'm too brain dead to understand it. But Conquistador, good to see you in the house again. $2 for praise, Doug. Hail, Doug, the rock of our salvation. And Nick says, do your thing. You know it, Nick. We are going to be doing it. We're going to be doing it all night. And Conquistador, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Although my filter is having a little bit of trouble with that background color. Give me a second to see if I make that more readable. That's a little bit better. There we go. What about that? Nope. What about that? Oh, that's a little bit better. There we go. The fact our God wants his followers to be confused and decipher his so-called holy book is a huge case. I agree. And so this is something I've tried talking about. And I don't talk about it enough, but the fact that the way to God seems to be through the Bible, but the Bible is like so hopelessly flawed. It really makes you wonder, like, what the hell kind of a communicator is this? Like, if he couldn't communicate effectively to humanity, why should we believe that he exists and that he's all good and all powerful? And it's crazy to me. It doesn't make any sense. But thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. All right, we've got some people in the queue. Dan's been waiting for a bit, so we're gonna bring in Dan, and then we've got some people waiting over on the TikTok queue. We'll bring them in after Dan. Dan, you're live now, buddy. How you doing?
Hi, I'm doing fantastic. What about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
That's great to hear.
Dan, are you at least 18? Because we can't talk to minors.
Yes, don't worry. I'm 20, so we're all good.
Very good. And do you believe in a God or multiple gods?
I do believe in a God, yes.
Sure.
Definitely.
And which God do you believe in?
I do believe in the Christian God, as a lot of the people here so far have been believing in. Yeah.
So what would be your most compelling argument or evidence for why the Christian God is real?
Gotcha. If we're talking about evidence, I have to first point towards historical evidence.
Sure.
Right? And so what kind of historical evidence am I referencing? Although I'm a little uneducated in this area, so do forgive me in that sense. The area that I predominantly look at is the Greek manuscripts and the documentation, the Roman documentation of some of Christ's miracles and some of Christ's beliefs. And there's quite a considerable amount of that documentation. One thing that comes to mind in particular is the death of one of the saints. I can't remember which name, but he's the one that they tried to boil in oil.
John.
Are you familiar with that? John. Okay, thank you. John. He was boiled in oil in front of a whole crowd of people that came to see him boiled. Right.
And who wrote about that?
Pardon? Oh, I don't quite remember. I'm terribly sorry. Who was it?
I actually don't know who wrote that. I'm aware of the mythology from the early church, but I can't remember which of the early church members wrote that one.
Gotcha. I'm not too sure, but unless I'm mistaken, the Romans would have documented that was execution. There would have been documentations, and not to mention there have been Roman letters to Caesar, and there have been Roman letters back to Rome, discussing some of the nature of Christ and some of the miracles he's performed. Right.
Which documents are doing this?
Which documents? As I mentioned, I haven't gotten to the point where I can name everything perfectly. I'm terribly sorry for that.
Okay, but you understand from my point of view, you're just saying that there are documents that say something, but you can't tell me what they are.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, I haven't prepared myself for that. So I'll go off something that needs less paperwork, if that's better. In regards to some of the archaeological discoveries that have been based off of the Bible, right? Because the Bible, it flips in and out of metaphor and actual like historical writing style. Do we agree there? Like that it does that?
Yeah, the literary genre of the Bible is variable.
Yeah, it kind of flips between metaphor and then it goes back to what's it called? Like more literal senses. This time at this date, this thing happened, right?
Well, I think it depends on the author, right? Like, so what we don't find in the Book of Kings is a bunch of metaphors. It's primarily history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
One element that at least points towards the Bible's reliability in terms of historical events is they've used the Bible to basically investigate and check to see if there are tombs of foreign kings, etc., right?
Like where?
One, I believe, in England.
In England?
Shall we start? I think. I'm not sure. If you might look it up for me, if you could be
I
so
can look
kind.
it up, but I don't know of any kings from the Bible that would be in England.
Gotcha. There was yeah, if you could look up, I'm not sure if they're in England, but if you could look up the segments of the Bible that point towards archaeological discoveries, where those discoveries were actually found.
I mean, that's a huge field. I've got a whole bookshelf full of archaeology books.
That's great.
I mean, I can help you out a little bit here. I'm pretty familiar with the archaeology of the Bible. So there are, in fact, real people from the Bible. Like King David was a real person. The tribe of Gad was a real tribe. The Moabites were a real people. Solomon appears to be a real person. Like, so I do agree. Like, a lot of these people do exist, but I don't think that in any way would validate the mythological claims of the Bible, because we see
definitely not the mythological claims. No, definitely not. I'm definitely not trying to validate those. I'm just trying to validate that some sections of the Bible do point towards literal historical locations.
I agree,
and have historical accounts to that.
I agree.
Right. But that's like one element to me that at least says that the Bible was around at that time and was documenting and engaging with those kinds of people. Right, and that there are instances of historical documentation, and the reason I think that's so necessary to touch on is because some sections of the Bible are obviously historical, and other sections of the Bible are more left up to metaphor. Like when Christ is talking about, for example, "I am the door," he's not referring to himself being a piece of plywood.
Clearly,
right? So that's something I'd like to definitely highlight. But the other section of evidence would be the existence, at least this is at least in regards to a creator. So you could easily say that, this isn't God, and this isn't Christian God, sorry. This is another God. But the Big Bang Theory, that's the predominant theory right now. I know there are definitely others. But the Big Bang Theory declares that the universe existed in the beginning. There was absolutely nothing. There was no matter, no energy, nothing, right?
No.
And then is that not what it says? Sorry.
No, the Big Bang just refers to what happened at the beginning of the expansion of the universe, but it doesn't really make claims about what happened before the Big Bang.
The beginning. Yeah.
But no, I don't believe that the Big Bang is declaring that there was a beginning. It's saying that the Big Bang is as far back as we can go to investigate our current observation of the universe. But most of the cosmologists I know don't believe that there was nothing before the Big Bang.
Yeah, absolutely. That's totally fair. So that's the difference between the belief of the universe being eternal and non-eternal.
I think it's eternal, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Okay, that's fantastic. So if the universe is eternal and it has no beginning, no end, this is a separate question to even, separate to a biblical question. How do you think life operates in the universe? Because I do know that do you think it's just like a continuing pattern? The universe does seem to be expanding from a singular point. We've been able to measure that. So beyond that singular point, what would you say constitutes the expansion of the universe? It does seem to be expanding in a certain direction. Is it going to? I've heard one theory which says when it expands, it'll eventually start to pull back again. Is that what you believe personally?
Yeah, some people call it the Big Bang, Big Crunch model. Once upon a time, when I was introduced to it back in the early 2000s, it was referred to as a rebound theory. But that's basically the model I've always held to.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that makes total sense. That is definitely something. I remember when before I became a Christian, I wanted to just engage in overall theology, so I tried Buddhism. That was interesting. Very good for handling my anger at the time. I used to have an anger issue after getting bullied. The Buddhists really helped me with that.
Sure.
But the main consensus I came to was, okay, did the universe have a beginning? And if it had a beginning, then I'd have to admit that it has a creator, right? It has a cause. It has a beginning, it has a cause, right? But if I believe in an eternal universe, then I find it difficult to wrap my head around that. We do try to measure energy. I do know that's one thing. They try to measure the age of energy or the age of some forms of, radiation. But the age of that radiation can only trace back to about a couple 100 billion years or whatever, however old the universe is.
And that's how we typically... Real quick. Sure. Metal Giga, thank you for sending out a membership over YouTube. I really appreciate gifting memberships. So my question is this, because I feel like what happens with when we talk about how like there needs to be a first cause for something, people will say, well, God must be the thing that provided the first cause. But if we're going to the logical conclusion that everything needs a first cause, then why are we special pleading saying that God doesn't need a first cause?
Because that would be because the God is eternal. So we're talking about eternity, right?
Right.
So you believe the universe doesn't require a cause because the universe is eternal. And in the same premise, if the universe wasn't eternal, so it's operating on that assumption, then the universe would still have to have a cause.
Sure.
Right? And that cause would have to be an eternal being.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
Matter that exists outside. Well, it'd have to exist outside of matter, firstly, because matter hasn't been created yet. It would have to exist outside of time, obviously, because it needs to be eternal.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think there's causation outside of time.
Well, that's exactly it. If the universe has existed since the dawn of time, then can time even exist? If
that's
the universe
my point. I think time's eternal. I think it's eternal in the past and in the future, and I don't think anything can exist outside of time, because that would dictate that there's no way to have a sequencing of events, and without a sequencing of events, nothing can happen.
That's a good way of looking at it. But wouldn't time then does time stretch infinitely into the past, literally forever and all eternity? So, and then we're continuing into the future. Is that correct?
Yep. So I followed the Aristotelian model.
Aristotelian model, I haven't heard of it. What's the Aristotelian model?
Well, the classical Greek model of time is that it's an infinite arrow in both directions.
In both directions, right? So, like, is that like potentialities? Is there a way to travel to the future or the past in this model of time?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't think, and I personally don't believe in time travel either. But
neither do I. Don't worry. Neither do I. But the construct of time. So I like to view time as more of a construct. This is just my own personal view of it. You have something that exists within time, something exists without outside of time, right? So my understanding of it there is when you sin within time, let's say, then you can be forgiven because in time you can change, right? There's change and there's no permanence. But if you sin outside of time, then you sin all across time. Outside of time, there isn't a past.
That's actually a point that I've been making that a lot of people don't understand, is that if you're outside of time, everything you've ever done is happening all at the same time forever, or it's not happening at all.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. Yeah. So the way that I would view time, right, outside of time, it's very important that I'm outlined. In the Bible, we're not given much of a picture of heaven. We're not given much of a picture of hell either. Hell isn't described as a, place of, like an actual place. It's not described as an actual place.
It says
it's described as
there's going to be fire and wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Outer darkness, wailing, gnashing of teeth, correct. Mm-hmm. And once again, it speaks in metaphor. So obviously I can't go to a place that is just fire, gnashing of teeth, and outer darkness. You can't have fire and darkness, right? Fire creates light, right? So if you're going to go to a place of outer darkness and also fire, which we know generates light, then that's an anomaly, right? It's impossible. So that's how we know that when the Bible talks about hell, it's speaking metaphorically, right? Because it no longer
I don't think so,
operates.
no. Because I've read the rest of the Jewish writings that precede Jesus, and all of them believed that hell was a very real place, and that people
It's a very real place, absolutely.
Yeah, that people would go there. In fact, it says in the Talmud that at the very beginning of creation, God, the first two things God created was heaven and hell, but he calls it paradise and Gehenna. And they believe that people who were unrighteous in this life will go to Gehenna for a maximum of only 12 months to pay for their sins, whereas the righteous people don't have to.
Yes, of course. So that's paradise versus was it Gehenna? Where would you go after Gehenna in their eyes? So when you go to hell for a temporary period of time, where do you go after it?
Yeah, you actually get to go into paradise. So I've got the writings. I've compiled a document that's got every mention of hell and Gehenna and Hades from the Talmud, from Josephus, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, from the Jewish pseudepigrapha, and from the intertestamental writings. And there's a couple trends that seem to pop up. Is that they're equating hell to Sheol. Even though in the Old Testament Sheol doesn't really get described, but in the Dead Sea Scrolls, Sheol is now a place where there is suffering and eternal flames.
So hell must exist within time, off of what you're telling me. Was it here currently?
As far as I can tell,
it says they went to hell for 3 months. So I guess the area where I might be a little bit low on information is my understanding of hell is when you go to hell, that's it. You know, that's the finalization. You're there forever, right?
Well, that seems to be the place. So in the Qumran, in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in Qumran hymn 1Q hymn, text A says, "You burn in the foundations of the mountains, and a fire that sears the base of Sheol." And this is a little bit cryptic, but if you know your ancient Near Eastern mythology, they believe that if you go into mountainous caverns and you follow the caverns long enough, you'll actually end up in Sheol.
I see. And who says this in this book? Is it God saying this? Is it an angel? Is it like who's stating this?
Well, in this particular hymn, it's just considered to be divine revelation, but the hymn is pretty badly fractured. But there's a bunch of them too. There's like a 11Q11.
It's divine revelation from a godly entity, from a non-godly angel. Was it anything like that? Like, do we know where the source of that information is coming from for the personal person? Because I do know that
I'm not saying it's scriptural. What I'm saying is that the people before Jesus had a particular belief, and these documents tell you what they believed, right? So the Jewish people had this conception that in Sheol there would be fire. So there's another hymn. It's 1QH 14, and it says, "The glory of the wood would be over the whole world, endless and deep as Sheol in its roots. The source of light will be an eternal spring, inexhaustible, and in its shining flames all the sons of iniquity will burn, and it will be turned into a searing fire." So the sons of iniquity will be the ones that burn in the fires of Sheol, according to what we find in the Dead Sea Scrolls, right?
The Sea Scrolls. I'm not sure about the Sea Scrolls, but when I look at what Jesus Christ likes to outline, he likes to outline what the Bible likes to outline. I don't mean to backtrack. It's just I want to be able to talk.
I want to be really clear. The New Testament wasn't written in a vacuum. The beliefs that we find in the New Testament are consistent with the other Jewish writings about hell. It refers to hell in the Bible as Hades. It refers to hell as Gehenna. And it talks about the fires of hell. All of these terms we find in other Jewish writing from the time period. So I have no reason to believe that Jesus is talking about something metaphorical, because I've read all of the other Jewish texts, the Jewish texts that Jesus would have known about and would be talking in unison with.
Of course. So when Jesus gives us a understanding of hell when he tries to outline what hell looks like, right? At least to us. He outlines it in more non-physical things, in outlines, feelings, stuff like that, right?
No, he says it can destroy your soul. He says, don't fear the one that can destroy your body, but fear the one that can destroy.
Exactly. But if your soul is your consciousness and then you go to hell and you are in hell for eternity, right?
Well, the
then
soul is not your
destruction of your
consciousness.
soul obviously can't indicate that if your soul is destroyed, it ends, right? Because it's described as eternal suffering.
No,
unless I'm wrong.
I agree. The Bible's split on this topic, whether or not there is eternal suffering or whether or not there's annihilation, because the book of Revelation seems to be promoting the idea of annihilation, where you go to, at the very end, you go to the second death.
Yeah. So what I would wager in regards to this is it doesn't just finalize the destruction of your soul, right? But it is the process of your soul being destroyed perpetually, which would be very painful, I imagine, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Why does hell exist?
Why does hell exist? Very good question. So if heaven is being close to God, was in presence with God, right? Then there naturally has to be an ultimatum to that. There naturally has to be distance, closeness, distance, right? This is the way the world fundamentally functions. Because if you didn't want to, if you wanted there to be anything other than distance, great question. Why, by the way? Thank you. If you've got, so I'm just trying to compose this so it makes sense ahead of time, so I'm not just babbling.
I get it, because there's nothing my child could ever do. Even if my child rejected me, I would never want them to be sent to a distant place where they suffer and I never see them again.
Not if your child rejects you, but what if your child chooses he wants to leave your house and he wants to go out and do things on his own, right?
So what?
Are you going to hold
He's
your
allowed
child?
to. I still don't want him tortured.
He's allowed to, of course. Of course he's allowed to. And he says that we can go to hell. We choose to go to hell.
No, we don't choose to go to hell. So I didn't choose hell. I just don't believe in the God. And because I don't believe in the God, I go to hell. That's not a choice.
But you're choosing separation.
No, I'm not.
Right?
I didn't choose anything. I don't believe in the thing.
Okay, that's fine if you don't believe in that thing. So then how do you live your life is my next question. I imagine you live your life well.
You understand the point, though. Hell is an irrational concept. The idea that merely not believing in something is going to cause me to go there is completely silly. At least the Jewish people had a rational belief in hell before Jesus. They believed that hell was for actual bad people.
Of course, and I'd say that so the argument there is that we've all done wrong, right? That we're all bad. That in the state of flesh we do wrong. I know I've done wrong. I'm assuming that you've done wrong in your life, and the argument there is that separates us, that makes us more distant from God.
Why?
Right? Because God is perfection. Right? It's not a decision. It's more like a oil and water.
Does God have the control over those parameters?
No, because then you would have to have control over you. Right, which would deprive your free will.
No, we're talking about the separation.
In regards to separation,
because my child does things that I don't want him to do all the time, and that doesn't separate him from me.
Of course, was a bit if your child chooses, but that you're not perfect. You can relate to your child, and that occurred with Christ as well.
So God can't relate to us.
Christ was formed into the flesh, so that he could relate to us.
Okay,
right? So that he could have the same temptations that we had.
Cool. So
that is because of the ultimatum.
So he can't
you're
just
outlining.
forgive us.
Well, Christ can very much plead your case to God, and Christ put himself up after understanding where we came from, after understanding what we had done, right? So, after understanding the temptations that we engage in.
I think we're missing the point here. The point is that there's no reason for sin to result in us being separated from God. God is the one who controls the parameters.
God is the one that controls the parameters. Yes, but God also has to limit himself. He has to be fair. He has to employ laws.
No, he doesn't.
Right? Well, God describes himself as fair.
No, the literal opposite of that. God is described in the New Testament as being merciful. It's the suspension of justice in the New Testament.
Sorry, I'm using just. I'm using the wrong term. Just. God describes himself as just. He refers to himself as a just God.
Well, he's not just because he sends wicked people to heaven and good people to hell based on whether or not they believe in him.
Sure, we can absolutely talk about that, but I'm just trying to outline. I'm just trying to respond to the point that you made previously, which is a very well formulated point that I'd love to respond to. Right, because it's a great point, and I could well be wrong, but I want to be able to obviously give that point. It's was it just, it's just God, so that way it can be completely wrong. But I don't want to be in a position where I hear everything you say, and then I just right after go, I send it off in my brain. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Even if I get, I get one or two great points with you, I can go, great. There's one or two great points that I have to now investigate and think through. Right.
Sure.
So if God is perfection, right, and he wants to take us into a place with him, right, then that's very difficult to do when we're imperfect, right? And it's not very fair either. If your kid comes back and he's just done something terrible, right, it would be very unjust of you as a father to not provide some kind of punishment. if a kid goes and shoots a guy, right, it'll be very unjust to go, no, it's okay, I forgive you. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to, repent in any capacity. Did my audio come through okay there? Sorry?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fantastic. That would be very unjust, and God does not describe himself as unjust. So what does he do instead? He has this ultimatum where he goes, well, my creation can't help but sin, right? Wow, that's really unfortunate. Not only can my creation not help but sin, but I describe myself as fair, I describe myself as just, right? Which means I have to give them a punishment for that sin, right? But I don't want to.
What do you mean
because
he
I'm
has
allowed to? Well, I mean, he's bound to the same mediums to which he wants to bind himself to, unless I want to be a liar.
So then he
he's
doesn't have
stuck
to.
between-
He doesn't have to. He chooses to.
He chooses to, yes, but
Okay,
it's
so he
his
doesn't
nature
have to
do
punish you.
Well, it's his nature to do so. Would you say that when I shoot a guy, do I choose to shoot the guy?
Is God not in control of his nature? Because if he's
God is
merciful,
in control of his nature. Yes.
if he's merciful, then that is the suspension of justice. So the idea that he's going to have mercy on people means that there are people that he won't punish for their sins.
Exactly, and how does he do that?
So he's not perfectly just then.
Well, he's perfectly just. because he
Justice
puts
and
up
mercy are
sacrifice.
opposites.
Okay, that's why he puts up a sacrifice. Someone's got to take the punishment. So you're correct. You're 100% correct. Someone's got to take the punishment. Someone's got to allow that to be just. So he humbles himself to the flesh.
It's just to
right?
punish
So-
somebody who didn't commit the crime.
Is it just to, if you don't commit the crime, then you will not be punished, and that's outlined because Jesus Christ.
That's
didn't commit the
Ezekiel,
crime.
yes.
Yes, but then he chose to be punished, right? So Christ got in a position where he knew, okay, I'm going to be on the cross. I know this is coming.
So justice wasn't
I could
served.
flee, I could run, but instead I'm going to be on the cross to sacrifice myself for the sins of man.
Dan,
right?
I'll fast forward the conversation. We all know the gospel message. Everyone here is ex-Christian. I mean,
course.
most of us
But
are.
what you're suggesting right now is you're suggesting, hey, God can't be just and merciful at the same time. I'm saying he's
That's
not
what
just
I'm telling
being.
you.
Yeah, of course. He's not just being just, right? He can be just because he put up a payment for the actual thing, right?
It's not
Which is
payment.
Jesus Christ, so that's the payment.
Nope.
Right? Therefore, he can still be just.
What are the wages of sin?
The wages of sin are death, but through Christ.
For the
right,
spirit
your
and
sins
for the
can be
body, right?
For the spirit and for the body, but Christ died
Hold
right,
on.
and went to hell.
You're
in
going
the
way
same way.
too. You're trying to get ahead of it. So the wages of sin is death spiritually and physically, right?
Yes, those are the wages of sin.
Is Jesus
And
dead
death.
spiritually and physically?
He died physically, and then he experienced separation from
But
God.
did he
which is why
die spiritually?
He dies spiritually. He reaches out to God.
Is
and
he,
says, Father,
is he
why-
alive or dead right now?
Right now, he is in heaven. So right now,
Then
in
he
heaven,
didn't take the
Christ.
wages of our sin.
No, he did. He
Nope.
died.
We'll try this again. The wages of our sin is that we will be eternally dead, physically and spiritually, right?
That's correct. The thing I'm
And
trying to
Jesus
outline.
is not eternally dead, spiritually and physically, right?
He is not eternally dead. No.
So he didn't
Doesn't-
take our punishment. He only took part of
Wait,
it.
actually, no. Sorry, not eternally dead. It doesn't necessarily specify eternity. You will spend eternity in hell, paying for your sins, because your sins are infinite, right? With that said, Christ did go to hell, right? And then when he got to
Our
hell,
sins
he
are not
actually
infinite. I saw you smuggle that in. That's nonsense.
our sins are not infinite. No, but we go to hell for eternity, right?
According to the Bible, most likely, yeah.
So why are we in hell? We're in hell to pay.
But why are we
Right.
paying infinitely for temporary crimes?
Well, we're in hell to pay, yeah.
That's the goal, yeah.
So we're paying eternally.
Except you won't. Only I pay for my sins. You don't pay for your sins.
Oh no, I have to be genuinely forgiven. I have to genuinely work.
Carissa, thank you
within
so
my-
much for the hats. Thank you, Shake. Okay, so it's not a free gift.
The thing, it's not necessarily free because my burden is light, but there is still a burden, right? So that's an outline.
So you do
It's
have
the
to
free
do
gift of-
something.
It's the free gift of eternal life, but I have to change myself to be able to accept that. For me personally, I find it very hard to accept that I've genuinely been forgiven and that I'm not going to go for hell for the things I've done. That's very hard
Right.
for me.
So I
And because of
think
that-
you've missed over the entire thing. We've got a couple problems here. God is choosing to punish some people and choosing to not punish other people. And the mechanism for his choice is basically whether or not they put their faith in Jesus. So that means he's not perfectly just. He's just choosing who he punishes and who he doesn't.
He respects our freedom of choice. right?
Not
And
not
once
even
again,
close. Nope.
if
No
we're-
one's
if we're-
choosing hell.
I'm so sorry. I'm not getting much of a chance to. I'm making a statement, and I don't want to back up that statement with implications. So I'd like to be able to do that. I totally understand. Firstly, I'd say I totally understand if you disagree with where I'm coming from. That's completely fine. And I really appreciate was your intellectual honesty in the debate. I really do appreciate that. And I appreciate you being willing, at least was earlier, to let me get my say. So thank you so much. What is it? And I'm terribly sorry if I've been not overly succinct in the way that I've outlined things to you. Right? Forgive me, I'm a little frizzled, as you can imagine. That said,
but you understand no one's choosing hell, right?
No one's choosing hell. Well, they might be choosing separation from God.
No.
Why not? Why don't people choose separation from God?
I don't believe in God. You can't choose to be separated from something you don't believe in.
I'm not talking about belief here. I'm talking about choosing separation, right? There are people that very much believe in God, right, and then actively choose to not engage with God.
Never met him.
Never, I have. I mean, I don't know, but at my school, I said, yeah, I believe there's a God, but I don't want to follow this guy that, and then they outline a bunch of things they really dislike about God.
Well,
right? I don't want to need to do these.
Well, you're not talking to him.
Of course. But you're saying you've never
I don't believe in this God.
Of course, you're saying you never met him. I'm saying I have, right?
Right. So, according to Revelation 21:8, I go to hell for not believing in this God.
You go to hell for not believing in God. I guess a very interesting question that comes up here is what about the people that before Christ, right? What do they experience? Do they not get the same mercy as everyone else? That's a pretty good question to ask.
That's a great loophole. I'm glad you brought that up because now you're getting to the point where God is picking and choosing who goes to heaven and who goes to hell on completely unmeritorious means.
Well, there's a little bit of justice in that as well, because when Christ goes to hell, he has to go to hell for a reason, right?
I know he went to hell and he preached to the saints in hell. Mm-hmm.
Correct. He went to hell. He was down there for 3 days.
Second
in
Peter,
that time. Yeah, and I'm not too sure. I can't name Second Peter and all that. I'm very, very young in regards to my faith in this area, right? Which is why I'm very excited to talk to you, because you're pointing out a lot of areas where I need to go, damn, that's something I really got to look into. That said,
but
the Christ went down to hell, right? And let's say hell time is a little bit messy, right? Because eternity can exist in hell. There's fluctuations between time and heaven and hell, and how that operates. Then he went down there to preach, right? He went down there to go, hey, I'm Jesus Christ. If you follow me, I'll take you out of hell. So that at least explains why Christ went down there initially, right? It explains why part of the reason of him going to hell was so that he could actually give those that died before him and that died before receiving his grace the opportunity to get out, should they believe.
And who was there and how did they get there?
Who was there and how they get there?
Yep.
The people that failed earlier. I don't know. I can't tell you who's in hell. Actually, I definitely couldn't give you any names.
Well, before Jesus came, how did they decide who was going to hell?
Great question. I don't know, because I predominantly look at was it Jesus onwards, the New Testament? I predominantly look at the New Testament. That's because most of the stuff in the Old Testament, although it might be coherent with biblical law or the way that biblical functions, although it might be canon, if to use that as a term, Christ did quite literally change everything. Christ did make it a much more merciful religion. You see the difference there between the Jewish belief, who believes in the Old Testament, and the Christian belief, who believes in the New Testament.
Well, I don't think it's more merciful at all, because in all the Jewish writings that I know of, you don't go to hell for eternity typically, and the people that go to hell earned their spot there by being wicked. What in Christianity, you earn your spot in hell by just not believing in Jesus.
Well, earn your spot in hell. So I definitely don't earn my spot in hell. I'm pretty much born into sin, which is really unfortunate.
Your default position is hell?
Oh, my default position is imperfection.
So your default position is hell.
Imperfection. Yes.
Okay, so God created hell, and he knew that our default position upon being born would be in hell.
Well, I mean, he says that the babies will go to heaven. He says all the children that die will go to heaven. So that's against that. We're born.
That's not in the Bible.
It's not in the Bible. Whether the children will go to heaven, that babies go to heaven. It isn't. Really.
Nope.
Damn. So what does it say in regards to that? If you don't mind my asking.
The closest you'll get is one line in 2 Samuel, I think chapter 20, 2 Samuel chapter 12, where David loses his child from Bathsheba. And then after he's done mourning, they ask him, why are you not mourning? And he says, while he was alive, I mourned because I didn't want him to die. And then he says, but he's gone now. And he says, he can't come to me, but I will go to him. And so there's this idea that they'll be reunited in the afterlife. But obviously, everybody at the time of David didn't believe in a heaven or necessarily a hell. They believed in Sheol. They just believed that everybody went to Sheol in the end. But that's not a universally biblically held position, because his son Solomon didn't believe that. His son Solomon says that those that are dead in Sheol, they know nothing. They are no more.
Okay. So does God describe himself as just, typically?
He describes himself as both just and merciful, but I find both of those things to be false, because he sends people to hell for thought crimes, which I don't think is merciful, and he punishes people for crimes that they never committed, and he outright says he does. In Exodus 34:7, he says that he visits the iniquity of the father upon the children and the children's children into the third and fourth generation, and then we see him doing that in the book. He does it over and over again.
And this is Old Testament, I assume.
I mean, Old Testament and New Testament.
And New Testament.
But
so,
even if it was only in the Old Testament, it's still God doing things that are unjust.
Okay. If God does claim himself to be just, right? First, I guess something I would outline here is death. When God kills something, when God does something, it's very, very different from when God does it to when we do it, right? On like a philosophical level. The reason that is because when someone dies, for me, they're gone forever. I never gain access to them. That's really sad, right? They're completely gone. I can't talk to them. I can't engage with them. I can't interact with them, right? But when God takes someone out, right, quite the opposite. He can very much interact with them. He can very much engage with them. He can very much decide where they go, right?
So it's good when God kills people.
I'm not saying it's good, but I'm not saying it's necessarily... It's different to the way that we do it. I definitely think that if God kills someone, I would assume it's good. Yes, I would assume that he's doing a good thing, if I had to assume. I do know that he does, bring down quite a heavy amount of wrath, or quite a heavy amount of... vengeance upon a large amount of people that were participating in child sacrifices and a bunch of other negative stuff.
So Abraham was mistaken in chapter 18 when he says, surely you wouldn't wipe away the righteous alongside the wicked?
Well, that's because he prays. That's because he prays, and that's because he asks, right? No. The area I'd highlight is in Egypt.
No, you get the wrong chapter.
The area I'd highlight is in Egypt, when God comes through the land and claims all the firstborns.
Yep.
Right? So that's a very brutal thing. But does he outline kill all the firstborns, or does it outline claim?
No, he killed them.
Right. What does it outline? Because I'm pretty sure it outlines claimed or took or snatched up.
Oh, no, he killed them. We can read it. It's Exodus starting in chapter 10, going to chapter 13. So let's grab chapter 11 real quick, where he first announces it. There we go. The first announcement comes in chapter 11. It says, the Lord said to Moses, I will bring one more plague upon Pharaoh and upon Egypt. Afterward, he will let you go from here. Indeed, when he lets you go, he will drive you away. Tell the people that every man is to ask his neighbor, and every woman is to ask her neighbor for objects of silver and gold, so on and so forth. So he says the last plague is coming. And then he says, about midnight, I will go through Egypt. Every firstborn of the land of Egypt shall die, from the firstborn of Pharaoh to who sits on the throne, to the firstborn of the female slave who is behind the handmill, and all the firstborn of the livestock. So even the animals get killed.
Yep. Okay, even the animals, right. So when they die, at least in the case of the children, do you think those children are bound to hell?
I don't necessarily think it matters. I think it's cruel either way.
Well, I think it matters. And I think if we're talking about cruelty here, then would you say abortion is cruel?
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought that up. So if you believe it's okay to execute babies because they go to heaven, then you should be pro-abortion.
I certainly don't think that. That's for sure.
So it's good when God does it, but it's bad when we do it.
No, I'm outlining that both would be considered bad, right? So would you agree that you disagree with abortion? I'm assuming you do, based off of what you're outlining to me.
No, I disagree with abortions after, I think, the 24th week, when they gain sentience and the ability to feel pain.
Right, gain a nervous system and all that. Okay, I think that's completely fair. Gotcha. So in regards to God doing something, I guess it's my headcanon. I'm going to have to just say it's my headcanon on this one. But I don't want to cop out on that, right? Because you've absolutely given me a lot to look at. And I would like to say that I'm very much going to, after this, go out, research all of that stuff, and genuinely consider it, because I want to be as intellectually honest as possible, right? But it is my headcanon that when God kills a child, right, in his kind of sense, right, of killing a child, then he's not killing, he's claiming the soul, right? And then I think it's up to God whether that soul goes to hell or heaven. I think if they've never been given an opportunity to come to Him, they've never been given an opportunity and to go to God, they've never been given those opportunities. In a similar way to Christ going to hell, because the people in hell didn't get an opportunity to receive Christ, I do believe those children will go with God, right? And receive, ample opportunity to go to heaven.
But I think to illustrate my point is that God punishes people that didn't actually commit the crime. For example, in 2 Samuel, He executes David's son with that Bathsheba, makes the child sick for 7 days, and then it passes away. And then He issues another punishment, which is visited upon David's wives. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. And he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight."
Oh, it's brutal, isn't it?
It's brutal. And then it happens.
So what did he end up doing? So why did God end up taking this action, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah, because David took the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And
King David, yes. Right.
God said, David, you did, because you took somebody else's wife, I'm going to have your wives raped.
And that's and that would be Old Testament, because that's eye for an eye, which is how God said it would function.
No, those women didn't commit the sin. David did.
Those women definitely did not commit the sin.
But they got
punished. But when you engage with marriage, you become one flesh.
So?
Right? Is that not right? When you
so you think it's good to punish somebody's wives for the sin of the husband?
My question was, when you marry someone, do you become one flesh with that person? That's totally fine.
That's the theory. But do you think that you should be accountable to your spouse's sins?
Well, if I've made a commitment to that person, I've made a commitment to share punishment for them, right? Then I believe so. Yeah, personally, if my girlfriend, who I did plan to make my wife, did something incredibly wrong, I'd be the first one in line to receive whatever punishment that she wants. That she was going to receive.
So if
you're going to lash her 10 times, I'd ask to be lashed 5.
If you took somebody's wife and lay with her, you think it'd be okay for your wife to be raped?
Oh, I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't be happy with it at all.
But would it be okay?
And do I think it's okay? Personally, no. But it's not about what I think.
Why is it not okay?
Why is it not okay? Well, I mean, if I'm being honest, I feel bad about it. And that's the only reason that I would deem that it's that it's not okay.
But that's justice, according to your mind.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm outlining there is I'm outlining the humanness of my thinking, the simplicity of my thinking, right? Did he?
I didn't hear your question. You're breaking up.
What?
I think you asked a question, but I didn't hear it. We're losing your connection right now, Dan. Can you hear me?
I can hear you relatively okay.
I can hear you right now. I think our connection's back. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we're talking to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're having some connections issue. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you currently.
I can kind of hear you. It's breaking up.
No, not me, but for him, it seems so.
Who are you talking to? Is someone talking to him?
I'm talking to the guy that you're having trouble hearing. I can hear him just fine.
Oh, sorry. Is Ashton? Are you talking back there, Ashton? Can you mute your microphone? I can't hear Ashton. Only you can. There's another person waiting in the queue with you, and I can't actually hear him. Only you can hear him. But he probably doesn't know that you can hear him.
Yeah. Oh no, he does know I can hear him. I've definitely outlined to him that I can hear him, and he can hear me just fine as well. He's having trouble hearing you, but you're having trouble hearing him, but he can hear you as well, just fine.
No, I can't hear him at all. I'm not supposed to be able to hear him right now. I'm only supposed to be able to hear you.
He can hear you, but you can't hear him.
That's right.
But he can hear you.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So just to be sure, if you commit a sin, it's okay for your wife to be punished for it.
Was it back then? I believe in eye for an eye, but Christ says something quite the opposite. He says, so Christ actually comes over here and he says, this is no longer going to function this way.
Matthew chapter 5.
Right?
I'm aware.
That's correct. So it's very clear that when God comes down at this point, right, he challenges this belief system. And he says, no, this is not how we're going to do this anymore. Now, we're going to try and be merciful.
This is not a legal system.
I mean, it's referred to as the law, but it's not a legal system
this
as in
is
a
not part of the
man-made.
law.
Well, I mean, it's definitely part of the law. I mean, the Bible's a part of the law.
This is not about eye for an eye.
Yeah, of course, and that's what I'm trying to highlight. Sorry, Christ comes down. He says it's no longer about an eye for an eye, right? Because I mean, we're looking at this here, and
the passage we're reading is not eye for an eye.
That's correct, but what is happening here is an eye for an eye. Oh, you defiled his wife. Now your wife will be defiled. Eye for an eye.
10 of them, right? 10 of his wives are going to be defiled, and you think that's an acceptable punishment?
In addition to that, Christ also says that it's only that marriage should only be between one man and one woman, right? So he outlines
no, he didn't say that.
He didn't. Marriage is to be between one man and one woman. I'm pretty sure that's correct.
No.
I mean, I've checked it personally. I could just be my version of it. But what does Christ say in regards to marriage?
He quotes Genesis. He just says that Moses said you can get divorced. He says Moses permitted you to get divorced, but it was not that way from the beginning. For in the beginning, it says that you will leave your mother and father and become one flesh. So he's just saying that I do not permit you to divorce unless there's infidelity, which he gets to saying that. But he didn't say that you can only have one
idolatry.
wife.
Yeah. Idolatry, yes, no, of course.
So, but that's beside the point. I'm just trying to get you to understand that there's never a time period in which you commit a sin that either your children or your wives should be punished for it. That's ludicrous.
I agree. The argument that I'm highlighting here, the thing that I believe, is if they are one flesh, which I claim they're not, but to my understanding is when you get married, the marriage vow is you become one flesh. Am I wrong in that?
Do all of them go to heaven? If I have 10 wives and I worship God and they worship Jezebel, the god of Jezebel, Baal, do they go to hell and I go to heaven?
It depends if it's the Old Testament or the New Testament. To my understanding, it said that in the rapture there would be husbands and wives snatched from their bed with the other partner being left alone.
Right, but if I worship God and they worship Baal, do I go to heaven and they go to hell?
I'd say yes. That's likely the case.
So then you can literally worship Baal and go to heaven as long as your husband is.
No. I'm saying the opposite. No, I'm saying if you worship Baal, you go to hell, and your husband will go to heaven. Right? There'll be a division. It'll be divided.
Oh, okay.
Right?
So then your behavior does actually merit separate punishment.
Yeah, I guess that would be okay. I guess that'd be the case. Well done. That makes sense.
Okay.
I prefer that much more as well, might I just say.
Right.
So thank you. I very much prefer that.
We've got a bunch of other instances where God punishes people for things that they've never done, and a bunch of instances where he punishes people for doing something that they thought was good. But we're already in 2 Samuel. I want to read 2 Samuel 24 real quick. David takes a census in 2 Samuel 24, and this really upsets God. And because God is upset, it says, the Lord set a pestilence on Israel from morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 people died from Dan to Beersheba. But when the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented concerning the evil and said to the angel who was bringing the destruction among the people, it is enough, stay your hand. And then David gets upset with God, and David says, when David saw the angel who was destroying the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned. I, the shepherd, have done evil, but these sheep, what have they done? So God is executing 70,000 people by the sword for David's sin.
Yep, 70,000 people with the sword for David's sin. So when you swear yourself to a king, right, I do see this very strange thing in the Bible, which is very, very foreign to me. And it's later said, do not swear yourself upon anything, which is another interesting thing. Let your no mean no and let your yes be yes. Right. I would not only say that is don't swear because you're what's it called? Brain. Sorry, my brain is completely shut down. Don't swear because that means that your regular word is not sufficient, right? But it's also saying don't swear to someone, don't engage, I would assume, outside of marriage, right? But the doubling back to your question, can you please repeat the very last part of your question, just so I can jog my memory, sorry?
Yeah, why is it okay for God to randomly execute 70,000 Israelites for the sin of David?
Gotcha. So I see this correlation very commonly, where when you are under someone, you would now become combined in your judgment, right? I see this thing. I don't see this so much in the New Testament, that's for sure. Was I believe you were judged was individually.
Well,
and something else that stands out to me. I'm trying to highlight something because you're making a lot of sense. So I want to highlight this. So the other thing that is mentioned is, do not, you cannot say before the Lord, another man made me do it, or something to that effect, right? It's indicating and talking about how if you claim that what is it? Oh, it's okay. I'm a soldier. I killed those people because another man told me to do it. That's not a sufficient enough plea. And yet, as you was it rightly explained here, God is punishing a large coagulation of people for the for the wrongs of their king, right? Because I'm assuming that's their king there, which means that interesting. So he's punishing a king. Instead of punishing the individual, he's punishing the masses. You could easily argue and say that that's because that's the best way to punish the king, but then the masses suffer for no reason. Mm-hmm. So is it a sin? Is it a sin to swear yourself to someone that is was greater than you in a position of power?
I would think not.
I would think so if I had to guess.
God elected
that would be adultery. Right?
God sent the prophet Samuel to elect David as king over the people.
Mm-hmm.
This was God's doing. God picked him.
Mm-hmm. And this is before Christ. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, wow. I got to do a lot more research into the Old Testament. That's what I've definitely learned out of this one. Sounds very, very brutal.
There's a lot there.
So, if we're talking about my own personal opinion in regards to the God's judgment here, is that what we're talking about? Are you trying to ask me whether it's objectively right or wrong, or are you trying to ask me how I feel about it?
I'm just pointing out the passages in the Bible where God seems to be practicing injustice.
Injustice, right? I guess it's like we all have our own sense of justice, would be the consensus that I have. Sometimes my sense of justice may be brutally skewed, right? So I may firmly believe that, because that guy bumped into me, I should shoot him, right? Some people do it all over the world, right? Sometimes petty reasons to kill each other has occurred, right? And I might think that's completely fair. And then in addition to that, someone might destroy my entire family and obliterate them, and me calling them a dickhead would be sufficient, right? Am I allowed to swear?
You can swear, yeah.
Okay, cool.
But you do have to watch words that are related to like genitalia, because that'll get you banned on TikTok.
Gotcha. So the word I just used then, that's relating to genitalia. Is that okay?
Yeah, you got to watch out for
I'm trying to stay away from it altogether. I'm just sorry if I caused you trouble.
I get it.
Yeah. What was I outlining? Sorry? I got sidetracked. I didn't want to cause you trouble. What was I just saying? Sorry,
I forget.
Oh, bugger. That's terrible. All right. I was talking about justice, right? So my own consensus of what is just and what is unjust is obviously going to be very, very different to the Father, right? Because he knows our heart. He has every single hair numbered, right? He knows extremely well the nature of a person. But I think you and I can both agree that out of those 70,000 people, there's likely one or two that were good people at least, right? I'm sure we can agree with that.
I would imagine so.
Right. So it was my belief, and I think God highlights this, was that if you were a good person, right, and if you are actually genuinely a good person, if you're genuinely going to listen to Christ and go with Christ, right, was that then you will not go to hell, right? So it's genuinely a good person. And I think personally, was that if we were close to death, right, or even if we did die, we might have an encounter with Christ, right? And then we might be able to go, okay, cool, here's an encounter, what happened here, right? Another thing I'd highlight is a lot of Christians like to say the Bible cannot be edited. This is a very common thing I hear, right? But we bloody well know that's not the case.
Definitely not the case.
We know that. We look at the African slave Bible, where they actively changed the Bible for the sake of, pacifying them so that they'll be okay with slavery. We look at the way the Bible's even been changed in recent times. I mean, if you've ever looked at this, you want a good laugh. There's something called the Gen Z Bible.
I've read it.
Oh my god. So anyway, you've got those two areas. And all in all, I would say that perhaps the Bible has been edited and altered in some ways that make it very unfavorable. But I admit that is a cop-out on my part. If I'm going to do that, then that's a cop-out, right? So the way that I'm going to choose to think through it, or the way that I have to think through it, is I have to sit there and go, okay, God must have a very different perception of death than I have, right? God outlines that for as long as we are in the flesh, we will sin, and flesh is the nature of the sin, not the spirit, right? So when we are separated from flesh, it wouldn't be that big of a leap to say that we are also separated from sin, right? And then all that would be left is a decision. Am I going to go towards God, or am I going to go away from God, right? That's the decision that I have to come to. And depending on the way that I've lived my life, I might come to a very prideful decision. I might go, you know what? That guy is an a-hole. I'm going to go this way, right?
But he kind of
Or
is.
I might go, that way is scary. I'm going to go this way, right?
No, but he is an a-hole.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. So you could die.
The God of this book is an a-hole. He created natural disasters. You think natural disasters are good?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's very important that we outline that the world is not fair. The world is wicked. It's also important to outline the devil is allowed to freely reign through the world.
Well, who made that decision?
Going about. God made that decision. He decided to make it for whatever reason. He decided to make it.
Why would God create Satan and allow him to torment humanity? In fact, 2 Corinthians 4:4
I have
literally
no
says
idea.
that
I have to say to you, in regards to the devil, I have to say to you, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, I have zero idea.
Yeah.
But I do know that God created a world that had both good and evil. And my only assumption, the only way I can think through that, is what kind of God gives humanity choice without any choices? What kind of God gives humanity
you don't need
choice
Satan for choices.
incredibly...
Satan could literally not exist and we would still have choices.
Of course, but if there's no example of evil, because if there's no example of evil in the world...
James chapter 1 says the evil is born, the desire to do evil is born in our own hearts. And we find the same thing in the book of Genesis.
So let's say there wasn't a Satan, right? There would still be another figure that is the pinnacle of evil.
Why?
Absolutely. That's the nature of a hierarchy of evil. Good and evil.
We'll try this again. Satan is a particular entity who has been lying and murdering and sinning from the very beginning. God knew that. God has foreknowledge. So God knew that he would create this evil entity, and the evil entity is going to cause havoc on humanity. That's why it says in 2 Corinthians 4:4 about the people who don't believe, it says, the minds of the unbelievers were blinded by Satan to keep them from seeing clearly the light of the gospel of the glory of Christ. So God is allowing Satan to literally blind people from seeing the glory of Christ.
Yes. And it also says those who have eyes to see, let them see. Right? But if you do not have eyes to see, then I don't think God's going to punish you for not being able to see. Right?
He will.
That doesn't necessarily make sense. If the devil blinds me to something, right, then perhaps it is time to test my faith. So my sight was designed to fail, but my faith perhaps was the thing that was meant to succeed there, but it did not succeed. So I'm not being punished for my blindness in this instance. I'd be punished for the section of myself that is meant to make up for when I cannot see. Because I think
that's a bad rationalization. We'll try this again. Revelation 21:8 says that the unbelievers go to the lake of fire. And 2 Corinthians 4:4 say that the people who don't believe are being blinded by Satan.
Yep.
Okay.
So, if someone is blinded by Satan, is that their fault, in your opinion?
No, I don't believe so.
No, you don't believe so. Well, that's where we have a differing opinion here, right? I think if an individual comes towards me, and then they, let's say, punch me in the face and they call me a wanker, right? Is very much my fault in how I choose to respond to that person, right? So if the devil comes over and he blinds me, and then the second I can't see, I fall down, I start sinning, I start doing a terrible thing, I think to a certain extent I'm to be held accountable for that action.
How do you know you're blinded by the devil?
Pardon? How do you know? Well, you might not. You might not. But
so how are they going to fight out the devil? They don't even know they're blinded by the devil.
I would ask you, what is being blinded by the devil?
Apparently, it's altering their mind.
Yeah. So it's placing thoughts in their head?
The Bible doesn't give you specifics, but it seems that way.
Gotcha. My understanding, what I've heard from preachers, it says that thoughts can be placed in our head. I know that I get terrible intrusive thoughts, and I know that you get terrible intrusive thoughts. Right?
I don't get intrusive thoughts.
You don't get intrusive. Okay, well, I get intrusive thoughts. I used to anyway. I don't so much anymore. But when I was particularly depressed, I used to get really bad intrusive thoughts. Right?
So I think we're getting off the point, though. The question is, why did God create this evil entity with the foreknowledge that he would be evil and would go against God's will?
Yeah, same answer as before. God decided, for whatever reason, to create a world with good and evil.
Nope.
Right?
Good and evil exists independent of Satan.
Good and evil exist, and who decided that?
God did.
Yes, so God decided to create a world that had good and evil.
Yes, but good and evil can exist
Yes.
without Satan, which means Satan's
Of
unnecessary.
course, yeah, I'm not saying good and evil is completely linked to Satan. I'm not saying that at all.
Okay, so
right?
is Satan
You
necessary
asked me
for
why
good
did God
and evil?
create Satan, not why did God create evil. I'm saying
I
God...
need you to focus here. We're trying to determine if Satan needs to exist.
Oh, that's a different question. You asked me why Satan exists. If now we're talking about why Satan needs to exist, that's a completely different question. Is Satan all evil? Is he majoritively evil? Yes. So now it's not a question of why does Satan exist, it's a question of why does evil exist.
No, it's not. We'll try this again. Satan is not the only source of evil. We can choose to do bad things without Satan.
I 100% agree with you. Yes.
So then why was Satan created? What's his purpose?
Gotcha. What would you say is the second... this is me trying to answer your question. I'd like to outline. What is the second most evil being after Satan?
Don't care.
But I'm trying to answer your question.
Satan's not a human.
I know. I'm trying to answer your question.
We'll try this again. Is Satan the god of this world?
No, of course not.
Yeah, the Bible says he is, yes.
It says Satan is the god. No, ruler of this world, yeah, perhaps. He's
it
made
literally
ruler.
says he's the god of this world, yeah.
Okay, ruler. My understanding of it is says ruler. Right?
The
and
gospel
God
says ruler,
Satan.
Paul says God.
Okay. Was it God of this world? Not God of man, God of the world, God of the physical.
Right.
I can see that.
Satan's in charge of this domain. He is roaming around like a lion, seeking who he may devour. All of this, God knew was going to happen ahead of time. And clearly this is something that God presumably wouldn't want to happen. He doesn't
So are you asking me why God made Satan the ruler of this world? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking you why he created him at all.
Why did he create him at all? He created him at all because he chose to, and he chose to create an evil being.
No, we know that he did it. I'm asking why did he do it?
Because there needs to be evil in the world.
But we'll try this again. You don't need Satan for evil to exist. I don't know why you keep making that equivocation. Satan is not necessary for evil to exist.
Okay, well, why did God create Satan?
Yeah.
God created Satan because he chose to. He chose to create Satan.
I'm aware he chose to. I'm asking why.
That's why I couldn't tell you that. God doesn't tell us why he created Satan.
All right, so I'll finish the argument. This is part of the problem of evil argument.
I can't tell you something I don't know.
So,
but I can tell you how I think through it.
I know how you think through it. Don't worry. I'm just gonna show you the end point of the discussion. The end point of the discussion is that God created what we call an unnecessary evil. He doesn't need to be here. He doesn't actually serve a purpose. He's just like natural disasters, which is why I brought up natural disasters.
So what evil is necessary?
Both natural disasters and Satan cause unnecessary suffering, unless you can figure out a reason why both Satan and natural disasters are actually necessary.
You bet. Absolutely. What suffering isn't necessary?
I don't think any suffering is typically necessary unless it's, for example, I'll give you an analogy. If I took my son to get a polio vaccine, the pinch that he gets from the needle is unpleasant, but the ends justifies the mean. We would call that a necessary suffering. He had to go through a little bit of pain to get to the thing that he needed. An unnecessary suffering is if the doctor walked in, punched him in the mouth, and then gave him the needle. That would be unnecessary suffering because the suffering doesn't actually provide the benefit that you need. So natural disasters, by definition, would be a category of unnecessary suffering. If you believe that they're necessary, then the other edge of that sword is that you believe that God is not all-powerful. If God needs natural disasters to accomplish his goal, and he couldn't do it any other way, then that means he's not all-powerful.
Gotcha. So I think I might be able to answer your question. I'm pleased to say. God deemed it fit for things to be unfair sometimes.
So he's not all just.
So that we can wrestle against what is unfair, right? To ultimately become better, to ultimately become more great, right? In the same way that I go into the polio vaccine that you were trying to talk about earlier, right? The ends justifying the means. In my struggle, I can assure you my life has not been fair. But it's because my life has not been fair that I've been able to grow beyond that. And now when unfair things happen to me, now when things come out of the blue that I don't understand, I'm able to deal with that well.
Dan, you've walked into it. You did exactly the thing I knew you would do. Can God accomplish his goals without natural disasters?
I'm sure he could.
Okay, so then that makes the natural disasters unnecessary.
But I'm sure that natural disasters was the most efficient and the best way to do it.
We'll try this again. Can God accomplish his goals without the natural disasters?
Yes, but he can also.
Can he do it
accomplish
with
his goals.
less suffering?
Can he do it with less suffering? Now that's interesting. I would actually wager no.
So then he's
And
not
the
all
reason
powerful.
No, it's because he chose to limit his power.
Nope,
in the
we're not
creation of
talking
the-
about whether he limited his power. We're asking, does he have the capability of
You're asking,
accomplishing
so
his
he's
goal?
not all powerful. You outline that to me. So he's
Does
not
he
all
have the
powerful.
capability of accomplishing his goal without the natural disasters?
Without natural disasters? Yes.
Okay, then that means the natural disasters were a decision, not a necessity, which means it is by definition an unnecessary suffering.
Unnecessary. His goal. So if we're talking about God's goal, no, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish his goal exactly. Why
So
couldn't
then
he
he's not
accomplish
all
his goal
powerful.
exactly? Why couldn't he accomplish his goal exactly? Because he chose to limit his power a little in giving us free will.
That's
because
not
he has a very
it.
specific
That has
goal.
nothing to do with it.
I think that has a lot to do with it, quite personally.
If God
I think if we're
if
talking
God
about if
needs
God is all
the
powerful,
natural disasters to accomplish his goal, then you have to say that he needs it.
I think if we're talking about whether or not God's all powerful, I want to answer your question. I've tried multiple times, but you're not letting me outline my reasoning.
Because you
So I'm
keep
just
saying, you keep giving a fallacious answer.
Well, I haven't been able to give an answer.
You
That's
did
the
like
thing.
3 times, and I keep trying
Well,
to tell you that it's
my
a
answer
fallacious
is, you're
answer
trying to-
because I don't think you
you're trying to
actually understand the nature of the argument here.
You're
If
trying to
God
make
can
me
accomplish
giving
his
this-
goal without natural disasters, then the natural disasters are not necessary.
Okay. The thing I'm trying to outline here is you're trying to simplify it down to a very, very simple yes or no answer, right? It matters to this. These things are not a very simple yes or no answer. We need to engage in intellectualization, ensuring not to make it overly intellectual, and then we need to answer was it the way that I want to answer your question. You're trying to get me to answer a question in the way you want me to answer it. I'm trying to answer your question genuinely the best way I think I can answer it. So it makes sense that I'm not feeling satisfied with my answer if you're not going to let me answer the question that you're asking me the way I wish to do it.
But you're not actually
Right.
providing an answer to the question. The answer to the question was actually very easy, which is, are the natural disasters necessary? You told me no.
That's correct.
If the natural
See,
disasters
but
are not necessary,
that wasn't your whole question.
then that means they are unnecessary.
That wasn't your whole question, though.
It-
For
it's-
God to accomplish
it was the
his
first
goal
part of the
was the rest
question.
of your question. Yes, the second part, which is important, is for God to accomplish his goal.
Yes.
Right?
Are they necessary for God to accomplish his goal?
And then I would say yes. So if
Okay,
you
so
change
now you're
that
changing
answer-
your mind.
Yes.
Thank you. So the natural
No,
disasters
I'm
are
admitting that.
necessary
Yeah,
for
I'm
God
literally-
to accomplish his goals. Okay. So
Yes, I'm literally-
could
yes.
God have not have accomplished his goals any other way then?
But do you see how you let me answer the question the way you want me to answer it, right?
Listen,
And now you're not letting me explain that answer because I'm trying to give context here.
What I want you to do is to not ramble, because every time I ask you a question, you want to ramble, and then we lose sight of the actual talking point, and I don't want to do it this time. So I'm going to hold your feet to the fire on this talking point, because I'm going to make you understand the problem of the talking point. The problem is, if you say that the natural disasters are necessary, then you must also admit then that God is not all powerful.
Gotcha. So I'm going to admit the natural. So I'll make it very simple. I do believe the natural disasters are necessary.
You think they are necessary?
Yes.
Okay, and why are they necessary?
Because God wants to create a climate to which we voluntarily wrestle against unnecessary suffering.
Why? Why does he need that?
Because that is a part of making an unfair world, and he wants a part of his intention is to get us to rear ourselves against sin, to combat things that are unfair. That's a part of his goal.
Can he do that without natural disasters?
It would just be another unfair thing.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
he can, but it would be
can he
something
create
equally-
unfair things that are that provide less carnage than natural disasters?
Can he create that causes less carnage than natural
Because
disasters?
as it turns out, I know that things are unfair, and I've never had to witness a family member get crushed in a falling building during an earthquake.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand. And there's war as well, which is very much from him. There are atom bombs.
We're not talking about war. We're talking about natural disasters.
I'm agreeing with you, though. I'm agreeing with you, right? I think that human beings are relatively natural, and I think the things that we do are disasters.
We
right?
see injustice all the time. We don't need natural disasters to know that injustice is bad.
Gotcha. But injustice comes from a dialogue of unfair actions that is resulting from the will of a human being. Is that correct?
I think injustice is typically from the will of a human being, which means, again, the natural disasters aren't necessary.
Correct. God didn't just want injustice from the will of a human being, right?
He wanted to
God
show you
also-
injustice from himself.
From the environment that we live in.
Why
And it
do
is
we
also
need
said
that?
it is also mentioned that, you said it yourself, Satan is the ruler of the world right now. God has permitted the devil to rule over the world. So those natural disasters aren't coming from God, they're coming from the decision that God made to put the devil in charge.
So the devil's in control of the natural disasters? Where's that in the Bible?
Well, you said it yourself, if the devil is the king of the world, is the God of this world, which is what you said earlier, right, and that means he dictates what elemental disasters occur.
Only because God let him.
Only because God let him, exactly, that's what I'm saying, yes, exactly.
So did God know that
But then-
he was going to make natural disasters?
Yes, so now it comes back
Does
to
God
that-
want him to make natural disasters?
Yes.
Okay, so we're back at square one. It's
Well,
something
God-
that God is causing to happen. Cool. So again, you've
But,
already
remember I was trying to answer
proven
this
my
earlier.
point, which is that
But do you remember, I was trying to answer it earlier for you. You first asked the
unfairness
question.
and injustice already exist on the earth without natural disasters, which means the natural disasters aren't necessary.
Do you remember earlier in the conversation, I was trying to talk about the existence of the devil and why God created the devil and why that's necessary? That's because I knew that it was going to get to this point in the argument where you're going to try and get me to backtrack, which comes back to that point. That's why I tried to make the point earlier.
But the devil's not necessary for natural disasters.
Correct, but even if the devil didn't exist, there would be another being at the top of the hierarchy. Remember, I was talking about this.
It doesn't matter.
That would generate,
We're talking
that would
about why
generate-
God even created an earth that has natural disasters to begin with.
No, we're talking about whether or not natural disasters are necessary. But yeah, I get what you mean.
Right, and you're saying that your first point was that they were necessary because God needs to use natural disasters to teach people what unfairness is. But we've already determined that we know that unfairness is all around us with or without natural disasters, which again
it's the perfect,
means
yeah, it's
that
the perfect
natural
tool to
disasters are not necessary.
I think it's the perfect tool to create the most unfair situation possible. If a volcano goes off in front of me, that is the most unfair situation possible. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I could have done.
Yeah,
That
and you
is
think
the
that's good.
That is the personification of unfair. I think it's the perfect challenge for me to wrestle against. I think it's the highest amount of unfair. Yeah, yes. That God
You
wants me to
believe in a
wrestle.
God that literally will swallow villages up in volcanoes just to teach them that being unfair is bad?
I believe in a God that created evil.
That's the pettiest motherfucking God I've ever heard in my
No,
entire life.
No, not petty. I believe in a God that created evil. And I believe
I
the
think
reason that he created
the God you're
evil,
describing is evil.
well, I mean, the thing that created evil, I'd like to outline this. The reason I think he created evil is so that I can wrestle against it and ultimately become stronger against it.
Is there going to be
It's
evil
so
in
that-
heaven?
Is it not? It explained there be no evil in heaven.
Oh, why?
Because that is the place that God was, because God does not want there to be evil in heaven.
Is overcoming evil in this world the greatest good?
That's a great question. God is the greatest good, but overcoming evil in this world, I mean, quite personally for me, overcoming evil in this world is the greatest good that I can do for God.
Then why don't we need it in heaven?
Then why don't we need it in heaven? Because by that point, the wheat has been separated from the, what's it called, the chaff? Is it called the chaff? The wheat has been separated from the chaff, and there is no longer a need for separation. You
What
have a
about
group of
the
people-
billions of people that died before they were even age 1? They've never
The bill-
experienced injustice or anything of that nature. What?
Yes, and God has shown
why don't they?
evidence that-
Why don't they need it?
God has shown evidence in the Bible, and the evidence is Jesus Christ going down to hell to preach to those that did not receive an opportunity, much like the children.
That unrelated.
No, it's very related.
You said that we
I'm saying
need
those
to
kids-
experience the injustice here on the earth, and that we don't need to experience in heaven. But the majority of people that are going to be in heaven, according to your theory, would never have experienced injustice ever. So if it was necessary, why doesn't everybody have to experience it?
Well, the babies definitely experienced injustice when they were immediately stripped from this world.
They're barely sentient. They have no idea what's happening.
I still think it's injustice. I think it's totally unjust for someone to be robbed of their life.
Okay, so you think a baby being executed in the womb is going to understand the same level of injustice as a 45-year-old mother that gets swallowed up in a hurricane?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying it's very unjust.
Do you think the
I'm not-
baby
I'm
is
not
going to?
comparing.
Do you think the baby's going to have that memory in heaven?
The inhabitant outlines that will have the memory of our entire life. So
do you think that the aborted baby is going to look back on the memory of being aborted and say, well, I experienced injustice?
Likely, because inhabitant outlines that we will remember our entire life, right? So if the baby does go to heaven, then yeah, it stands to reason. If I go to heaven, I'll remember my birth. I'll remember every detail of the birth. I'll remember every detail of my life. So yeah, I'd say the baby would remember.
Does life begin at conception?
Does life begin at conception? Did you like the answer I gave to your question, by the way?
No, it's a terrible answer, and this is going to explain why. Does life begin at conception?
Conception's when the baby comes out of the womb.
No, that's when the egg and gets fertilized by the sperm.
Great question. I have no clue. Well, the way that I would define life, if I had to measure it by the scientific means that I've been given, that life begins when the baby actually has a nervous system and is capable of rational thought. When that brain activates, right? That is when life begins. If I had to give my answer to it, scientifically speaking.
Okay, so if somebody's only been pregnant for 5 weeks and the baby's aborted, that baby doesn't go to heaven?
If what you believe is correct, that's not a baby yet. It doesn't have a soul.
We're talking about
so
your viewpoint. In your viewpoint, if a baby's only 5 weeks old and it gets aborted, does it go to heaven?
Is that before it can think? I just don't know my biology that well.
Yes.
Is that before it can think and before it has a nervous system?
Yes.
Do you think it has a soul?
I'm asking you. I don't believe in souls.
Well, if I'm going scientifically, then I'd say that it doesn't have a soul, so there is no life, so there can be no death. That baby never had a soul, it never lived.
So
right?
the soul is inserted when the thing becomes sentient.
That's up to God to know, right? What I believe personally is I believe that the second that impregnation occurs, and I choose to believe this because it's safe to do so. I don't want to make a really big mistake, right? I choose to believe that the second there is the sperm enters the egg, and the second life is assured in the case of abortion, unless there's abortion or something to that effect, right? Then a soul has entered that egg, right? If long as we don't go under human intervention or the intervention of a tragedy, then that child will be born. That's when I think the possibility of a soul being involved, right, then becomes a variable. It might be a very low chance, but it becomes a variable, right? But I'm much more certain that when the baby has a nervous system, when the baby actually can think and feel and all that, right, that is when I'm very certain that the baby has a soul. That's when I firmly believe that it is alive and therefore it must have a soul.
Fair enough. And where's that in the Bible?
Well, you just told me to give you my own personal opinion of it.
Yeah, I assume it's rooted in your biblical.
No, it's my own personal. That's the way I think through it.
Gotcha.
That's the way I think through it. That's my personal opinion, separate to the Bible, which is what you asked from me.
Gotcha. Okay, so it's not in the Bible. That's just your opinion. I understand.
I'm not saying it's not in the Bible. It totally could be. I know some principles of it might be, but I've heard some things about it. But quite personally, I've also seen analysis from a lot of preachers that indicate a similar thing, right? Yeah. So it seems that there might be indicators in the Bible towards that effect.
I suppose while we're at it, I mean, maybe we could end our discussion on why God said slavery is okay.
God did not say slavery is okay. Christ specifically came to earth, right, to abolish slavery. We see in the case of the Jews very much that slavery was considered wrong. So we see over and over again. If God did say slavery is okay and is permissible, right, I would say that could very well be from one of the Bibles that were edited, right, for the sake of condoning slavery. But if we look at the actions of Jesus Christ, which are much more concrete, we see that he absolutely did not like slavery. And if we look at the action of God with the Jews, we see that he absolutely abhorred slavery. He absolutely hated it. So I think there's more than enough biblical evidence to suggest that God does not like slavery.
Cool. I was letting you dig your hole there. I'm going to read you Leviticus 25.
Okay.
It says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. Slavery.
Yeah. So when I say, you may grab that pillow and you may go push it in the other person's face, and am I giving you permission to do that, or am I simply declaring that is something that you may do with your free will?
He's saying you may have, and in fact, we know that he's saying that you're allowed to do it because just a couple verses earlier, he says, "Don't do it to your fellow Hebrews." He says, "If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property, for they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold." So he doesn't want his people being slaves. And then he says, as for the slaves who you may have, you can make slaves of the people around you.
That's because God had, there's a couple reasons for that. If I had to think through it, right? The first is that God does not necessarily have authority over those who are not willingly giving themselves to Him, right? He might have power to inflict things upon them, but that doesn't necessarily mean He has authority. In the same way that my, let's say, best friend wouldn't have authority over me unless I willingly gave him that authority. In the same way that ultimately the government doesn't have authority over you. It has the ability to enforce an authority, but doesn't technically have that authority unless you allow it, right?
So slavery was cool.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, God says you can do it.
Gotcha, but then God also says that slavery is considered to be wrong.
Where's that in the Bible?
In the free slave. Well, it says it in regards to the Jews. He said, "Let my people go." Slavery is incorrect.
Let my people go. Jesus Christ very much. Well, stop it. You're lying. You're lying. He didn't say anything about.
I'm not lying. I'm incorrect.
You're absolutely lying.
I'm incorrect. I'm not lying. That is what I genuinely
you're definitely
think.
incorrect.
I'm not actively lying.
He freed his people. He freed his people from Egypt, which they weren't even slaves because they had their own houses. That's why they could put the lamb's blood on the doorpost of their own houses while they're in Egypt. And he freed them from Egypt, and then he got them in the desert, and he said, "You guys can own slaves." So he didn't free all the slaves. He only freed his own people. He don't care about anybody but his own people.
Gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing I'd say was the lying thing. Definitely didn't knowingly lie. I definitely could have made a mistake. I think I've outlined that I'm not too familiar in regards to all of this, and I outlined that at the very beginning of the discussion, or very early to the discussion, that I'm very young in regards to my knowledge on these fields. If I say something that is incorrect, don't immediately jump to the assumption that I'm lying, because I'm not. And I'm choosing to trust you over my over what I've seen, because I'm trusting in what you have shown to me, that you've repetitively shown that you're my senior in this area. I'm trusting that you would know it better than I would, especially since you were literally on a YouTube channel debating it. So just because I quickly concede and go, "Oh, okay, I may be incorrect," doesn't mean that I'm instantly admitting beforehand to me being incorrect. That's definitely not what I'm saying, right? And in further addition to that, I'd say in that instance, I definitely didn't knowingly lie. I was simply incorrect. I simply just didn't have that knowledge. I misquoted, right? But didn't lie by any means. And in regards to, so what was your question? It's not I just defended that, because when someone claims that I've lied, I like to be very direct in regards to dealing with it.
So my question is, why is God allowing slavery?
Why is God allowing slavery? Well, why does God allow? He allows a lot of bad stuff, and why he allows slavery? Well, I definitely wouldn't say it's because he's allowing it because it's good. Definitely wouldn't highlight that. Perhaps. Sorry, you distracted.
No, go ahead. I'm just checking on a comment real quick. I'm listening. I promise.
No, 100%. No, I just didn't want. If you want to read the comments, I totally want to let you do that.
Keep talking.
Sure. So, that's slavery. My assessment of it is that could be was a version of God or a section of the Bible that may have been altered. And the reason I say that, because it's a big claim I'm making, obviously, the reason I say that is because later on I see the character of Christ being very much against slavery, and that's the human form of the living God, right?
When did Jesus say that slavery was bad?
Bloody hell, if I could only remember the verse. Oh. Could you look that up for me? Tell me so was.
It's not there. There's no verse in the Bible where Jesus said owning slaves was bad.
Does Christ try to actively free slaves?
Nope, not once.
Not once. Wow. That's amazing. All right. Okay, well, I don't know. And I have to admit, I personally believe slavery is definitely not a good idea, right? And I definitely think that God doesn't like his own people being enslaved. I think that's very clear as well.
I do think that he wants his own people to be free of slavery.
I definitely think that as well. So, but he is allowing you're saying here that he's allowing his own people to openly allow slavery. Like he's allowing his own people to take slaves.
Yep.
Gotcha. Is there are there any laws that I'm not aware of? Any like old Jewish laws? Maybe can you work your way out of slavery? Should you work sufficiently?
Only if you're a Hebrew male. So, for example, in Leviticus or Exodus 21 says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go out without debt. But it gets complicated because it says if he comes in single and he goes out single, if he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife will go out with him. If his master gives him a wife and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So those women and the children are permanent slaves. And it says in verse 7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So God is allowing you to sell your daughters as slaves as well.
Wow. So in this instance, if he chose to work for the work to free his wife, not to free his daughters, would that be something he would be capable of doing?
No, not if the wife and the children, if the wife was already a slave, then no, she doesn't get to go free. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a negotiation. That doesn't mean that he couldn't say, listen, I'd like to have my wife with me, and maybe we can negotiate a price, but none of that's actually in the text. It's all just us assuming that somebody in the ancient world would like to have his wife.
Well, something I definitely say, we definitely can't base our entire lives off of the text, right? We got to look at it. We got to think our way through the additional sections, right? So in this instance, I would ask you: is this God forbidding any women to leave under any circumstances, or is this simply was it forbidding them to actually be able to work and go out on their own?
No, it says that they'll be the property of the master.
Property of the master. Okay, and why would that be?
Well, because women didn't have the same level of autonomy in the Bible days. Yes, they were absolutely. One level above cattle.
100%. And that's I do believe that did switch up a little bit when Jesus came across, actually allowing women to be able to preach. And then later on, that was preach and even teach. But then later on, I believe it was John, or was it Luke, that ended up saying, "Hey, women, be subservient to your husbands." And
Paul said that
in church.
In Timothy, yeah.
Yeah, I do remember the reason that. There's some historical. There is some historical stuff behind that, which I heard from a preacher, which is pretty good. It's Cliff. He talks about it, and he actually provides the sources for this as well.
Cliff Connectley?
Where he explains... Pardon?
Cliff Connectley?
Cliff Neckel? Is it Neckel?
No one can pronounce his name right. I have no idea, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, the really famous one. You can probably look up Cliff and it'll come up.
He doesn't have an education, right?
He doesn't have... Well, I mean, he said that he studied, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which I don't deny. And in addition to that, I also say that he has studied over the Greek manuscripts.
I don't think he knows Greek. I don't think he actually has a theological education. His son does.
He said that he knows a little bit of Greek. He said he doesn't know much Greek, but he knows a little bit of Greek. But the, what's it called? He outlines, at least in this section, that there was an issue, right, where all of a sudden a bunch of was uneducated people, because they were never allowed to preach, therefore they weren't educated in preaching, right, would start verbalizing constantly, and this created chaos in the church, right? This created a degree of chaos.
I was wrong. Cliff and his son did actually go to Bible college. I apologize.
No,
as far as I recall, though, his son's got more education than Cliff does. So I retract that statement. I lied.
Hey man, God knows I've been wrong multiple times throughout all of this, and you've been very patient with me, so I appreciate that. There have been, so yeah, don't worry about it. Ain't no crime in being wrong. I was wrong just about the previous verse. I mean, you said I was lying, but we cleared that up, so that's fine. So yeah, in regards to that, he outlines that there was a large amount of chaos, and that makes total sense. All of a sudden, this is very common in human psychology, and even in
what are we talking
when
about?
you gain. Pardon?
What are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about Sorry, what we were talking about something initially,
The women
and then I
being subservient.
stemmed off. Pardon? Yeah, women being subservient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it so
that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. I mean, listen, that's a tangential argument, but I mean that starts all the way back in Genesis chapter 3, right? God says that in verse 16, I will make your pangs in childbirth exceedingly great, and in pain you will bring forth children. Yet your desire will be for your husband, and he shall rule over you. And this is exactly why in the letter of Timothy, Paul states that because the woman sinned first, that she is subservient to man.
Yeah. If we're just looking, absolutely. Definitely won't deny that section. I know personally with my girlfriend, the way that I like to engage, at least biblically speaking, is in public. If she says something I disagree with, I agree publicly and discuss in private. And then if I say something she disagrees with, she agrees publicly and we discuss in private. That's typically how I resolve around it, and that's what it means to necessarily lead. I know if a guy says something, historically speaking, he would be subject to far lighter corporal punishment. So it makes very much sense that under the context of the law at the time, that the woman should refrain from speaking or refrain from engaging much, and that the guy should do the majority of the speaking. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that the guy makes the majority of decisions, though it does mean that he would definitely have the final say on decisions just because of the societal power imbalance at the time. That's the way I would think through that one.
Sure. But I mean, that's not what I'm referring to. I was referring to the fact that women are subservient to men, but also in the Old Testament, they're akin to cattle, which is why you buy and sell your brides, and why you can capture women in war and make them your war brides, even children. And then it's also true that, what was I thinking of? Women didn't have the autonomy even to divorce. Deuteronomy 24 basically allows for divorcing your wife, but there's no law that says a wife can divorce her husband. And in fact, if a woman's husband passes away, she is required to marry within that family. She's not even allowed to go outside the family. Her consent's irrelevant.
Yeah, of course. That is indeed the Old Testament, and I have to admit the Old Testament is a lot less flavorable than the New Testament.
Sure.
I'll definitely say that. It's my understanding, which could be very wrong, that when Christ came, he definitely created a considerable amount of more equality for women. And
how did he
do
that?
Why, pardon?
How did he do that?
He allowed them to basically, if I do recall correctly, he allowed them to speak. He actually allowed them to preach.
Where can I find that in the Bible?
And talk about that. Well, that's the thing that I'm pointing out there is the formerly mentioned section, was it John that we were just talking about, where he's saying, hey, keep quiet. And that's because as a response to Christ, women all of a sudden could speak a lot, even though they weren't sufficiently educated. And it created chaos in churches.
1 Timothy chapter 2. The way it says let a woman learn in silence and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She is to be kept silent, for Adam was formed first and then Eve, and Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, provided that they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. Thank you for the hats, Mac. Good to see you, Mac.
Man, it's fascinating. Wow. So right there, right there is what he's saying. Am I interpreting this correctly? That women can, what's the word? That they are not saved through their actions, but they're saved through child rearing.
That's what it says.
Which means a woman can pretty much do whatever she wants as long as she rears a child that is coherent to God. Is that correct?
I would imagine it's a little more complicated than that.
I would imagine so. So it's likely more complicated. So, yeah, obviously a woman wouldn't be able to do whatever she wants for the sake of a child, right? Obviously a child wouldn't be the singular thing.
Yeah.
That, wouldn't be the singular thing that actually allows women to get in heaven, which would also suggest to me, if we're going to use that logic, then
just in the chat wants me to remind you to reset your goal.
Also won't be enough to send someone directly to hell, right? So we're looking at a degree of leniency there.
Right. Well, listen, Dan, we've been talking for a while. We've covered a lot of ground.
Absolutely.
And
Yeah.
I've got a lot of people lining up to get into the conversation. So I'm going to grab the next guest, but I appreciate you spending so much time with me.
Hey man, no, I appreciate you giving me so much time, and I really do appreciate the debate. You've given me a considerable amount of stuff to think about. And yeah, I'm considerably excited to look over this and then go into scripture and try and answer a lot of the questions I failed to answer here in scripture. And thank you so much. I really sincerely appreciate it. And you have a beautiful day, and God bless you.
Thanks. You do the same. Have a great one.
Have a great one.
Mac, thank you so much for all the crowns. Big W, Mac. I really appreciate it. Good to see you in the house tonight. Oh shit, she just hit the whole goal. Damn, Mac. I just put the damn thing up. Thank you so much, Mac. I appreciate that. We're having a wild night, Sarah. I'm sorry you couldn't hear that guest, but he tried to defend as much as he could, and it was painful to listen to. He even defended women being subservient to men.
Of course he did.
Of course he did. Let me read out some
if
super
he's going to defend slavery,
you know it, yeah. Evan Patterson, thank you so much for the $20 over Venmo. Evan says, is Guest a Trinitarian? So tired of his excuses for Yahweh. And I was hoping to bring that up. We didn't quite get to it. But yeah, if you're a Trinitarian, then yes, you can't make excuses that somehow Jesus is better. So thank you for all these subscriptions coming through on TikTok. Thank you so much, guys. And Mark Bauman, thank you so much for the $50 over Venmo. Mark, we really appreciate your support. He says you're doing great work. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. And we got a couple of super chats, and we've got a bunch of people waiting to get in on the TikTok queue. So we'll grab a couple. Here we go. Aaron Leitz, thank you so much for the $5. And Mac, thank you so much for all the gun. Aaron says, no such thing as separation from an alleged omnipresent being. And we say this a lot, and it gets missed. But like, you can't have eternal separation from God in hell if he's omnipresent. You can't have it. Mac, thank you so much for all the gum. I appreciate that. And then Dex with the $2 super chat come in and says, only thing Jesus sacrificed was his weekend. Yeah, I tried to explain that to the guest and he didn't get it. Sorry, Sarah couldn't hear that either.
I could hear that he wasn't getting it though.
But Cameron, listen, Cameron's mostly right here. Finally, a polite guest. I agree. He was polite. I even pushed some of his buttons and he responded pretty well. So that was a good time. And then Aaron again with the $5 super chat. Oh, sorry, I doubled up on that one. Thank you so much, Aaron. Dexter, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, Jesus said he did not come to change the laws and the prophets. Guest needs to do some more reading. Jesus literally said the opposite. I agree. I know, but you guys know how it is. You have to kind of pick and choose which arguments you're going to use on each guest. And we did a lot with Matthew 5 last week. So, Cora, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, when are you doing your PhD? Doug wills it. I'm hoping to apply and get accepted to a program for 2026. But there's a lot of stuff that has to happen before then. But I think we'll be able to pull everything together for that. Cora says, God blinds the minds of unbelievers, not the devil. Yes. God literally says it in the book. Both the devil and God blinds people to the truth. So crazy. Which is wild that he blinds people to the truth and then he'll punish you for not believing. Cora again with another $2 super chat. It says Jesus says God blinds. The reference is in John 12:39 through 40. And let's actually pull that up because that's a really good reference. The book of John goes over and over again some of these weird concepts where like he desires that no one would perish, yet he is the one that's causing them to perish. Let's see, the verse says, and so they could not believe because Isaiah also said, he has blinded their eyes and hardened their hearts so that they might not look with their eyes and understand with their heart and turn, and I would heal them. Yeah, this is exactly what's happening. God is basically saying that John here is saying that God has hardened their heart, and he's quoting Isaiah as being fulfilled to that end. But Insane.
That's so wild that, like, even in the Bible, God is all powerful and not responsible for anything.
Yeah. That last caller was really, he did everything he could to wiggle away from the responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried, but Conqueef Door, thank you for the $5 super chat. Conqueef says, I'm lost. Do Christians remember everything they do or get new bodies and then don't remember anything? Why are there two different teachings on this? I agree. There's like this teaching that when you go to heaven, you won't remember all of you're gonna there'll be no more pain, no more tears, no more suffering, because you won't remember the suffering of this world. You won't remember your loved ones that are burning in hell. But this guest was saying literally the opposite. You need the suffering so that you can basically appreciate being in hell.
That's so bad.
It's insane. But that is a great comment. I appreciate that. And this is our last super chat. Thank you so much, Cameron. It says, this polite guest shows a little dishonesty. And I got to be honest. I don't know if he was trying to be dishonest, but he was being dishonest with himself. He was seeing what the text read and doing anything he can to say the text doesn't really mean what the text means. But I think he'll sleep heavy tonight thinking about some of these passages. And maybe he'll come to reality. We'll see. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got some people waiting to get in. We got a bunch of people waiting to get in on the TikTok queue. So I'm going to grab from the top because I don't know who's been here the longest. I apologize, guys. I was on that last call for a while. But it's time to rock and roll. So we've got Julius in the house. How you doing, Julius?
How's it going? How do you want me to call you, Mr. Deconstruction, or do you have a name?
You can call me Justin.
Justin. Okay, Justin. So I intend to prove you wrong on your statement up there. I think it's ignorant in nature because you're calling, well, it seems like you're calling everybody's God imaginary, right?
Everybody except for mine.
Okay. That's pretty ignorant because my God is definitely not imaginary. And
cool. What's the proof of that?
The proof is that you can see it.
Where?
All over the place.
Where?
In barns and farms.
Yeah, I know. That's Doug, the rock god.
No, I'm
Praise
talking about
Doug.
I'm talking
He was
about
prophesied
the cow.
in Deuteronomy 32. Haven't you read it?
Justin, have you ever seen a cow?
A cow?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I've seen cows on a
Okay,
dinner plate.
is that imaginary?
I've seen a cow. In fact, I've touched a cow. I ate some cow today.
There you go. So it's not imaginary, right?
Yeah, because I know it exists. Mm-hmm.
So, but it's not imaginary. It's real, right?
It's real. Yeah. The difference between something that's imaginary and real is that one is in your head and one is in real life.
There you go. So my God is not imaginary.
Okay, where can I find him?
Cow. Anywhere. You just say you touched one today. You ate one today.
Wait, you worship cows?
Yeah, that's my God.
How do you know that cows are God?
So your statement is ignorant in nature, and you've been proven wrong, my friend.
How do you know that cows are God?
Now, if you want to talk about your feelings and your
How
emotions,
do you know that cows are God?
Because that's who I choose to worship. That's
Okay,
my
so God is anyone you choose.
Yeah. I mean, you cannot tell me what not to worship or what to
I'm
worship.
not telling you what to worship. I'm asking you, how do you know that cows are God?
Because I believe that cows are God.
If I believe that this coffee mug is God, does it become God?
That's up to you.
I'm asking you, if
That's
I
it.
believe that this coffee mug is God, is it God?
Yes, that's your belief, sir.
Oh, shoot. What power does your cow god have?
Many powers.
Like what?
A lot of powers. It gives me energy.
Coffee gives me energy. Is coffee God?
Well, are you presenting your God to me, or am I presenting my God to you and proving you wrong that it's not imaginary?
I'm helping you to understand that your definition of God is literally anything. So,
That's
what
up
would
to you, sir.
what would
To me,
change? What would
let me answer your
change?
question. Let me answer your question.
I didn't ask you a
Not
question.
Okay, you just said
You
that
can't
you
answer.
intend.
You can't answer a question if you haven't heard it yet. My question is, what would change if it turned out that cows were not gods?
What would change? What do you mean?
How would the world be different if cows were actually not gods?
How would the world be different?
Like how would I know? What if I walked outside to a cow pasture tomorrow and it turns out tomorrow cows were no longer gods? What would change? How would I know?
What would change? I'm not sure I understand your question. I don't think anything would change.
Right, yeah. Because there's
gods to everyone, or is a cow just a god to you?
Yeah, it's the cow is the god to me. So the statement up there says your God
I don't
is
think
imaginary.
you understood what she's saying. The point that I assume she's getting at is we're talking about whether or not a god exists objectively, not whether or not you choose to make something a god. Did I get you right, Sarah?
Well, yeah. Like, are you just saying you think that they're cows, but to me you think that they're gods, but to me they're not a god? Like, is this something that objectively exists, or just something that you like?
If you want to think of it that way, if it's subjective to me, it's subjective to me. I mean,
if you and I walk up and we both see a cow, that cow objectively exists. You can see it, I can see
so
it.
it's not imaginary, right?
No, the cow part. We're discussing whether or not the cow is a god, is divine.
Okay, well, that's my belief.
But you haven't explained your belief or justified your belief.
To be sure, you're saying that the cow is only a god to you, right?
Correct.
Which means it's coming from your own mind?
Correct. Which means
your God is imaginary. Because your God is only God in your mind, but he's not God anywhere else, which means your God is by definition imaginary. I'll take your concession now. Cooked, filleted.
Not at all, sir. I think what
not
you're
even
trying
medium
to say
rare,
is that,
extra well
I
done.
think what you're trying to say is that the God of the Bible. I think your whole life is about the God of the Bible being imaginary.
No, I think all gods are imaginary.
Okay, there you go. So, if you want to talk about your feelings and your emotions of how you got hurt, and now
I was never hurt, and I never talk about my feelings or emotions. Now you're projecting.
How you went from believing to not believing.
Now you're just projecting.
Not at all. We can have that discussion, but you cannot say.
You're just crashing out because you got cooked, and now you're just assuming that I'm as petty and immature as you, but I'm not. I wouldn't quit believing something just because somebody hurt my feelings. All right. Well, maybe we'll get somebody more serious up here now. Yeah, he was cooked. He was literally flame broiled.
Wild.
He literally proved my statement to be true.
Yeah, he really did.
But I appreciate Sarah really getting to the nuts and bolts of that, because Sarah was the one that made him admit that my claim was true. Unbelievable, these people. All right.
Awesome.
He really thought he was going to come up here and eat.
He did. Yeah, he did.
They come in so confident. Marduk, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. He says, holy cow. And I agree. Holy cow is right. And David, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, that guess was pretty amusing.
I'm so here for the puns.
W cow puns. I love it. Want to hear a knock knock joke, Sarah?
Yes.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow.
Sorry, I couldn't stop.
That's
stop
my
myself.
favorite knock knock joke.
It's so good. It's such a good knock knock joke. All right, this guest is not connecting.
Oh.
All right, we'll grab the next one. That was utterly ridiculous, Liam. I agree. Oh, fantastic. Okay. Did you ever hear about the cow that escaped by jumping over the barbed wire fence?
No.
It was an utter disaster.
Oh my god.
We got her.
That's so bad.
That's so bad. That's so bad. Okay. All right. That was the last. That was the last one. Okay. Ruby, welcome in.
Hi, just to let you know I'm 14.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Ruby. You got to be at least 18 to chat. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, we can't talk to children. We leave that up to pastors. Thank you, Shake, for the crab. I appreciate that. All right. We'll grab the next one from the TikTok queue. And looks like next in is Under the Sheep. Interesting name. See if they'll connect. See if they will connect. Under the Sheep. Anything? I see the waiting thing. Nothing? Not happening. Okay. Well, sorry about that. If you want to come back, you're welcome to come back later. Waiting. Listen, the animal puns, I can't stop myself, guys. The dad joke started. I don't know what to do with myself. You knew what you were getting into when you got on this live, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome in, Red.
Hello.
Red, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I believe in God, yes, and I am 32.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I kind of just believe in my own higher power. I believe in my own truth. I don't believe in believing in the truths of others, only in my own truth.
So your God only exists for you? Did I hear that correctly?
No, it doesn't only exist for me. It's just I kind of believe we all have our own truth and that you should seek your own truth.
Is there objective truth?
Well, that's depending on the person, you know. Some people might be highly intelligent, some people might be insane, but for each person, what they experience is true to them. Like
That's
if I am
subjective truth. I'm asking, is there such a thing as objective truth? Is it objectively true that we're experiencing the universe?
Yeah. I mean, I'm here with you. Right?
Okay.
We're all connected. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So what I want to know is whether or not there is objectively a God, not a God in your head.
I think there's probably a higher being that has us here together. We're connected through each other, through that.
Okay. And what's the evidence of this higher being?
I would say trying to prove it through means of a physical manifestation is kind of hard, but I would say just us being spiritual beings and having energy where we can feel each other's vibes. I feel
what is a spirit?
What's a spirit? I would say it's kind of like reading other people's energy or flow. Kind of like if you enter a room, you can tell someone what is energy. To me, it's explained as I don't know, what would be your definition of energy?
Scientifically speaking, energy is the measured rate of change of any given material thing. So we would say something has energy because it's moving and it's changing its position and or velocity.
Well, what gives us energy?
No, energy is not a thing. It's not a stuff. Energy is by definition the measure of change inside of a system or of an entity.
Well, what's giving us change over time? What's allowing us to constantly learn and keep moving on through life.
That's just what we do as biological organisms. Same with my dog, same with a salamander, same with bacteria.
What's to say that that energy isn't coming from our God?
Because it's not an energy. We metabolize our environment around us, and we consume it, and it allows us to do work.
So I don't know. I feel like everything is connected, and that connection has to do with our higher power.
Sure, but you don't actually have an argument for why that's the case. You just
vibes.
Feel it. Yeah, just vibes, right?
Yeah, I just feel it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, is there wrong with just feeling it? That's like my subjective truth.
Cool.
I feel it.
So I just feel that you're wrong. Am I correct?
If you believe that I'm wrong, that's perfectly fine with me.
But my vibes say that your vibes are wrong. So who's got the truthier vibes?
Well, I mean, that's subjective, right? Like, what would you say that your connection through us would be like?
All right.
What brings us together?
Listen,
right?
Red. I don't think this conversation is gonna work out. Go take a nap and come back. All right. We're talking about objective truths. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Cheers.
I want to know more about the vibes. How do you read people's vibes?
Do these people listen to themselves? I don't get it.
Or do they listen to you at all to like know what they're getting into?
No, they don't. They'll sit in that guest box for an hour and have literally no idea what's happening.
Hello.
Welcome in, HR.
Before we start, I want whatever the Red is using, whatever drug he's using, I want it too.
I know, right?
Second, Second, do you have any source that the God is imaginary? Any kind of source reliable?
Yeah, give me a second. I forgot to do the super chats between guests. Dex, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, what do you call a cow's illogical point? Moot. We got another one in. Thank you so much, Dexter, for that. Conquistador, thank you for the $5 chat. He says, what's up with this new age cow worshipping spiritual people tonight? Christians are more entertaining. I agree, actually. Christians are way more entertaining, but thank you so much for the super chat, Conquistador. We are on the same page with this one. All right, so HR, I assume because there's a cross in your title that you're a Christian?
Yes, Catholic.
Fantastic. And what would be the most compelling argument for why the Catholic God is real?
Well, we have multiple evidence. As the Shroud of Turin, we have.
Okay, what about the Shroud of Turin proves that your God is real?
Found blood, found hair, found his fingerprints, found his hair, found everything.
None of that's real. Nope. Wrong again. There are no fingerprints on the Shroud of Turin. And the blood was tested.
Okay,
the blood has a mixture of pig's blood, red ochre, and a bunch of unknown sources as well. Are you aware that they've done albumin studies on the blood?
No.
They have. And it's not consistent with blood from a single individual. It's also been carbon dated to the early medieval period.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Then we're gonna talk about 12 apostles that lived and studied with Jesus.
Applesauce?
Can you put maybe a little closer to your mic? It's hard to hear.
Yeah, you're really muffled right now. People can't hear you.
Disciples of Jesus. 12 disciples, his students.
Yeah, we know about him.
Yes. They lived with Jesus. They learned from him.
So
they wrote books about him.
So
then he died. He gave him the. Sorry, my English not very good. He gave them a power to use every language to say the truth about him. They wrote books. Saint Peter was a real guy. Why? Because he was the first pope of a Catholic church.
Do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man by putting spit in his eyes?
And can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah, people are having a hard time hearing you. I think you've got something covering your microphone right now.
I'm trying to be not so loud because it's 6 a.m. in Croatia.
Oh,
5:40 a.m. in Croatia. Try not to be so loud. Me.
whatever you just did helped a lot.
Probably because I moved, like, from my bed. Sorry. Sorry. So, Saint Peter was the first Catholic Pope of the Catholic Church, logically. He was the closest to Jesus, one of the closest, and...
Adorable. Do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind man by putting spit in his eyes?
What?
Do you believe that Emperor Vespasian healed a blind person by putting spit in his eyes and praying to Serapis?
I never heard anything about that.
It's recorded in both annals by Tacitus and Suetonius, two Roman historians, and supposedly a whole crowd of witnesses were there to watch it happen. And he also healed a man that had a lame leg. Do you think that Emperor Vespasian healed a man with a lame leg?
Did we lose him?
We lost him. He wasn't expecting to have to actually talk about real history, apparently. Oh, well.
It's actually good for me to know, though, the the other ancient stories that have been, verified in the same way. I mean, I didn't learn about any of that.
Oh, they never tell you about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If you read Tacitus and Suetonius, you'll find tons of like supernatural stories in there, because these people believed that like the emperors, their rise to power were typically accompanied by miracles, and that's how people knew that the gods had selected them to be the rulers. So if you read Life of the 12 Caesars, a bunch of these Caesars, their life is accompanied by miracle claims, but they're pretty standard run-of-the-mill miracle claims for the ancient Mediterranean. Living on a Prayer, welcome in. Are you with us? Are you sharing a room with the last guy? You don't want to wake up your family? That's okay. All right, I guess we'll move on to the next one. Let's get Mario in here. Sarah, what are you knitting?
Maybe a scarf? Look at how much progress I've made.
That's great. Hold, are you Houdini? Are you trying to get out of a jacket right now? What's going on over there? Are you a janitor?
Like Jacob Marley, right? There's like various things around.
There is no way that guest is not a janitor right now as we speak. Which, by the way, I did some third shift janitorial work when I was in seminary to make money. And I got to be honest, the most peaceful job you can have is working in the middle of the night when nobody's awake and you're literally just got your headphones in and you're cleaning. It's not hard. It's really easy stuff. We clean our house all the time. No one pays me to clean my house.
Yeah, but it's terrible and I hate cleaning.
No, it doesn't bother me too much. Not a problem for me. But getting paid to clean's not bad. That guest dropped out as well. All right, we'll get Hector.
Okay.
If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, guys, and you want to join the conversation, there's a link in the description. You can click the link in the description to join the conversation. You don't have to be on TikTok. So, but we're getting close to the end of the night here, guys. I will not be staying up till 2 in the morning tonight, unfortunately, for some. I will be up early tomorrow morning. I'm spending the morning with my mom baking pies, which we'll most likely be giving away to people because I'm too old to eat a bunch of pies on my own.
What kind of pies?
We're probably going to be doing pumpkin pies, and then we'll see what happens after that. But my mom bought a bunch of pumpkins in hopes to make pumpkin pies. And so we're going to make some pumpkin pie at least.
Nice.
At least. Well, this guest is not connecting, but we got a bunch of people waiting to get in. So, David, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, "An utter day, an utter bad argument. I'm sorry. Do not be sorry for that utter joke. I love and appreciate that pun. I am utterly impressed." I have been quite moved by the outpouring of jokes here tonight about cows. It's been, I keep trying to bring in guests and they keep dropping out. I don't know what's,
you scared everybody off.
That's what happened. I did. I scared everybody off. Yeah.
You're very intimidating.
Maybe. I was told once that I have a very aggressive walk. I don't know if that's accurate.
I have not noticed that.
That's right, Liam. That last guest was a coward. I have got to get a cow shirt now. I'm gonna go out and find a cow sweater. If anyone sees a cow sweater somewhere, let me know. I need to get one. All right. So for real, welcome in.
Yeah.
For real, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Cool.
And I'm Christian.
Fantastic. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for why the Christian God is real?
The crucifixion and resurrection.
Sure. I agree he probably was crucified or at least executed by the Romans somehow, or maybe even executed by the Jews. That's fine. But what's the evidence that he resurrected?
The eyewitnesses, the martyrs.
Like who?
And also his disciples and the people who said that they witnessed a crucified Jesus come back.
Sure. Can you
and
show me?
Also,
can you show me the writings of the disciples where they said that?
The gospel accounts.
So Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Okay.
And
So was
also,
Mark a disciple?
No, I think he was under Peter. And
Where's that in the Bible?
Luke as well. I think it's in a church father writing.
Okay, so it's not in the Bible. Okay.
Yeah, but
okay,
ultimately,
so was Luke a disciple?
No. He was somebody who was, I think, commissioned to drop an account of Jesus's life, because I think after the resurrection there was a whole commotion in the area, so people are trying to figure out what was going on, which is the main reason why Christianity grew the way it grew.
Actually, I think Christianity grew because of the sword. What were you going to say, Sarah?
Oh, I just said, so not an eyewitness.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So Luke's not an eyewitness. Cool. And who wrote John?
John.
Oh, can you show me where it says that John wrote John? Because in the Gospel of John, there's multiple authors, and they identify themselves.
One sec. Sorry about that. One sec.
Okay.
We're looking up information?
Maybe? I think someone is with them that needed to talk to him. I'm not really sure.
Oh, well, that would make sense.
Although, I mean, he converted a couple people in the chat already. He says legend in...
Hey, sorry, I'm back.
Fantastic. Okay. Do you believe that Hanina Ben-Doza performed a bunch of miracles?
I don't even know who that is.
He's a Jewish faith healer. He was written about in the Talmud for healing people. Do you believe that he healed a bunch of people?
In the Talmud, I think that was written in like the 5th century, no? So
No.
Is that the time he lived in?
No, he didn't. He lived contemporaneous to Jesus.
He lived in the same time as Jesus, right?
Contemporaneous, not exactly the same time.
Okay. So, and when was the document written?
This is written in Tractate Berakot.
Sorry, I have no idea what that means. I mean, what I was basically trying to ask was like...
It's a section of the earlier portion of the Talmud, and they talk about a guy named Hanina Ben-Doza, who was not only healing people, but he was healing people remotely, just like Jesus was. You remember Jesus healed remotely the Syrophoenician woman's daughter? Well, Hanina Bendoza did the same thing. He was healing people remotely.
Okay, I'd have to look into this.
It's
but I'm not going to confirm nor deny it.
It's in Bitter Coat 34b, verse 27.
Okay, because I know in the Talmud they like to, it's a very interesting document. I'll just put it that way.
So
I'll look into it.
So the
see
Talmud
the historical
says
evidence.
that
Why
there's
not?
miracles happening, and the Bible says that there's miracle happenings, but you only believe in the miracles from the Bible. You don't believe in the miracles from the Talmud.
No, that's not my argument. What I'm basically trying to say is that I'd have to look at the actual document itself, because I've looked at the Bible and I think it's a reliable document. But from what I know of the Talmud,
How reliable is it?
yeah, I think it's very reliable.
Does it say things that are false ever?
No, I think Scripture is inerrant.
So everything in the Bible is true then?
Yes.
Okay, so if I find a contradiction in the Bible, does that mean that the Bible is not inerrant?
Depends on the contradiction, because when I said Scripture is inerrant, I don't mean necessarily that there won't be something that appears to be a contradiction. Rather, what I mean is that the more you read into the Scripture, you understand it, you'll be able to solve the contradiction. And in many ways, I think God specifically had Scripture set up that way to make sure that some of us could dive in deeper and actually understand the text better.
Yeah, so that was
If
my
that makes
question.
sense, if
My
you get what I'm
question
trying to say.
was, does the Bible contain any actual contradictions?
No, I don't think so, no.
Okay, that's all we needed to know. Fantastic. So, will you want to cover a couple contradictions with me?
Sure. Name them.
All right. I'll put them on the screen. You don't have to go get your Bible. This is a pretty clear passage. It says in Exodus chapter 6, God spoke to Moses and said to him, I am the Lord. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob as God Almighty, but by my name, the Lord, I did not make myself known. And when it says the Lord here, it's referring to Yahweh. They don't print the name of Yahweh in the English Bible. So is it pretty clear here that according to this passage, that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob didn't know him by the name Yahweh, but only by the name God Almighty, which is El Elyon? Or actually here it's El Shaddai, sorry.
Okay, sure.
It seems pretty clear, right? I'm not twisting any
Yeah,
words. It's just what it says. Okay. But if we go to Genesis 15 and elsewhere, we've got clear instances where that's just not true. It says, then he said to him, referring to Abraham, I am the Lord, Yahweh, who brought you from Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land to possess. But he said, O Yahweh God, how am I to know that I shall possess it?
So that says Yahweh in there, right?
Yeah.
I am the Lord. Okay. Now, I'd have to actually look that up, because from what I know is like with Jews, they don't actually like writing the name of God. So I think they like to use different names. So it's probably Adonai or Jehovah or something like that. So I'd have to look into that.
We can put it on the screen if you want.
Okay, yeah.
I put it with Genesis 5, 15:7. I mean, Genesis 15. Was it 15:7? There we go. Vayomer Eli, and he said to him, Ani Yahweh, I am Yahweh. Actually, the am is implied. Ani just means I, same as Anoki in Hebrew. So God says, I am Yahweh. So obviously Abraham knew him as Yahweh, which is why he says here, In the next verse, Vayomer Adoni Yahweh.
Okay, did Abraham call him Yahweh?
Yeah. Verse 8.
Verse 8. Okay, Genesis 15, verse 8. Give me 1 sec. Okay, sovereign Lord, how can I know that I will gain possession of it? Okay, so then he calls him Yahweh in that verse, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'd have to look into it, to be honest.
It's on the screen
But
right there.
one thing I do remember... No, I mean like the research into it, because from what I've heard in the past, I've heard that like the way they say God's name, like they don't like to say God's name in a certain way, or when they write it in scripture, they do it differently. So I'd have to look into that, to be honest.
Okay. Sure. I'll show you another one. This is Numbers 23:19. God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. So based on this, can we assume that God doesn't change his mind?
Yes, but I think the context here is I think he promised something, but yeah, you could go on to it, yeah.
Yeah. And then there's a bunch of instances in the Bible where God changes his mind, like Genesis 6:6. The Lord was sorry that he made humans on the earth, and it grieved him to his heart. And the same word for being sorry here is the same word used in Numbers 23:19.
Okay.
To be sorry and to repent. Exodus 32:14. The Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Okay, can you tell me the verses again? I want to add these. So you said Exodus 32:14?
Numbers 23:19 is the first one.
Numbers 23:19.
Mm-hmm. And then Exodus 32:14.
Okay, Exodus 32:14.
Mm-hmm.
And then Genesis 6:6, right?
Genesis 6:6, another one, yep. And there's
okay, so those are the three.
There's actually a bunch more, but I don't think it's necessary to cover all of them. Like
yeah, I know.
There's a bunch of times where he repents.
Okay, yeah. So I think the word repent means to turn away, or to turn around. I think that's the literal phrase for it. So like, let's say you're going north.
No,
now you're going to turn and go south.
The word nacham in Hebrew just means to change one's mind.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. But when it says repent, I think that was the word in Hebrew?
Yeah. To change one's mind and to repent is the same word in Hebrew.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look into the context and see. Remember what I said before about how there might be things that appear as contradictions, but upon further investigation of the text and seeing things,
so what
that's
you're
when you
saying
clear it up.
for real is that when you read the text and it says one thing and directly says the opposite, God has allowed that obvious contradiction to exist so that you will fight through the confusion and somehow make it work?
Yeah. I mean, the way you put, the way you worded it was kind of a bit hyperbolic, but what I'm trying to say is that, like, upon looking at something, you may say to yourself, hey, this seems kind of odd, but when you actually delve into the text, you'll see that, okay, in another verse it says this, or the context of this passage here and the context of that passage there, it's not actually a contradiction. That's what I'm trying to say.
Context would, like, if God says, I don't ever change my mind, and then God later says, I changed my mind. Like, what possible context could there be for that not to be a contradiction?
Okay, so now, for instance, when it says, I don't change my mind, and I changed my mind, I'm pretty sure in like when he's dealing with the Israelites, he constantly says, "Hey, if you guys behave like this, then I'll do this. If you guys don't behave like this, then I'll do this." Right? So, in many ways, are you going to say he's changing his mind in those scenarios?
That's not what any of the verses that were cited.
Yeah.
If God explicitly says, I will never change my mind, and then anytime, under any conditions, if he does change his mind, he has contradicted himself.
No. I don't think he ever says he will never change his mind. It says God is not a human that he should lie, not a human being that he should change his mind. So I think he's basically saying that he's not fickle, right? This is why, like I said,
Does it say that
the
he's
context
not
in
fickle,
here.
or does it say that he doesn't change his mind?
Yes, it says that not a human being that he should change his mind. So
Okay,
I
so
think
he doesn't
taking
change his
in,
mind.
no, yes, this is what I'm trying to say. That the context matters.
But
know
you're
Right?
not giving
So I
us
think
context. You haven't given us any additional context. You are either adding definitions to words or changing what you think the words mean, but that's not context. You aren't expanding in the chapter, in who wrote it when. You're just saying, well, it says this, but what if he really actually meant that?
okay. Yes. So like if you look at the verse, right? God is not a human that he should lie, not a human being that he should change his mind. Does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill? I think here, when he says that he doesn't change his mind, I think mainly it's saying that he has integrity, right? So that's why I said not fickle. Yeah, but in the verse, if you actually read the whole verse,
I read it. What's the context?
Numbers
of Numbers
23:19.
What's the context? Don't look at it. I bet you don't know it.
I think like he's speaking to Balaam or something like that.
Yeah, it's about the Balaam Balak debacle. Yes.
Yeah. So basically,
God,
he's just
God utters the message himself. God himself gives the message to speak, and the message is that God is not a human being that he would lie, nor a human being that he would change his mind.
yeah. And then it says, does he speak and then not act? Does he promise and not fulfill?
Yes, because he
So
doesn't.
yeah, I think it's
because he
speaking
doesn't
about,
change his mind. Yes, when you say you're going to do something, and then you don't do it, that's called changing your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's further evidence that he doesn't change his mind.
Yeah, you're reinforcing the point that we're both making here, which is when God says he's going to do something, he means it.
Okay, so in Genesis 6:6, when it says the Lord regretted that he made human beings on the earth and his heart was troubled deeply, I mean, how did he change his mind?
Because he relented, or he repented that he made mankind. He regretted that he made mankind. He changed his mind. He changed his opinion.
But he didn't stop making human beings. You know what I mean?
Like them all.
He kept human beings. I mean, we're here today, right? So
He wiped them
clearly, he did. Yes. He punished people who were sinning. So of course, I mean, like, remember how I said how this isn't really a contradiction?
It actually is a
Because when you say
contradiction. Because in Exodus 32, God literally changes his mind about wiping out the Israelites.
Exodus 32:14, right?
Want me to read it for you?
Oh, is this the one when they're like worshiping the cow or something? Is it? Yeah, the golden calf. Yeah.
It's related, yeah. But does it matter?
No. I was just asking, like, I'm trying to figure out. Then the Lord relented and did not bring.
Yep. So Moses, Moses is
So-
on the mountain,
so could it-
and the calf incident occurs. And then in
Mhm.
verse 7, I'll put it on the screen. There we go. The Lord said to Moses, "Go down at once. Your people whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt have acted perversely. They have been quick to turn aside from the way that I commanded them. They have cast themselves an image of a calf and have worshipped it and sacrificed to it and said, these are your gods, O Israel, who brought you up out of Egypt. So the Lord said to Moses, I have seen this people, how stiff-necked they are. Now let me alone, that my wrath might burn hot against them, and I may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation. And then Moses talks him off the ledge. It says, but Moses implored the Lord his God and said, O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with a great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians say that it was with evil intent that he brought them out to kill them in the mountains and to consume them from the face of the earth? Turn aside from your fierce wrath, change your mind, and do not bring disaster on your people. Remember Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants, whom you swore to them by your own self, saying that I will multiply your descendants like the stars of the heaven, and all this land I have promised I will give to your descendants, and they shall inherit it forever. And the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. Which means he changed his mind twice. He changed his mind twice in this passage.
You know what? Now that you read this, you basically confirmed Numbers 23:19 is true.
I've confirmed that your reading comprehension is low. In verse 14,
what did he promise Abraham?
In verse 14, it says that he planned to bring disaster on the people. Does it say that?
Yeah, I'm reading NIV, but essentially whatever.
We'll try this
he
again.
relented
In verse
and did
14,
not bring.
does it say that he planned to bring disaster on his people?
I'm reading NIV and I don't see plan.
It's in the NRSV. The Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people.
Well, that's the NRSV translation, but essentially it wasn't a planned thing because it happened spontaneously while he was speaking to Moses. But essentially,
did God say he was going to do it?
What did he promise Abraham?
Did God say he was going to do it?
He wanted to do it in a fit of rage.
So he did,
from seeing what they were doing.
Thank you. In a fit of rage, he wanted to do something, and then he told Moses he was going to do it. And then Moses reminds him that he shouldn't be doing that, and then he does what? It says he changed his mind.
Yes, because why? He's honoring his promise to Abraham.
Oh my God. It literally says that he relented, Yahweh relented from the evil which he said he would do to his people, which is why the NRSV uses the word planned.
Can you go back to Numbers 23:19?
I'm going to show you that it wasn't a passing thing. It literally says, Asher deber le asot, which quite literally means what it says on the screen. That which he said he will do.
Yes, he will do when he's talking to Moses on the mountain.
Right.
Let's go back to Numbers 23:19.
Okay. So what did he say he was going to do in the verse we just read, verse 14? It says he changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. He changed his mind about the thing that he said he would do.
Yes, because he's speaking to Moses, and then he sees that Aaron and the people built the calf.
Yep.
So immediately, that's when he reacted and told Moses, look at what these people are doing.
Yeah.
And that directly,
obviously, we know
that's
that
a direct
God.
contradiction.
Yes,
So
and we know God.
this
We know God
had
is a
the
jealous God.
Human
and we know.
reaction ever. Even though
Yes, and
he
we.
says that I'm not a human, I don't act like humans, I never change my mind. And instead, this is a very clear-cut example of God having this big emotional reaction, having a very human reaction, planning, deciding to bring his wrath on the people, and then changing his mind. All of
And
that
he remembers
said he would not
because he was
do.
keeping his
It
promise
doesn't matter
to
why.
Abraham.
Doesn't
The
matter
why. You're hung up on the why. It's irrelevant.
So I
His
think the why is
actions
relevant.
The why is not
contradict
relevant. Listen to Sarah.
what he said.
Go to Numbers 23:19
Oh,
again.
God.
I need you to actually
The why-
focus up because the why is not important.
It 100% is.
It's not important because God says, I'm going to do something, and then he changed his mind and decided to not do the thing. If he never intended on doing the thing, then you've made it worse, because now you're saying that he's a liar, which also contradicts Numbers 23:19, which says he's not a man that he would lie. So you've got a problem. Either he's a liar.
He's not. How is he a liar?
He's either a liar.
How is he a liar?
He's either a liar in the passage, or he changed his mind. One of the two, because he literally says right here. We'll grab it again. Oh, there we go. Where we go. Let me alone, so that my wrath may burn hot against them, and I may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation. God says, I'm going to wipe them out and make a nation out of you instead. If he didn't mean those words, then he's a liar. If he meant those words, then he changed his mind. Either way, he broke Numbers 23:19. Imagine
Numbers
this level of
23:19.
gymnastics. It's unbelievable to me.
Numbers 23:19 is about honoring his promise and keeping his integrity. So for him to be, because we understand that God is a jealous God, we understand that he hates idolatry. So even in the midst of idolatry, for him to not be able
No amount of preaching is going
to
to save
kill
you
these
here.
people, to not kill them,
No
and to
amount
still
of preaching
honor his
is going to
promise to
save you.
Abraham.
He either lied or he changed his mind.
No.
Your
No,
argument
man.
is saying,
No.
like, well, God had every reason to be really jealous and mad, and he almost did it, and then at the last minute, he controlled himself. Again,
Yes.
what a
So
human
why did he
thing
control
to
himself
do,
though?
and not a godlike thing to do. Humans
I think
experience
it's
emotions, have a fit of rage, and make bad decisions. And the only reason your God didn't make a bad decision in this moment is because a human talked him out of it.
Yep.
no. Yes.
That's literally
Okay.
what it
But
says, unless you change the meanings of words.
Yeah, your God's a hothead, man. That's why he killed Uzzah. Do
No,
you know
no.
the story of Uzzah?
I don't know who is. Who is he?
Uzzah's a guy. He's in 2 Samuel chapter 6. He's also in Chronicles, though. But if you go to 2 Samuel chapter 6, he's a guy who's helping to carry the ark into Jerusalem. It says, when they came to the threshing floor of Nacon, Uzzah reached out his hand to the ark of God and took hold of it, for the oxen lurched. So he's trying to stable the ark so it doesn't fall on the ground, because that'd be a terrible thing. It says, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Uzzah, and God struck him there, and he died beside the ark of God. You think that's a normal reaction? Uzzah says, oh no, don't let the ark fall. And God's like, oh my God, you touched the ark? Toast.
I'd have to look into this.
Yeah, there's a
But
lot of
thanks
things
for
we gotta
bringing
look
it
into,
up.
it sounds like.
Yes,
I'm
thank
sure
you for
there's some
bringing it up.
context.
I appreciate it.
All right, listen, it's past my bedtime. I gotta get to bed. Thanks for coming up.
Okay, take it easy, man.
Cheers. Imagine practicing that level of cognitive dissonance in front of 1,000 people.
I can't, I mean, like, I am speechless, honestly.
Listen, as frustrating as people like that are, hats off to this super chat. Oh my gosh. Frank, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. He says, I have a real beef to pick with this live tonight. How can you make cow jokes when the stakes are so high? Hail Satan. By the way, it's past your bedtime. That's the winner. That's the winner. That's the winning cow joke for the night, I think, guys. Oh my God. Rebel says this is a rare live. This is too much. The chat is off the chain tonight, guys. They broke loose from the pen.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh, hard work. Dennis, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. Big W for Dennis. And guys, make sure you're showing Sarah some love too. She's out here working hard. Hard work. Thank you for the super chat. Hard work says omniscient, but didn't know he would change his mind. I know, right? This omniscient God is not really in the Bible. He's a fictional part of the latter stages of the Bible, when the other authors who came later were coping just as hard as the last guest was. But Marduk, thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. It says, make a cow shirt that says "got context." Oh my gosh,
that's a great idea.
I mean, we kind of have to at this point, don't we?
Yeah, I really like that idea.
Okay. I can only assume there's a whole series of cow merchandise that's going to end up on Benny's shop after this one. Delilah Scissors, good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5 super chat. And as always, literally the best name on the internet. Says, it behooves me to agree with you that you need some cow merch. You should have said behoofs. That was still really good, though. I appreciate that, Delilah Scissors. Good to see you, Delilah. Oh, my gosh. Somebody was asking in one of the chats like 30 minutes ago, I think, or something, if you were going live tonight. I was like, Sarah, going to do a midnight live tonight?
No, it's bedtime.
I know, it's so late.
We're old.
It's true. It's so true. So, that being said, guys, I think we gotta call it a night. Thank you so much for being with us all night. It was a fun one. It's kind of a roller coaster. But listen, no matter how frustrated you might have been with the guests, it ended well on a series of cow puns. And I mean, you can't complain about that.
More.
Yeah, exactly. You can't ask for more than that. You know what I mean? Your beef is not with me, okay? This is just how things work out.
Oh, well, and here I have a little bunny to say goodnight.
Oh, Bunny. Hey, Bunny. What a cutie. W checkers.
Yeah, so good ones.
So, guys, we'll be live again at the usual time on Sunday. And we'll be cooking. If there's any ideas for a topic, let me know. I'm thinking about doing a different topic on Sunday. And so definitely shoot me some DMs if you think there's a particular topic we should do. I was kind of been feeling like maybe Sunday night would be a good night to do Jesus Fulfilled No Prophecies, Prove Me Wrong.
I always like that one. It's always a good one.
It's been a minute since we've done it. I tried to put it off to the side for a little bit. So I don't do it too much, but we've kind of stayed away a little bit. We've just dabbled in some of the prophecies recently, but I think it's time to do like a full-on, actually open your Bible and find me a prophecy. We'll see what happens. Yeah, I prophesy that nobody will be able to find a prophecy about Jesus except for Deuteronomy 13 of being a false prophet. Oh, Rebel's asking if we're going to do a Christmas-related topic. I could bring back Santa Claus is just Jesus for... I'm sorry, yeah. Jesus is just Santa Claus for adults. We could definitely do that one.
I feel like you have a rough graphic for that.
Yeah, I think that was the point. But it was a little much, to be honest. And I don't think TikTok will appreciate that.
Probably not. Probably not.
Bitter Truth out there crashing out in the comments. It's always good to see you crashing out in my comments. Sarah, how much time do you spend in Christians' lives commenting and shouting at the hosts?
0.
Yeah.
Not a single minute.
Yeah,
Never.
Me too. I don't spend any time in Christians' lives. Why are they obsessed with us?
Oh, no.
I've been thinking about this. Here's my thought. I think Christians are obsessed with us because they feel like they have to be obsessed with us, or because God tells them that they have to convert the world, right? It's their job.
Well, right. Yeah, it's their job. They have to.
The only other reason I can configure that I can figure is that we terrify them, and so
Maybe you do. I don't think I scare anybody.
I don't know. The fact that ex-Christians even exist, I think, terrifies them, and they can't deal with it.
Yeah, it is disconcerting, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, thanks so much for being here. It's past my bedtime. I got to go pet the cat and go to bed.
Well, thanks for letting me hang out.
Thanks for coming, Sarah. Guys, we love you. Thanks for being here. We'll see you again on Sunday. Have a great night. Oh, I almost forgot. Who's live right now? Is Thinker live? Now I'm curious. Who's live? Well, I already shut down the TikTok stream. Damn it. I should have sent a raid to somebody. Oh, well. I'll go raid them myself.